Chapter 3651. There was only one crystal coffin in the huge fourth layer of the tomb. And this kind of crystal coffin was extremely rare. Of course, what shocked Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist the most was not the crystal coffin. It was the fact that there was a person lying inside the crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, both Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist were shocked. "There's no aura, it should be a corpse," the immeasurable Daoist said. Lin Feng said, "Let's go over and take a look. When you encounter a corpse in a tomb, you must be careful," the immeasurable Daoist said. He had a lot of experience in tomb raiding. Therefore, he knew that once a corpse appeared in a tomb, it would be an extremely bad thing. Lin Feng had also entered many tombs, but he rarely saw a complete corpse. This was especially true for the older tombs. The power of time could destroy magic treasure, immortal pills, and other things. Let alone a corpse. So, in such an ancient tomb, there shouldn't be a complete corpse. However, there was a complete corpse in this tomb. This was filled with something demonic. The immeasurable Daoist quickly took out a golden bell. Then, he took out dozens of talismans written on yellow paper. Lin Feng asked, "What are the uses of these things?" "This is the soul-suppressing bell. Any yin spirit without a soul will be restrained by the soul-suppressing bell. The things that appear in the tomb are usually unclean things, or they are wearing human skin, but they are no longer real living beings. Since they are not real living beings, then they are dead spirits, and dead spirits do not have souls. The soul-suppressing bell is extremely harmful to these things without souls, and these talismans are immortal talismans used to deal with yin spirits," the immeasurable Daoist said. Many times, the immeasurable Daoist seemed like a very unreliable fellow, but in reality, Lin Feng was very clear that the immeasurable Daoist was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. This guy's methods were endless. Otherwise, this guy would be dealing with ancient tombs all day long. How could he be alive until now? Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist walked towards the crystal coffin together. Lin Feng guessed that the corpse lying inside the crystal coffin was most likely the corpse of the tomb's owner. When a powerhouse of this level died, they would usually choose to turn into a rainbow and scatter. However, the owner of the graveyard did not do so. Nobody knew why. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang came to the side of the crystal coffin. They looked into the crystal coffin. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's the corpse of the tomb owner." "That's right. It really is that guy's corpse. To think that his corpse is so well preserved. How strange. That guy died during the Great Desolation era. How did his corpse survive?" Daoist Wuliang was extremely confused. He began to search the body of the owner of the tomb. After a careful search, he could not find anything. "There is nothing." Daoist Wuliang shook his head. Lin Feng looked at the tomb owner's mouth. He felt that the tomb owner's mouth was a little bloated. Lin Feng opened his mouth and a blue pearl appeared in front of Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. "It's the soul-gathering pearl." Daoist Wuliang could not help but exclaim when he saw the pearl. Lin Feng asked, "What's the soul-gathering pearl?" "Rumor has it that when a person dies, their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will scatter between heaven and earth. When a person's soul dies, their physical body dies as well. However, the soul-gathering pearl can reform the soul and revive a dead cultivator," Daoist Wuliang said. "Is this rumor true?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not sure." Daoist Wuliang shook his head. Lin Feng frowned and said, "However, this guy's soul did not scatter. We were attacked by his soul in the stone room. Isn't that soul formed by fusing a soul with magic power?" Daoist Wuliang said, "There are many types of soul. Ordinary spirit bodies could return to their bodies once again. However, there's a type of evil soul that cannot return to the body. It's said that this type of evil soul is a soul refined by a cultivator whose physical body is about to die. This type of soul needs to be stripped of part of the soul's memories and refined into a soul before death. Once this soul is successfully refined, the cultivator's physical body and part of his soul will completely die. This type of soul can exist between heaven and earth for a long time, but it can no longer fuse with the cultivator's body. As time passes, this type of soul's power will be continuously depleted. Once all of its power is exhausted, this type of soul will die. Thus, the soul we saw earlier should belong to this type of evil soul. Lin Feng said, "This guy was definitely not a good person when he was alive. I'll take this soul-gathering pearl and burn this corpse later." Lin Feng took out the soul-gathering pearl from the immortal corpse's mouth. Daoist Wuliang did not ask for the soul-gathering pearl. Lin Feng was very surprised. This was not in line with Daoist Wuliang's character. This guy actually did not want such a good thing. "You're not interested in the soul-gathering pearl?" Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wuliang said, "People in our line of work view things that gather souls as ominous." Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Why is that?" Daoist Wuliang said, "Because this is something that only the dead use." Lin Feng nodded. He could not blame Daoist Wuliang for being superstitious. There were many things that could not be explained in a few words. Many times, if you believed it, it would be there. Especially in the world of cultivators. One had to be careful. Lin Feng put away the soul-gathering pearl and flicked his finger. A ball of flame flew out. It landed on the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse immediately burst into flames. Burn the corpse and be a good person in the next life. Don't be an evil person again, Lin Feng muttered to himself. But at this moment, the immortal corpse actually opened its eyes. An endless evil aura surged out from the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse let out an incomparably mournful scream. Damn, the immortal corpse has revived. When he saw this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. A zombie, hurry up and leave. Daoist Wuliang cried out in horror. He was fully aware of just how terrifying an immortal stone corpse would be. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly rushed outside. The immortal corpse's body was still burning. The immortal corpse struggled to climb out of the crystal coffin. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the immortal corpse's body. The immortal corpse extinguished the flames on its body and growled. Chapter 3652. Asterisk bang. Asterisk along with the earth-shattering sound, it suddenly resounded between the heavens and the earth. The mountain where the tomb was built collapsed. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. You've caused this immortal so much trouble. This immortal is going to tear you to pieces. The immortal corpse roared angrily. At this moment, the immortal corpse became extremely terrifying. Its entire body began to rot. His body also emitted a fishy smell. It was extremely disgusting. The immortal corpse roared and pounced toward Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. It wanted to kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. The immortal corpse was simply too powerful. He and Daoist Wu Liang weren't a match for the immortal corpse even when they joined forces. Instead, they were chased by the immortal corpse. They almost died under the immortal corpse's powerful attack. Such a huge commotion. The cultivators in the area had long been alarmed. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance in the depths were also alarmed. A large number of cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance quickly flew over. Daoist Wu Liang, and that armored cultivator. The three emperors immediately recognized Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng. There was no need to mention Daoist Wu Liang. After coming to the heavenly sage Great World, he had plundered many ancient tombs. Therefore, Daoist Wu Liang was wanted by the Sacred War Alliance. Now, the major forces of the Sacred War Alliance wanted nothing more than to tear Daoist Wu Liang to pieces. As the protectors of the Myriad Tribe Cemetery, the three emperors had some understanding of Daoist Wu Liang. As for Lin Feng, they were even more familiar with him. This was because Lin Feng was the one who had kidnapped the tomb raider. However, Lin Feng was wearing armor, so they couldn't see what Lin Feng looked like. Now, the three emperors really wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's kidnapping of the tomb raider was equivalent to slapping the three emperors in the face. How long had it been? Lin Feng actually came to the Myriad Tribe Cemetery to rob tombs again. Furthermore, clearly, the tomb had been completely destroyed. As for that terrifying monster, it was probably an undead spirit transformed from the master of the graveyard. The three emperors sped up. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Split up, Daoist Wuliang said in a deep voice. Be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Then, the two of them quickly flew in different directions. The immortal corpse set its sights on Lin Feng and chased after Lin Feng relentlessly. When the three emperors saw the immortal corpse chasing after Lin Feng, they chased after the immortal corpse. Meanwhile, the great formations in the 95 dragon veins were also activated. In the void, densely packed runes interweaved, sealing the world. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest were trapped in those deployment spells. It was impossible for them to escape. Break, break, break. At this moment, Lin Feng used the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect to the extreme. His palms turned golden. Lin Feng slashed at the runes one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The runes were directly cut off by Lin Feng's palms. The technique Lin Feng used was the secret technique of the Celestial Master sect, the Heavenly Divine Gold Hand. Once this secret technique was used, the palm would turn golden. At this time, the golden palm could easily break the runes. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect was indeed powerful. Lin Feng's golden palm was invincible. The runes were broken one after another. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed to the outer area of the 95 dragon veins. But at this time, the immortal corpse caught up with him. Heaven and earth. No one can save your life. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with hatred and then slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the immortal corpse was. With his current cultivation, he couldn't fight against the immortal corpse at all. Therefore, it wasn't a good time to continue fighting with the immortal corpse. Facing the immortal corpse's powerful attack, Lin Feng directly used the spatial folding god art. The space in front of Lin Feng folded. The immortal corpse's terrifying punch came. It directly slammed into the folded space. The folded space was destroyed by the immortal corpse. Lin Feng rushed hundreds of meters away. Die. Dozens of cultivators under the lead of several great emperors charged at Lin Feng. They wanted to stop Lin Feng. Courting death, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly used the infinite dominance god art recorded in the second heaven of the supreme dominance god art. Infinite dominance. It was an indiscriminate attack. Bang, bang, bang. When the infinite dominance enveloped the cultivators, the fleshly bodies of a group of cultivators exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. But at this time, the immortal corpse had already caught up. Its terrifying palm once again slammed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death from the immortal corpse's palm. Lin Feng had an extremely strong feeling in his heart. Even with the ruler's armor, facing the immortal corpse's terrifying attack, he was almost certain death. Lin Feng hastily used the Great Death Substitution Technique. Lin Feng quickly used his Great Death Substitution Technique. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. As for the immortal corpse's terrifying attack, it struck midair. Lin Feng, who had narrowly dodged the immortal corpse's fatal attack, appeared hundreds of meters away. He waved his golden palm. He continued to break the formation runes that sealed the world. He wanted to leave this place quickly. Ant-like thing, why do you have to make such a useless struggle? The immortal corpse chased after him again, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent. This time, he condensed an even more terrifying attack. He opened his hand, and 10,000 ghosts flew out, howling in the sky. The endless evil spirits and ghosts all pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He quickly took out the ghost-raising jar. The jar emitted a powerful devouring power. It swallowed the 10,000 ghosts. Bang! The immortal corpse sent the jar flying with a slap. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Feng. His terrifying palm slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He felt that his magic power had almost been scattered by the immortal corpse. It's time to end this. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He attacked Lin Feng again, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Come out. Primitive demon refining bugs. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, the primitive demon refining bugs, which blotted out the sky, all flew out and charged at the immortal corpse. A dense swarm of desolate-era demon refining insects surrounded the immortal corpse. That was one of Lin Feng's trump cards, and now he was using it. Chapter 3653. Puff, puff, puff. Taking advantage of the fact that the group of great desolate demon refining insects had tied up the immortal corpse, Lin Feng hurriedly destroyed the great array that sealed the heavens and earth. The great desolate demon refining insects were loyal to Lin Feng, so they charged towards the immortal corpse without fear of death. Bang! 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 A large number of great desolate demon refining insects exploded. Those great desolate demon refining insects were killed on the spot. Seeing so many great desolate demon refining insects being killed, Lin Feng felt like his heart was bleeding. Nurturing those great desolate demon refining insects had consumed a lot of Lin Feng's energy and wealth. Now, a large number of great desolate demon refining insects had died. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt his heart ache. In the end, Lin Feng tore apart the great array and rushed out from the 95 dragon veins. And the immortal corpse was Lin Feng's great desolate demon refining insects. They were all killed. The only fortunate thing was that the great desolate demon refining insect queen was still alive. As long as the queen was alive, Lin Feng would be able to continue nurturing new groups of great desolate demon refining insects. Shouted the celestial corpse furiously. He chased Lin Feng at full speed. But he was unable to catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and Lin Feng had a more profound use of space. So, it was even more impossible for the immortal corpse to catch up to Lin Feng. After getting rid of the immortal corpse, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. As for immeasurable Daoist, Lin Feng wasn't worried about him at all. This damned Daoist's most powerful technique was actually not his attainments in the art of tomb raiding. To be precise, this damned Daoist's most powerful technique should be all kinds of escape methods. He always had all kinds of methods to quickly escape. Or else, immeasurable Daoist would have died countless times. But the reality was, immeasurable Daoist was still living a carefree life. Lin Feng planned to find a place to cultivate these 3,000 great Dao. Then, he would break through to the Emperor Realm. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be when Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor Realm. Dead Forest. This was a huge primeval forest in the great heavenly sage world's solitary desolate prefecture. The vegetation here was all withered and dead. There were no living creatures here. Because there was a strange power here that could deprive one of life. It was rumored that it was the power of time. However, there were also rumors that it was the power of death that originated from hell. There were also rumors that it was a terrifying demonic power that originated from a demonic world. In the past, the withered forest was not called a withered forest. It was a place filled with lush greenery and all kinds of birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Countless spirit herbs grew in the primeval forest. However, no one could explain how the ancient primitive forest had turned into a land of death and turned into the current withered forest. At this moment, Lin Feng had arrived at the withered forest. Because Lin Feng felt that it was quieter here. No one came to disturb him. This was the best place to break through. Lin Feng walked through the withered forest. Rustling sounds could be heard. This was the sound of feet stepping on fallen leaves. The leaves here were very strange. Although they had drifted down from the books. Although they had withered. But they did not rot. Lin Feng seemed to be the only living creature in the huge withered forest. Lin Feng found a mountain range and opened a cave abode in the mountain range. Then, he sealed the cave abode with restrictions and began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng entered the time-space to cultivate. This way, he could save 5 times the time. Half a year in the outside world. 2.5 years had passed in the time-space. Lin Feng finally succeeded in cultivating all the 3,000 great Daos. after cultivating all 3,000 great Taos, in Linfeng's Dantian. The divine power array formed by the 3,000 great Taos actually started to operate on its own. Waves of heaven and earth Tao sound. It resounded through the clouds. The 3,000 divine powers actually resonated. Fate carried hope. Fate shaped life. Karma circulated endlessly. Samsara reversed life and death. Voices came out from Linfeng's body. It was like the voice of the heavenly Tao shouted by the ancient saint emperors. This was the Tao voice of the 3,000 great Taos. Every Tao voice. All of them contained boundless mysteries. In Linfeng's body, a large amount of holy light surged out. His sovereign emperor blood and immortal divine blood were all activated. A powerful bloodline began to flow through his limbs and bones. In Linfeng's acupuncture points, they actually began to spit out holy light. At this moment, Linfeng was completely wrapped in holy light. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient saint emperor. In the space between Linfeng's eyebrows, a powerful light of calamity surged. Every light of calamity. It shook out violent fluctuations that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The light of calamity. It directly soared into the sky. 99 light of calamity actually rushed out from the space between Linfeng's eyebrows. One had to know. When a cultivator transcended the tribulation, only one light of calamity would rush out from the space between their eyebrows. This light of calamity could connect with the thunder calamity from the 9 heavens and then summon the thunder calamity from the 9 heavens. As long as a cultivator succeeded in transcending the tribulation, they could complete the breakthrough. And they would also complete the transformation. However, 99 light of calamity actually appeared from the space between Linfeng's eyebrows. This was too unbelievable. Even Linfeng himself was shocked. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented an ominous sign. 99 represented death. So, that was why the ancient Saint Emperor cut 9 into 5. But now, 99 light of calamity appeared from the space between Linfeng's eyebrows, which represented great ominous. The aura of death enveloped Linfeng's entire body. But that feeling was quickly dispelled by Linfeng. Linfeng believed that man could conquer nature. He had absolute confidence in himself. I'm finally going to break through to the great emperor realm. This is the most important step since I started cultivating, Linfeng muttered to himself. He took out all the great emperor's sources that he had obtained before and directly swallowed them. These great emperor's sources might be able to play a key role in his breakthrough. In addition, Linfeng had also obtained a great world's power before. That great world's power was also swallowed by Linfeng in one gulp. Then, Linfeng got up and stepped outside. When he came out, thunder was already rolling above the 9 heavens. A sea of thunder condensed. In the thunder ocean, one could see huge thunder dragons and huge thunder serpents swimming in the thunder ocean. Moreover, listening carefully, one could hear the sound of war drums coming from the depths of the Sea of Thunder. In the Sea of Thunder, there seemed to be millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals flying from afar. This was Linfeng's thunder calamity. Linfeng still remembered that the Red World Fairies' tribulation was called the 9 Heavens 10 Earths Purple Heaven Lightning Calamity. It contained a total of 108,000 lightning calamity, but he didn't know that this time he was transcending the Great Emperor's tribulation. The tribulation that came down. Chapter 3654. Linfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was trying his best to adjust his breathing so that he could be in the best condition to deal with the lightning tribulation that was about to descend. Linfeng was looking forward to the Great Emperor tribulation. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now, the Great Emperor tribulation. It had finally descended. Linfeng didn't know what kind of tribulation he was going to undergo. But Linfeng knew. This kind of tribulation must be an incomparably heaven-defying tribulation. Just look at the Red World Fairies' tribulation back then. Back then, the Red World Fairies' tribulation even alarmed the 33 heavenly lords of the heavenly palace in the heaven realm. It was really an incredible thing. Roar, at this moment, a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, a thunder dragon descended from the sky and swooped down towards Lin Feng's location. The first lightning tribulation. It was actually the thunder dragon tribulation. This was an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. It was said that this was the lightning tribulation. It was one of the last 5 lightning tribulations for many people when they were undergoing the Great Emperor Tribulation. And Lin Feng was undergoing the Great Emperor Tribulation. The first lightning tribulation actually attracted the thunder dragon tribulation. As the saying goes, one can see a leopard through a tube. From the first lightning tribulation, one could roughly guess how terrifying the tribulation Lin Feng was about to undergo would be. It could definitely be described as a peerless terror. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Facing the attack of the Thunder Dragon Tribulation, he stepped forward and threw a punch at the Thunder Dragon Tribulation. The power of Lin Feng's punch. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng's tyrannical punch. It directly smashed the Thunder Dragon into pieces. The power of this punch was really strong. Lin Feng's body began to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. After the power of the lightning tribulation was absorbed by Lin Feng's body, it began to temper Lin Feng's physical body. Right now, Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. His physical body had already reached the Emperor Ancestor level. As for strength, once the 6-fold arms of Dracophant was activated, even an Emperor rank expert would be crushed. Lin Feng's physical body transformation wasn't easy. To complete the transformation, he needed to persevere. He needed to temper his physical body. The lightning tribulation that descended when one broke through a major realm contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. When the power of the lightning tribulation's power, it had the effect of tempering one's body. That was one of Lin Feng's favorite ways to strengthen his physical body. This time, he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng was still using the same method. This time, Lin Feng had chosen the right place to break through in the desolate forest. If he were to break through somewhere else, such a huge commotion would have attracted countless cultivators. But in the silent forest, bolts of lightning tribulation struck down. Each bolt of lightning tribulation contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those bolts of lightning tribulation wanted to destroy Lin Feng's physical body, but they couldn't do it at all. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, Lin Feng's physical body continued to break through, and finally broke through to the Emperor level. But this kind of improvement was still continuing. It didn't stop. The lightning tribulation seemed to know that it was difficult to destroy Lin Feng. So, the tribulation that descended became stronger and stronger. But every bolt of lightning tribulation was resolved by Lin Feng. 1,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. 2,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. 3,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. 10,000 bolts of lightning tribulation. All kinds of lightning tribulation struck Lin Feng's body, but they were all blocked by Lin Feng. Facing those powerful lightning tribulation attacks, Lin Feng seemed to be at ease. But the 10,000 plus bolts of lightning tribulation that descended were just the appetizer. The lightning tribulation continued to descend. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, half a month. The lightning tribulation continued to strike. It actually lasted for half a month. And the number of lightning tribulations that descended one after another actually exceeded the total number of lightning tribulations that the Red World Fairy had undergone. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the Red World Fairy's tribulation. Who would have thought that he had already undergone 110,000 bolts of lightning tribulation? But this huge tribulation was far from over. Lin Feng now had the urge to curse in the street. Continuously transcending tribulations consumed a great deal of his energy. There were wounds all over his body. Moreover, the sea of lightning lasted for half a month without dissipating. The storm caused was too intense. Therefore, this matter gradually spread, and cultivators came one after another. Originally, many people thought that some treasure had appeared, which caused such a big commotion. But after coming here, they found out that it wasn't some heaven-defying treasure that had appeared. In fact, someone was undergoing tribulation here. After this matter spread out, it immediately caused an even bigger sensation. A cultivator's tribulation didn't end even after half a month. What kind of tribulation was this? Wasn't this too inconceivable? The news spread more and more. More and more cultivators gathered. Lin Feng didn't know the situation outside now. If he knew the situation outside, he would definitely laugh bitterly. Back then, Lin Feng didn't expect to undergo so many tribulations. He thought that it would end in about 7 or 8 days. If it only took 7 or 8 days, it shouldn't attract the attention of other cultivators. Even if it attracted the attention of other cultivators, by the time the news spread out and the other party arrived, Lin Feng would have already left. But the key point was Lin Feng's tribulation this time. It actually took more than half a month. Moreover, after spending such a long time, he still hadn't successfully passed the Great Emperor's tribulation. So Lin Feng had miscalculated this time. This also caused a large number of cultivators to gather. As the tribulation took longer and longer, the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky also became stronger and stronger. The further it went, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation became. Lin Feng also found it very difficult to resist the lightning tribulation later on. His physical body was destroyed several times, but with the immortal bloodline, his flesh and blood were reborn. It was restored again. Then he continued to resist the powerful lightning tribulation. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Lin Feng had already spent 20 days to pass the Great Emperor's tribulation. And Lin Feng's tribulation had also reached 140,000 kinds of tribulations. But the lightning tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The Red World Fairy was such a heaven-defying figure, but she only had 108,000 lightning tribulations. And himself. Now he had already passed 140,000 lightning tribulations, but he still hadn't succeeded. What kind of tribulation was his tribulation? Immortal tribulation, it must be the immortal tribulation. Is that person going to become an immortal? A cultivator recognized that Lin Feng's tribulation was actually an immortal tribulation, and then said aloud, "What? That's an immortal tribulation? After the ancient times, is there really someone who is going to become an immortal again? The person who is going through the tribulation, which race's expert is it?" Chapter 3655. This was the heavenly sage Great World, the home of the myriad races. Most of the people were cultivators of the myriad races. Of course, there were also foreign cultivators. However, those foreign cultivators would not break through in the heavenly sage Great World. Because if they were discovered by the heavenly sage Great World's forces, they would very likely be targeted by the heavenly sage Great World. There was an 80% chance that they would die. This was also the reason why so many cultivators of the myriad races felt that the cultivator undergoing the immortal tribulation was one of them. Of course, these people were mainly further away from Lin Feng because they did not dare to enter the area covered by the lightning tribulation. Once they entered the area covered by the lightning tribulation, they would also suffer. At such a distance, they could not see clearly who the person undergoing the tribulation was. If they had seen Lin Feng up close, they would have been astonished. They would know that the person undergoing the tribulation was not a cultivator of the myriad races. Ever since the 5 emperor-level ancestors fell, I thought that the heavenly sage Great World no longer had any emperor-level experts. Who would have thought that an expert undergoing the immortal tribulation would appear now? This should be a hidden emperor-level expert, right? Yes. He should be such an expert, living a carefree life. But now, it seems that his identity is a mystery. Many cultivators of the myriad races were still discussing. At this moment, an old cultivator said, "He's not trying to break through to the immortal realm. He's trying to break through to the great emperor realm. How is that possible? His tribulation is clearly an immortal tribulation. Such a terrifying tribulation is just to break through to the great emperor realm? Isn't this too much nonsense?" Immediately, a cultivator said, not believing the old man's words. Undergoing the immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm and undergoing the immortal tribulation to break through to the immortal realm were two completely different concepts. To break through to the great emperor realm, one should undergo the emperor tribulation. How could it be an immortal tribulation? Of course. If breaking through to the great emperor realm was really an immortal tribulation. This was too heaven-defying. That's right, this senior must have seen wrongly, right? Yes, it's clearly an immortal tribulation. How could it be an immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm? Many cultivators whispered in each other's ears. The old man said, "Immortal tribulation, but that cultivator's tribulation's aura is not right." After hearing the old man's words, many people's hearts suddenly trembled. They were so far away, and there was such a powerful lightning tribulation. Who would dare to release their divine sense to sense the aura of the person undergoing the tribulation? Wouldn't that mean that he was tired of living too comfortably? That kind of behavior. He was simply courting death. However, this old man was able to do all of this without anyone noticing. This was enough to show how terrifying this old man was. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be spouting nonsense. Senior. Are you saying that that person underwent an immortal tribulation and broke through to the great emperor realm? Has such a thing happened before? Someone asked. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Very little." In addition, many historical materials had been lost. The later generations know even less about it. I once saw a section of history in a Daoist scripture. It said that an ancestor of one of the clans did it before, but this was something that happened before the Desolate Era. That Daoist scripture was severely damaged, so it's impossible to determine which clan that ancestor belonged to. However, if we talk about it more closely, I do remember a person. The Red World Fairy of the 9 Provinces Great World. When she broke through to the great emperor realm, the tribulation she underwent was an immortal tribulation. I've heard of this before, but it's definitely just a legend. It shouldn't be true, right? That's right. Undergoing an immortal tribulation to break through to the great emperor realm. It sounds like a story. It's really hard to believe that it's true. One after another, cultivators said. They couldn't believe that undergoing an immortal tribulation and breaking through to the great emperor realm. In fact, anyone who heard of such a thing would have doubts unless they saw it with their own eyes. The old man smiled faintly and didn't continue to explain. This was because he didn't need to explain anything to these people who didn't believe him. Those who knew the Red World very well, they would definitely believe that everything he said was true. Boom 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 boom. While the onlookers outside were still discussing animatedly, all kinds of lightning tribulations continued to descend. Every lightning tribulation was incomparably terrifying. It was getting more and more difficult for Lin Feng to resist. But fortunately, Lin Feng persevered. Once again, he successfully passed through 9,999 lightning tribulations. However, at this time, Lin Feng was about to reach his limit. His magic power was basically depleted. And the origin energy that he had devoured before, the power of the great world, and so on. It was almost depleted. However, the lightning tribulation had yet to disperse. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably ugly. This lightning tribulation was much more terrifying than he had imagined. If there were more lightning tribulations later, this tribulation, it was very likely to end in failure. This is the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation. It contains 149,999 types of lightning tribulations. You have now passed 149,999 types of lightning tribulations. There are only 9 types left before you can successfully pass the tribulation. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Great Immortal Tao Tribulation? What kind of tribulation is this? Lin Feng asked in shock. It's a type of immortal tribulation. The first level is called the Small Immortal Tao Tribulation. It contains 108,000 types of tribulations. The second level is called the Great Immortal Tao Tribulation, which is the tribulation that you are currently undergoing. As for the other more powerful tribulations, you will slowly understand them in the future, the Demon Lord said. Immediately after, The demon lord's voice fell. Then he didn't speak again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. There were only 9 lightning tribulations left. If he could withstand these last 9 lightning tribulations, then he would be able to successfully pass the great immortal Tao tribulation. He would be able to successfully break through to the great Emperor realm. With his own accumulation, once he broke through to the great Emperor realm, his battle strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Of course, the premise of everything was that he could successfully break through. If he failed to break through, only death awaited them. No matter what, he had to persevere. Lin Feng seized the time to recover his injured body. And the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens. It was also brewing. The last 9 lightning tribulations. It was also the last chance to kill Lin Feng. So, these last 9 lightning tribulations. It must be an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who knew this. The Demon Lord was also very clear about this. Therefore, the Demon Lord didn't continue to disturb Lin Feng. He hoped that Lin Feng could recover quickly. However, Lin Feng's exhaustion was too great. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak state. Boom. Chapter 3656. Everyone looked at the powerful thunder tribulation above the 9 heavens. The lightning tribulation had condensed into a dazzling light of tribulation. It was a light of tribulation. It was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The light of tribulation exuded an oppressive aura. Many people felt as if they were suffocating. It was as if they were facing an immortal ruler. In front of the light of tribulation, it was as if they had turned into ants. The light of tribulation. It's the light of tribulation. This person actually attracted the light of tribulation. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow him to live in this world. A middle-aged cultivator shouted in shock when he saw the light of tribulation. His face was filled with horror. What? The lightning tribulation condensed in the sea of lightning is the legendary light of tribulation? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Many cultivators had heard of the light of tribulation before. He knew how terrifying the light of tribulation was. Of course, there were also many who had never heard of the light of tribulation. Therefore, they were confused when they heard about it. They didn't know what the light of tribulation was, but it had shocked so many cultivators. What exactly is the light of tribulation? Someone asked. A cultivator said, the light of tribulation refers to the supreme heavenly Tao. Some people call it the great heavenly Tao. The light of tribulation is a kind of light of tribulation that descends from the heavenly Tao. It's said that the light of tribulation is the most terrifying light of tribulation in all the worlds. It can destroy all living beings. Although this lightning tribulation only condensed a single light of tribulation, it's still terrifying enough. Another cultivator said, a single ray of heavenly tribulation light can kill an Emperor Lord level expert. I wonder if this legend is true. What? A single light of tribulation is so powerful. Isn't that too terrifying? Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise, their faces full of deep shock. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. A single light of tribulation. It could kill an imperial lord. If thousands of light of tribulation were to descend, even an immortal would be killed, right? At this moment, the light of tribulation condensed in the sky and blasted toward Lin Feng. When the light of tribulation enveloped Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. It was a terrible feeling. One had to know. There were still 9 bolts of lightning left. The following lightning tribulation. Each one was more terrifying than the last. Now, this lightning tribulation. It was the weakest of the 9 lightning tribulations. However, now that he was facing the weakest of the 9 lightning tribulations, he could actually feel the aura of death enveloping his entire body. The following lightning tribulation. How could he resist? Of course, now was not the time to think about the lightning tribulation. What he had to consider now was the lightning tribulation in front of him. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. 3 Lin Feng appeared. Next. Lin Feng used the 9 layers domineering magnetic field and the triple spatial shackles. When the 9-layered domineering magnetic field and spatial imprisonment were used, the surrounding void seemed to have solidified. Lin Feng wanted to use these 2 peerless methods to break through the light of tribulation. However, the power of the light of tribulation was too powerful. It actually destroyed Lin Feng's 9-layered domineering magnetic field and triple spatial imprisonment. Then, it destroyed Lin Feng's 2 incarnations. Finally, it headed towards Lin Feng's original body. If only he could activate his magic treasure to deal with the light of tribulation. However, he couldn't use magic treasure to transcend the tribulation. Transcending the tribulation, he could only rely on himself. With magic treasure, or someone to help, it would only backfire. Not only would it not help him, but it would also harm him in the end. So when the light of tribulation blasted over, Lin Feng quickly dodged and then used the 8 divine seals. He wanted to seal the light of tribulation directly, but Lin Feng failed. The light of tribulation quickly slashed over. It was about to split Lin Feng in half. At this moment of life and death, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared from the spot. The light of tribulation brushed past Lin Feng's body. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared behind the celestial Kalpa lights and threw a punch at them. On Lin Feng's fist, it was surrounded by endless demonic light. Those rays of demonic light, it was as if they could destroy the world. Bang! This punch landed on the light of tribulation. The light of tribulation was directly shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng opened his big hand and directly used the great devouring technique, devouring all the Dao source after the light of tribulation shattered. These Dao source could increase Lin Feng's realm. Moreover, it could help Lin Feng recover quickly. The light of tribulation has shattered. Oh my God, isn't this person too terrifying? Even the light of tribulation was broken by him. A light of tribulation can kill an emperor lord, but it can't defeat this person. Could it be that this person can already kill an emperor lord? Is he really just breaking through to the emperor realm? Of course not. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. This person must have broken through to the immortal realm. Many cultivators began to discuss. Some felt that Lin Feng had broken through to the emperor realm, while others felt that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal realm. But no matter which view they held, now that they saw Lin Feng break through the light of tribulation, everyone was shocked. Of course, those who believed that Lin Feng had broken through to the emperor realm were far more shocked than those who thought that Lin Feng had broken through to the immortal realm. This was because breaking through to the great emperor realm and breaking through to the immortal realm were 2 completely different concepts. And at this moment, the sea of lightning was condensing the 8th last lightning tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound shook heaven and earth. Everyone was alarmed. Everyone looked at the sea of lightning above the 9 heavens. They wondered what kind of lightning tribulation could cause such a big commotion. At this moment, many people couldn't help but look at the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens in shock. Amidst the endless sea of thunder and lightning, giant lightning dragons were pulling ancient war chariots as they flew through the sky. On the ancient chariots stood a dense crowd of cultivators. Those cultivators were wearing battle armor and holding immortal treasures. The heavenly soldiers and generals have appeared. Many people exclaimed. This lightning tribulation. 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals had appeared. Lightning dragons pulled chariots. War drums beat. A dense crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals charged over. A terrifying aura filled the air. Many people couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel and bow to the heavenly soldiers and generals. You mortals! How dare you defy the heavens? You've committed treason. You deserve death. A cold voice came from the army. Then, 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals crushed the void. Smoke and dust billowed and turned into a torrent. Toward Lin Feng. Chapter 3657. Cultivators are born to defy the heavens. If the heavens suppress me, I will trample the heavens under my feet. The heavens want me dead. I will poke a hole in the heavens. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His body emitted a terrifying aura that refused to submit to the heavens and the earth. Cultivators were born. They fought against the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng stepped toward the million celestial soldiers and generals. Although he was alone, he was fearless. Kill, Lin Feng roared. Kill. The million celestial soldiers and generals also roared. Then, the surging torrent drowned Lin Feng. Oh my God, he's drowned by the army. Will he die under the attack of the army? Many cultivators could not help but exclaim. Shocked gazes. They looked at Lin Feng, who was fighting with the army. In just a short moment, they could no longer see Lin Feng's figure. The million celestial soldiers and generals were too terrifying. The powerful aura they emitted was simply despairing. No one thought that Lin Feng could survive the attack of the million celestial soldiers and generals. When the surging torrent crushed the sky and left, everyone saw. In the void, a figure covered in blood stood proudly. That figure. His body was already broken. If it were a cultivator of another race, his physical body might have been completely dead. However, that figure was still standing proudly in the world. His aura was so powerful. It was an aura that fought against the heavens and the earth. He's not dead. Many people were shocked and could not believe that the million celestial soldiers and generals just now, who were so powerful, could not kill that person. That person. Wasn't that too terrifying? An old man said. The million celestial soldiers and generals are indeed powerful. If it were any other cultivator, they might have died long ago. But this person is different. Why is he different? Many people were puzzled. Look at the injuries on his body. His physical body is almost completely shattered. No one can withstand such injuries when their physical body has been destroyed to such an extent. So, if it were anyone else, they would have already died. However, this cultivator's physical body is extremely strong. Most importantly, he can quickly recover from his injuries, an old man said. Ordinary cultivators could only see blurry figures in the distance, unable to see the specific situation. They couldn't even see Lin Feng's injuries. They also couldn't see Lin Feng circulating his immortal divine body to quickly recover from his injuries. The only thing they could see was that Lin Feng passed through one lightning tribulation after another. However, not everyone could see this. For example, the old man in front of him had unfathomable strength, and he was able to see all this. However, he couldn't see it clearly. But at least, some scenes could be seen. To be able to recover so quickly, what kind of physique is this? Someone asked. Someone else asked, is there such a constitution among the myriad races? The elder said, the sacred immortal physique, the myriad medicine king physique, and other physiques can do it, but it doesn't seem to be at his level. At this point, the old man couldn't help but frown. This was because he had thought of another type of physique, a physique that was almost legendary. This physique was the legendary immortal divine body. However, the immortal divine body wasn't a physique possessed by the myriad races. This was a physique that only the cultivators of the immortal clan could possess, and the immortal clan wasn't a force of the myriad races. However, the old man didn't voice his suspicions. Maybe the bloodline has returned to its ancestral state. These powerful physiques have unimaginable abilities. If the bloodline has returned to its ancestral state, it would be even more shocking. That's right. It must be so. It must be the bloodline returning to its ancestral state, many cultivators said. They seemed to have a deep obsession with bloodline rent returning. Many things could be attributed to bloodline rent returning. Just as the old man from the myriad races said. The 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals earlier might have been disastrous for others. However, Lin Feng relied on his powerful physical body. With the characteristics of the immortal divine body, he successfully blocked the attacks of the 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Now, the seventh last lightning tribulation could be prepared. Lin Feng tried to circulate his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries. However, this time, Lin Feng's injuries had only recovered a small portion, and he couldn't circulate his immortal divine body anymore. Because circulating the immortal divine body also required a lot of magic power to support it. And now, Lin Feng's magic power was almost exhausted. However, there were still the last 7 lightning tribulations. This was simply too despairing. Even Lin Feng himself couldn't help but feel his hands and feet turn cold at this moment. The strength of the lightning tribulation this time was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. He originally thought that with his powerful accumulation, he could easily pass the Emperor tribulation. Who would have thought that this tribulation might consign him to eternal damnation? The shadow of death shrouded Lin Feng's heart. No matter how optimistic a person was, they would probably feel despair now. The fluctuations in the Sea of Lightning were getting more and more intense. Lin Feng knew. Soon, the 7th last lightning tribulation would descend. When the time came, would it be a dead end for him? At this moment, countless voices suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Great God, pray that I can have a bright future on the path of martial art. Great God, please bless my mother so that she can recover soon. Great God, I hope you can bless my child to grow up healthily. These voices included men's voices, women's voices, old people's voices, and young people's voices. All kinds of voices were intertwined. Those voices were all praying. When he heard those voices, Lin Feng's body suddenly shook. The next moment, a long river condensed from the power of faith tore through the void and quickly flew over. That long river fell from the sky, flew toward Lin Feng, and then poured into Lin Feng's body. The power of faith, those powers, they were all the power of faith. When Lin Feng gained a firm foothold in the great world of exile, he began to build a temple for himself. Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to do their best to help the people in his territory solve their problems. Thus, many people began to believe in Lin Feng. This was the first portion of the power of faith that Lin Feng had obtained. Later on, Lin Feng also built some temples outside the 9 continents. In addition, after Lin Feng expelled the myriad races from the Sky Martial continent. In order to express their gratitude to Lin Feng, the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent expressed their gratitude to him. They all built temples for Lin Feng. And these temples produced a large amount of power of faith. Originally, Lin Feng did not have any special concept of the power of faith. Because he had never been able to absorb the power of faith. Lin Feng had once thought that building a temple was useless. But now, Lin Feng knew how useful it was to build a temple and have countless people believe in him. As the power of faith poured into his body. Chapter 36:58. A powerful mana began to flow within his body. This feeling was too comfortable. Lin Feng didn't want to experience the feeling of weakness he had felt when he had used up all his energy. The power of faith continued to gather, turning into a river of faith that was absorbed by Lin Feng. This was the power of faith. At the most critical moment of Lin Feng's breakthrough to the Great Emperor, it played a role in reversing the outcome of the tribulation. As the saying goes, whatever you plant will bear the fruit. Now, at the critical moment of Lin Feng's tribulation, the power of faith was added to Lin Feng's body. This was the karma that Lin Feng had already planted long ago. If I live forever in the future, I hope that everyone who believes in me will be like a dragon. Suddenly. At this time, Lin Feng made his great idea. At the moment of life and death crisis, those who believed in him added a powerful power of faith to Lin Feng, helped Lin Feng through this difficult situation. He even helped Lin Feng save his life. So, Lin Feng also wanted to give them feedback. Thus, Lin Feng made a great wish. At the same time, when Lin Feng had made his grand wish, Lin Feng's expression changed. Great world of exile. Sky Martial continent. Outside the 9 continents. In the various temples that worshipped Lin Feng's golden body suddenly surged with golden light. Lin Feng's golden body opened its eyes. All the golden body images spoke at the same time. If I live forever in the future, I hope that everyone who believes in me will be like a dragon. Oh my God, the gods have appeared. The gods have clearly appeared. The believers in the temples could not help but exclaim. They hurriedly kowtowed to Lin Feng's golden body image. Those believers were constantly chanting the blessings of the gods, the blessings of the gods. Golden light shone on their bodies. Many believers discovered that their illnesses and injuries had all been swept away. And many cultivators with decent cultivations discovered that their bodies had expelled a large amount of impurities. There were also many who were able to comprehend it instantly. In a short period of time, the news of the miracle spread quickly, and countless people heard about it. They all went to Lin Feng's temple to pay their respects to Lin Feng. More and more believers worshipped Lin Feng, and more faith power condensed. The power of faith could provide Lin Feng with a steady stream of power. Under the support of the majestic power of faith, Lin Feng's body actually swelled up. He wanted to vent as soon as possible. He wanted to unleash the terrifying power within his body. Boom! At this moment, the seventh last lightning tribulation finally appeared. An ancient existence wearing a crown stepped out. That existence's aura was incomparably powerful and terrifying. He had the body of a human, but he had the tail of a crocodile and a horn on his forehead. The divine alligator clan's divine ancestor. Some cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. It was rumored. In the past, before the withered forest had withered away, this place had been a holy land for cultivation with countless resources. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor was a terrifying existence from the immortal ancient era. He had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal here. This story had a long history. It had been passed down until now, and many people still knew about it. But before this, many people really just treated this rumor as a story, and not many people believed it to be true. However, when everyone saw the phantom of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appear in the sky, everyone was shocked by this legend. They became incomparably calm. In the past, when the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor broke through to the immortal realm, the heavenly Tao imprinted the phantom of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. Therefore, the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appeared in front of everyone now. And die. After the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor appeared, he launched a terrifying attack on Lin Feng. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng. He wanted to directly kill Lin Feng with the point of his finger. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. "You're the one who should die." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He directly leaped up and charged toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. The demon ancestor sacred fist was ready and blasted toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. It was just a phantom. Lin Feng believed that he could break it. Bang! The two attacks collided, and they were evenly matched. Ha 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 ha, this feels great. Again, Lin Feng roared and charged toward the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor again. Many people watched this battle with their mouths agape. Facing such a tyrannical existence like the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor, that guy was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked incomparably excited. What kind of freak was that guy? Bang! 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 Lin Feng and the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor fought fiercely. Every time they collided, the earth would shake. The two sides collided for dozens of rounds. Finally, Lin Feng found a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and directly punched the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor. The divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor's body directly shattered. The seventh last lightning tribulation was destroyed by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was endlessly supported by the power of faith. His combat strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak. Therefore, the current Lin Feng. He was about to break through. He was full of confidence. The imprint of the divine crocodile clan's divine ancestor when he became an immortal has been destroyed. The person undergoing the tribulation is really heaven-defying. Yeah, it's really terrifying. If he breaks through, who knows how terrifying it will be. Many people were amazed. The sixth last lightning tribulation. The brewing was successful. The sixth last lightning tribulation was actually a brush. Emperor brush. The demon lord suddenly exclaimed. What? Emperor brush? That's the emperor brush that gathered the power of 9 generations of human emperors to forge. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe his eyes. Emperor brush. That was actually the Emperor brush. It was really shocking. In the history of the New Age, the Emperor sword, the Earth Emperor's book, and the Emperor brush. They were forged by 9 generations of emperors, 9 generations of earthly emperors, and 9 generations of human emperors. There were so many powerful figures. One after another. Painstaking efforts. The power of the treasures that were forged was shocking. One could imagine. The Emperor's sword cut through the thorns and opened up a new world for the human race. The Earth Emperor's book was virtuous and guided the human race to survive in a harsh world. The Emperor brush wrote thousands of chapters and taught the people, allowing the human race to understand filial piety, propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Now, the Emperor brush had appeared. In other words, countless years ago. The Emperor brush might have appeared in this place. Perhaps a Renhuang had come here with the Emperor brush. The human race's treasure, the Emperor brush, has appeared. There was no lack of knowledgeable cultivators among the 10,000 races. After seeing the brush in the sky, they couldn't help but be extremely shocked. One brush to decide life and death. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the Emperor brush. It was like a brilliant heavenly power that couldn't be resisted. The Emperor brush wrote the word death across the void. Bang! In the next moment. Chapter 3659. Oh my God, isn't the Emperor brush too terrifying? Some experts of the myriad races exclaimed. They could vaguely see what Lin Feng was experiencing at this moment. His body seemed to have exploded. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still see the blood mist that spurted out when Lin Feng's body exploded. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed previously. He was so powerful. But he couldn't resist it. The Emperor brush struck. The power of the Emperor brush deeply shocked the hearts of these experts. What's the situation over there? Many cultivators of the myriad races couldn't help but ask. Only those who were above the Emperor realm could vaguely see the scene of Lin Feng's tribulation from such a long distance and through the powerful lightning tribulation. Cultivators below the Emperor realm could only see the shadow in the distant void. Other than that, they couldn't see anything. But how many Emperor realm experts were there? There were only a handful. Therefore, many cultivators didn't know the specific situation over there. A middle-aged cultivator said, "The brush that appeared above the 9 heavens is the legendary supreme treasure of the human tribe, the Emperor brush." Just now, the Emperor brush wrote the word death and half of the cultivator's body exploded. After hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, the surrounding cultivators were shocked beyond words. This was too unbelievable. The Emperor brush was so terrifying. Didn't that mean that the next strike, it was very likely to kill the cultivator who was going through the tribulation? Considering that the cultivator could quickly heal his injured body, he might be able to hold on for a while. However, the final outcome should still be unchangeable. At that time, he would definitely die under the Emperor brush's attack. Emperor brush. What a powerful Emperor brush. It's indeed one of the supreme Dharma treasures of the human race. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He activated the immortal divine body. Next, his injured body recovered as if nothing had happened. Destroy. The Emperor brush wrote another word. Break. Lin Feng roared and rushed toward the Emperor brush. Then, he threw a punch at the Emperor brush. Bang. The two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng was sent flying again. The situation was very bad. His body exploded again. His injuries were even more serious than the last time. The Emperor brush was terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe it. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body, and his injuries healed once again. I have the bloodline of the human race, the future human emperor. Emperor brush, how dare you attack me? Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. His sovereign emperor blood and undying god blood began to circulate. These were the two most powerful bloodlines of the human race. Holy light surged on Lin Feng's left. To the right of Lin Feng, divine light was rolling. All of the ancient ancestors of the sovereign clan appeared within the holy light. Within the divine light, the ancient ancestors of the Undying clan appeared one after another. These were the two largest clans of the human race. Now that the two bloodlines had awakened, they protected Lin Feng together. No one knew if the Emperor Brush had sensed Lin Feng's two human bloodlines. The Emperor Brush stopped attacking Lin Feng. Finally, the Emperor Brush wrote two words in the void. The first word was persevere. The second word was hope. The Emperor Brush seemed to be telling Lin Feng that no matter what difficulties he faced, he had to persevere. Only by persevering could he see hope. I will. Lin Feng stood in the void and said to the Emperor Brush. The Emperor Brush dissipated. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching Lin Feng from afar were completely dumbfounded. Many people thought that Lin Feng would die under the Emperor Brush's attack. Who would have thought that the Emperor Brush would stop attacking Lin Feng? It even seemed to write a few words to Lin Feng. However, they were too far away, and no one knew what those words were. Everyone was very confused. They didn't know why such a strange thing had happened. He has awakened his bloodline. The Emperor Brush sensed the power of his bloodline, so it didn't attack him just now. A venerable emperor expert said. Another venerable emperor expert said, that person is not a cultivator of the myriad tribes. He is a cultivator of the human race. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Before this venerable emperor expert said this, almost everyone thought that the person undergoing the tribulation was a cultivator of the myriad tribes. Why do you say that? A cultivator asked. The Emperor Brush is a sacred item of the human race. It will only stop attacking if it senses the bloodline of the human race. It will not be merciful to other races. The venerable emperor expert said. I see. I just don't know which power this human cultivator belongs to. Is he an expert from the Immortal Gods Alliance? Or is he a foreign cultivator? An expert said with a gloomy expression. The desolate state, where the desolate forest was located, was still the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Therefore, most of the cultivators of the myriad tribes that were attracted this time were cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. A small number of them were cultivators of foreign forces. There was also a small number of people from the Immortal Gods Alliance or the Demon Alliance. However, the number of people from the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance was very small, much smaller than the number of cultivators from the foreign forces. After all, the cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance would not easily enter the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Because once they were discovered by the people of the Sacred War Alliance, they were likely to be besieged. They would not have a good ending. Naturally, no one would put themselves in danger. It did not matter if Lin Feng was a human cultivator of the Immortal Gods Alliance or a foreign cultivator. He was regarded as an enemy by the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance. This person is Lin Feng. At this moment, a piece of news spread out and quickly caused an uproar among the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation. Lin Feng of the 9 states. Who didn't know? Who didn't know? This was because many higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance felt that if Lin Feng had not contacted the various experts in the 9 states to resist the invasion of the myriad tribes, without waiting for the final battle, the 9 states would have already fallen. Even the experts of the 9 states during the final battle were inextricably linked to Lin Feng. Therefore, the myriad tribes of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the core. Some time ago, it was rumored that Lin Feng had come to the 9 states and even appeared in the Forest of Destiny. Originally, many cultivators did not believe it, but now, many people believed this rumor. Is the news reliable? Someone asked. Of course it's reliable. Young Master Nai of the Heavenly Devil clan said it himself. He is Lin Feng's old enemy, and his bastard brother, Gongzi Yu, has a close relationship with Lin Feng. How could young Master Nai mistake Lin Feng? At this moment, someone said. That cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw Gongzi Yu. At this point, no one doubted it anymore. Lin Feng should have broken through to the Great Emperor realm, right? He actually transcended the immortal tribulation and broke through to the Great Emperor realm. This person is so terrifying. If he continues to grow, it will be a huge problem. Chapter 3660. Lin Feng didn't know that his identity had been exposed and that he was being targeted by the cultivators of the myriad races. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It wasn't easy to become a great emperor in the first place. It was normal to be targeted. When the time came, no matter how many came, he would kill them all. As long as he could break through to the great emperor realm, coupled with the ruler's armor and the many supreme treasures on him. Lin Feng was convinced that if he met gods, he would kill gods, if he met ghosts, he would kill ghosts. The fifth last lightning tribulation was brewing. This time around, the thunder calamity was even scarier. There were actually 3 stone golems. The first stone man. It had a human body, an eagle head, and a pair of huge wings. The second stone man looked like an old man. The third stone man was a female stone man. Stone Man Tribulation. This is the legendary tribulation. It is said that this tribulation is one of the last 3 tribulations of the immortal tribulation. Could it be that this guy's tribulation is about to end? Someone said. They couldn't calm down. Because Lin Feng was only breaking through to the great emperor realm, but his tribulation was actually an immortal tribulation. It really made people envious. Those cultivators of the myriad races wanted to become Lin Feng. But they were destined to only have the right to be envious. The experts of the myriad races were all paying attention to Lin Feng's tribulation. They naturally hoped that Lin Feng would fail. If Lin Feng failed the celestial tribulation, then they wouldn't have to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in the void and looked at the 3 stone men. Each stone man was incomparably terrifying. These 3 stone men joined forces. Their cooperation was flawless. This was the terrifying part of the Stone Man tribulation. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Many cultivators failed to pass the Stone Man tribulation because they couldn't break the joint force of the 3 stone men. And once the 3 stone men formed an encirclement. When the time came, the battle prowess of the 3 stone golems would increase by a large margin. Because the 3 stone men could strengthen each other, greatly increasing the battle strength of each other. This was an extremely terrifying ability. However, facing the attack of the 3 stone men, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. He directly used the 1 chi into 3 pure ones. Then, 2 clones were formed. Although the 2 clones couldn't unleash 100% of Lin Feng's battle strength, but it was still relatively easy to unleash 70% to 80% of Lin Feng's battle strength. If the 2 clones' potential was unleashed, they could even unleash more than 90% of their battle strength. It was extremely close to Lin Feng's own battle strength. Lin Feng locked onto a stone man. The other 2 clones flew towards the other 2 stone golems. But Lin Feng's clones didn't fight against the 2 stone men. When Lin Feng's 2 clones arrived next to the 2 stone statues, Lin Feng smiled. The 2 clones' bodies bulged. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions spread in the air. Lin Feng's 2 clones exploded. Instantly. It was a shockwave that could destroy the world. It swept out. The destructive power enveloped the 2 stone golems. The cultivators outside who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief. No one expected that Lin Feng would directly let the 2 clones self-destruct. After the 2 clones self-destructed, the 2 stone men were also destroyed. Only the last stone man was left. Only when the 3 stone men joined forces could they unleash the most powerful battle strength. If it was only 1 stone man, it was far from enough. Lin Feng rushed forward and unleashed his power. He directly destroyed the 3rd stone man. There were only 4 lightning tribulations left. But Lin Feng didn't dare to relax for a moment. Because he was very clear. The last 3 lightning tribulations were the most fatal. The power of the last 3 lightning tribulations was far stronger than the rest. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had failed to pass the tribulation. They died under the attack of the last 3 lightning tribulations. And now Lin Feng. He hadn't started to fight against the last 3 lightning tribulations. I've been waiting for the sky since I was born. Who can defeat the heroes of the world? The 9 immortal swords have accompanied me for life. The swords cut through the heavens and I'll be revered. At this moment, a low voice came from the sea of thunder above the 9 heavens. Then, a white-robed man stepped forward. The man was incomparably handsome and powerful. After he appeared, it was as if he had become the eternal ruler of heaven and earth. The man carried 9 stone swords on his back. Buzz! The 9 stone swords shook the void and all flew out, floating above the man. Di Wudao, when he saw the man. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly burst with endless killing intent. The 4th last lightning tribulation actually showed Di Wudao who had 9 stone swords. Back then, this person had betrayed his father. It was also because of this person. He had caused his family to be destroyed. Lin Feng's hatred for Di Wudao. It was like a torrential river, continuous and unending. The son of a sinner should be killed. Di Wudao looked coldly at Lin Feng. It was as if he was looking at an ant. His face was full of contempt and disdain. It was a feeling that came from the depths of his bones. Out of the 9 stone swords, he had only taken out 1. Perhaps in his opinion, killing Lin Feng. There was no need for the 9 stone swords. Back then, you were just a dog servant by my father's side. What right do you have to show off in front of me? You should call me young master. Lin Feng's face was full of killing intent. He felt as if his blood was about to ignite. He was full of anger, burning fiercely. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if a special power was surging out of his body. It seemed to be a kind of bloodline power. Vaguely, Lin Feng heard the voice of destiny from that bloodline power. That bloodline. It should be the destiny bloodline. His father had a total of 2 bloodlines. The first bloodline originated from the undying bloodline of the undying family. The second bloodline was a bloodline that his father had awakened on his own after being blessed by the heavens. It was the destiny bloodline. It was just that his destiny bloodline had been sealed by his father in the past. Now, the destiny bloodline seemed to be about to awaken. The destiny bloodline power seeped through the seal that Lin Feng's father Lin Feng had added and surged into Lin Feng's body. That great destiny Tao, I bear the hopes of countless people, I bear the expectations of my ancestors, I bear the glory of destiny Tao, please descend the power of destiny, let me punish that lowly existence who dares to blaspheme destiny. When Lin Feng's voice fell, the destiny bloodline in his body surged up to the 9 heavens. Then, a long river of destiny was summoned by the destiny power that surged out of Lin Feng's body. After seeing that long river of destiny, Lin Feng's spirit couldn't help but suddenly tremble. Chapter 3661. Summoning the river of destiny was not an easy task. One had to cultivate the great destiny skill to a higher level to be able to do it. Lin Feng's great destiny skill was only at the beginner level. There was still a big gap to reach the higher level. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to summon the river of destiny. But this time, it was special. The power of destiny that came from his father's destiny bloodline was combined with Lin Feng's great destiny skill. This made Lin Feng, for the first time in his life, he summoned the river of destiny for the first time. After Lin Feng summoned the river of destiny, it swept towards Di Wudao. The stone sword that Di Wudao took out was instantly swallowed by the river of destiny. Then, it was trapped in the river of destiny. Under Lin Feng's control, the river of destiny quickly flew above Di Wudao. It descended from the sky and locked onto Di Wudao, making it impossible for Di Wudao to escape. Di Wudao suddenly frowned. His expression became gloomy. 8 swords moved together, slash. Di Wudao shouted coldly. Buzz! 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 The 8 stone swords flew out at high speed at the same time. Then, they swept towards the river of destiny. The power of the 8 stone swords was so strong that it shook one's heart. They swept across the void gently. Suddenly, the void collapsed. The power was so strong. It really made people turn pale with fright. However, when the 8 stone swords slashed on the river of destiny, they did not cause any damage to the river of destiny. Instead, the river of destiny suddenly rolled. The 8 stone swords were immediately swept into the river of destiny. The 8 stone swords struggled to rush out of the river of destiny, but they did not manage to do so. The river of destiny swept towards Di Wudao. Bang! Di Wudao was sent flying by the attack. Di Wudao, remember, you are in front of me. You will always be a dog slave. When I reach the undying realm, I will definitely kill you. This is what you deserve after betraying my father. Lin Feng looked at Di Wudao indifferently. Immediately after, he continued to control the river of destiny to attack Di Wudao. In the face of the river of fate's attack, Di Wudao wanted to dodge, but he couldn't avoid the river of destiny's attack. Bang! The river of destiny slammed into Di Wudao once more. Di Wudao's body shattered. The fourth last lightning tribulation was resolved by Lin Feng. At the same time that Di Wudao's body shattered. Undying Realm. Heavenly Court. Crown Prince's residence. Di Wudao was the son of the Heavenly Emperor, and this was where he lived. Di Wudao was cultivating in seclusion within a palace. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he suddenly opened his eyes. Mirror of the future, come out, Di Wudao said gloomily. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a mirror appeared. It was the mirror of future. Lin Feng had seen the mirror of future before. This was a mirror that was said to be able to see the future. What's the matter? The mirror of future said calmly. Help me find Lin Baitian's son. Di Wudao said gloomily. Old rules. You should understand. The mirror of future said. Don't worry, after this is done, you will get what you want. Di Wudao said indifferently. Deal. The mirror of future said. Next. The surface of the mirror fluctuated violently. Dense ripples appeared. And those ripples. They were extremely blurry. Finally. An hour later, the surface of the mirror became clear, and an image appeared. An endless sea of lightning. In the void, a young cultivator stood proudly. And that young cultivator was Lin Feng. Soon. Di Wudao walked out of the sea of lightning with a battle sword on his back. Looking at those images, Di Wudao said with a gloomy expression, I didn't expect that I would become Lin Baitian's son's tribulation. Di Wudao was extremely terrifying. He had sensed this earlier, so he summoned the mirror of future. He wanted the mirror of future to show those images. When you betrayed Lin Baitian, you were destined to be completely intertwined with Lin Baitian's or his son's fate. This collision is unavoidable. The mirror of future said. When he heard the word betray, Di Wudao's brows twitched violently a few times. He hated this word very much. If it was someone else who said this in front of him, they would have been dead long ago. However, as for the mirror of future, Di Wudao's patience and tolerance had always been much more than usual. Because, many times, he needed to use the mirror of future for anyone who had value. Di Wudao had always been able to endure. His character had always been like this. Just like when he followed Lin Baitian back then, he was extremely jealous of Lin Baitian. But in order to destroy Lin Baitian, he could pretend as if nothing had happened and hide it very well. There were so many people. No one could see Di Wudao's wild ambition. In the image was the image of Lin Feng summoning the River of Destiny to fight against Di Wudao. Back then, you were just a dog slave by my father's side. What right do you have to show off in front of me? You should call me young master. Lin Feng's cold voice came out from the mirror of future. This little bastard. Di Wudao's real body's eyes burst with endless killing intent. Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him, causing his killing intent to soar to the sky. Image after image flashed past. Di Wudao, who appeared in the lightning tribulation, was defeated. And Lin Feng's voice came out from the mirror of future again. Di Wudao, remember, you are in front of me. You will always be a dog slave. When I reach the undying realm, I will definitely kill you. This is what you deserve after betraying my father back then. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Di Wudao's real body could no longer suppress his anger. Where is he? Di Wudao asked with a gloomy expression. I can't say this. Maybe in 9 states. The mirror of future said. 9 states. Di Wudao's expression became even gloomier. 9 states. It hid some of the biggest secrets of the myriad worlds. And for the celestial race, immortal race, and other races, they could not set foot in 9 states. Because 9 states was the origin of the human race. And the immortal race, celestial race, and other races no longer recognized themselves as humans. The last human emperor of the human race. He also removed the celestial race, immortal race, and other innate human races from the human race. The 9th human emperor of the human race cursed before he died. Any cultivator of the celestial race, immortal race, and other races who went to 9 states would be cursed and turned into an undead spirit, never to be reincarnated. Besides that, the land of death in 9 states was also incomparably terrifying. The creatures in the land of death hated the heavenly realm, the chaotic Shenhuang realm, and the underworld. Therefore, the cultivators of these 3 realms, as well as the other realms under their control, were not allowed to enter 9 states. None of them were allowed to set foot in the 9 prefectures. Otherwise, only death awaited them. And Di Wudao's family was the celestial race. They were a branch of the heavenly realm. Naturally, he did not dare to set foot in 9 states. In the past, Di Wudao had sent experts from the Undying Realm to 9 states to find Lin Batian, but there was no news of them. Di Wudao knew. The rumor was true. The cultivators of the realms under the control of the heavenly realm, the chaotic Shenhuang realm, and the underworld were also not allowed to set foot in 9 states. 9 states was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Although Di Wudao wanted to kill Lin Batian and his son, his people could not enter 9 states, so he could only give up. Moreover, Di Wudao knew that Lin Batian's cultivation was almost crippled and he had a demonic seed planted in him. Therefore, Di Wudao felt that Lin Batian had no chance of turning the tables. As for Lin Feng, he was still in his infancy at that time. Di Wudao did not care about a baby like Lin Feng at all. Chapter 3662. The Mirror of Future said, "That kid's father has already left the 9 states. Unfortunately, we can't find out where he is. However, since his father has been infected by a seed demon, he might have lost himself." Di Wudao said coldly, "Lin Batian is no longer the Lin Batian of the past. If I find him, I'll show him my new ultimate technique. When that happens, I'll trample him under my feet and show him who's the real expert." The Mirror of Future said, "It seems like you still can't let go of Lin Batian. It's not that I can't let go of him, but I like to trample on every enemy and trample on their dignity so that they won't be able to rise again." Di Wudao said coldly. The Mirror of Future asked, "How do you plan to deal with Lin Batian's son? That little bastard is indeed a little unexpected. Isn't he coming to the Undying World? I'll just send someone to kill him." Di Wudao said coldly. As the son of the Celestial Emperor, he had many experts under him. Lin Feng had displayed heaven-defying potential. But so what? Therefore, Di Wudao didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng's strength didn't matter. "Thundercrack, true lord, come here quickly. I have something to tell you," Di Wudao ordered. Soon, a cultivator came to Di Wudao. It was Thundercrack, true lord. "Greetings, Crown Prince." Thundercrack, true lord bowed to Di Wudao. "I order you to lead 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals to search for Lin Feng. If you find him, capture him. I want to teach that little bastard a lesson," Di Wudao said and flicked his finger. A jade tube flew out. It landed in Thundercrack, true lord's hand. The jade tube recorded Lin Feng's introduction. It even had Lin Feng's face imprinted on it. "Yes, Crown Prince. Your Highness, I'll do it right away," Thunderbreak, true monarch, quickly replied after receiving the order. He then bade farewell and left. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of Di Wudao's movements in the Undying World. Lin Feng was currently recovering with all his might. Because there were still 3 lightning tribulations left. The last 3 lightning tribulations were also the most terrifying ones. Even Lin Feng. He was quite worried. Of course. Lin Feng was still very confident in himself. He believed that he could pass the tribulation successfully. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread from afar. A terrifying existence whose entire body was rotten flew over at high speed. Brat. Your death's day. A sinister laughter. Lin Feng's voice. His expression suddenly changed. The third last thunder tribulation was the terrifying human tribulation. The reason why the human tribulation was said to be terrifying. This was because the human tribulation was full of uncertainties. Those who appeared in the human tribulation were usually very powerful. But not every time, it would be so powerful that it would make people despair. At that, cultivators could naturally fight with all their might. At that moment, it would be a disastrous consequence for the person who was going through the tribulation. It would make the person fall into endless despair. But now, Lin Feng's human tribulation was an immortal corpse. Lin Feng even had the heart to cry now. The immortal corpse was too terrifying. Although the current immortal corpse could not be compared to the past, his battle strength was still incomparably heaven-defying. When Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist were chased by the immortal corpse, the two of them used all their skills. They were no match for the immortal corpse. Brat, your talent is really powerful. You can actually attract the major heavenly Tao tribulation. When this immortal broke through to the scattered immortal realm, the tribulation was only a minor heavenly Tao tribulation. The feeling of strangling a genius. Just thinking about it makes this immortal excited. The immortal corpse's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at the immortal corpse with a gloomy expression and said, "Do you still remember the memories of your previous life? Aren't you a zombie or some other evil spirit or undead spirit?" The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly and said, "This immortal sealed a part of my memories in a crystal. Now that this immortal has refined those memories, I naturally remember the past." Lin Feng was shocked. The immortal corpse's methods were really terrifying. This immortal has already told you what you want to know. Now you can go to hell to meet King Yama in peace. The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly. Then, he flew toward Lin Feng. His sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng. Thought blossoms, sovereign descend. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice-cold. He was using one of his trump cards. This divine ability was a supreme divine ability passed down by the Devil Lord. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. Now that it was used by Lin Feng, it suddenly had the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. From Lin Feng's body, the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation from afar couldn't help but be shocked when they felt the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Even though they were so far away, they were still suppressed by the aura emitted by Lin Feng's body to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? That kid is too strong. He might very well succeed in transcending the tribulation. At this time, a cultivator from the myriad races said. He felt that Lin Feng could successfully transcend this tribulation. That's not necessarily true. The first 3 lightning tribulations are indeed powerful, but the last 3 lightning tribulations are the most terrifying. Since ancient times, many people who were about to succeed in transcending the tribulation died under the attack of the last 3 lightning tribulations. This kind of example is not uncommon. Then, a cultivator said. He didn't agree with the previous cultivator's words. At this time, a cultivator said with incomparable certainty, "Just wait and see. This time, Lin Feng will definitely die." The others were puzzled. They didn't understand why this cultivator was so sure that Lin Feng would definitely die. At this time, the cultivator said, "Haven't you heard that an immortal corpse has appeared in our Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Races cemetery? We have indeed heard about it, but we don't know the details. A lot of the information has been sealed off by the various large factions." A cultivator said. Back then, that immortal corpse was released by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist after they dug up an immortal tomb. The immortal corpse that was released back then is the existence that is attacking Lin Feng right now. The cultivator said. What? There's such a thing? Immediately, many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Then, a few people's faces revealed smiles. They couldn't wait for Lin Feng to die under the attack of the lightning tribulation. Now, The one attacking Lin Feng was actually a powerful immortal corpse. In the eyes of many people, this time, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Chapter 3663. While the cultivators in the distance were discussing animatedly Lin Feng and the immortal corpse, they had already collided. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. Lin Feng and the immortal corpse were like two fast-flying planets in the starry sky world, fiercely colliding with each other. This collision, it simply caused a huge impact to one's soul. But Lin Feng's attack was still unable to contend against the immortal corpse's attack. The immortal corpse was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng was directly sent flying by the immortal corpse. His face became as pale as paper. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The gap between him and the immortal corpse was too great. It was not that Lin Feng was not strong enough, but the immortal corpse was too terrifying. Weak. Really too weak. With your little cultivation, killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. The immortal corpse looked at Lin Feng with contempt. This was a contempt that came from his bones. Although he could only unleash a small portion of his battle strength from back then. However, this portion of his battle strength was enough to shock the world. After all, he was an immortal back then. In endless fear, wait for death to descend, the immortal corpse's cold voice came out. Swish. As if he had teleported, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng and then punched towards Lin Feng. Close combat. The opportunity is here. Seeing the immortal corpse come to his side, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The immortal corpse was indeed terrifying. Competing in magic power. The gap between Lin Feng and the immortal corpse was huge. But competing in physical body, Lin Feng was not afraid of the immortal corpse at all. He directly activated the 6 times dragon elephant arm. Then, that unparalleled and invincible punch was blasted towards the immortal corpse. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound suddenly came out. Lin Feng and the immortal corpse. They collided once again. This time, Lin Feng didn't move at all, but the immortal corpse was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? The immortal corpse cried out in disbelief. Am I seeing things? It can't be true. This can't be true. The cultivators watching from afar couldn't believe what they were seeing. Because they were too far away, they could only see 2 blurry figures fighting against each other. These 2 blurry figures were naturally Lin Feng and the immortal corpse. As for how the 2 of them fought, they did not see it clearly. However, no matter how the 2 sides fought, the one who should be crushed should be Lin Feng. But in reality, the immortal corpse was sent flying by Lin Feng. At this moment, a cultivator said, "Rumor has it that this person has an unparalleled fleshly body." The immortal corpse was sent flying. It's very likely that he lost to that kid in a contest of physical strength. Winning against the immortal corpse in a contest of physical strength and winning against the immortal corpse in a contest of magical power were 2 completely different concepts. A battle between cultivators was basically a contest of magical power and magical power. It was very rare for them to have a contest of physical strength. Therefore, they could suppress the opponent with physical strength. But it was not uncommon for them to be instantly killed by the opponent when they were using magical power and magical power. How strong is the immortal corpse's physical body? Even if it's just a contest of physical strength, it's already heaven-defying enough. Let me ask you, in all the realms, how many people can have a stronger physical body than the immortal corpse without entering the immortal realm? What's more, this kid hasn't even broken through to the Great Emperor realm, and his physical body is already so terrifying. What will happen in the future? A cultivator said with a gloomy expression. This kid must die, he must die. Otherwise, he will definitely be a huge threat to our Sacred War Alliance. The eyes of the experts of the Sacred War Alliance flashed with a dense killing intent. Lin Feng didn't have the time to guess what the cultivators were thinking. He just wanted to quickly get rid of the immortal corpse. The immortal corpse was too confident. He thought that by using magical power and magical power, he could suppress Lin Feng to the point that he couldn't fight back. Then he could use his physical body to deal with Lin Feng. He could also crush him. But after the real battle, he found out. How terrifying was Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and arrived in front of the immortal corpse in an instant, then sent a peerless punch at the immortal corpse. Bang! The immortal corpse couldn't dodge in time and was once again sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. But the immortal corpse's body was too tough. Lin Feng's powerful attacks bombarded the celestial corpse, but surprisingly, he couldn't destroy it. Just how strong was the immortal corpse's physical body? One could imagine. But Lin Feng believed that as long as he kept attacking the immortal corpse, the immortal corpse would definitely not be able to withstand his attacks. So Lin Feng quickly attacked the immortal corpse again. He didn't want to give the immortal corpse a chance to breathe. But at this time, the immortal corpse opened its mouth. Then it spat out a ball of corpse chi at Lin Feng. The corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out contained an extremely terrifying poison. It was a dark green corpse chi. After being spat out, the void was corroded. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed an aghast expression. The corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out. It was too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to take the terrifying corpse chi head-on, so he quickly retreated, avoiding the corpse chi that the immortal corpse spat out. The distance between Lin Feng and the immortal corpse increased again. Lin Feng's idea of destroying the immortal corpse's physical body in one go also fell through. The immortal corpse said with a sinister smile, "Kid, your life. This immortal will take it." As his voice fell, a large amount of corpse chi surged out of the immortal corpse's body. Clearly, the immortal corpse was going to use an extremely terrifying magical power. The immortal corpse is going to show its power. I hope he can kill Lin Feng. Seeing the immortal corpse's great power, the cultivators of the myriad races in the distance couldn't help but become excited. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He knew that the immortal corpse was going to use an extremely powerful unique skill. So, what followed would definitely be incomparably dangerous. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might die without a grave. Therefore, Lin Feng began to mobilize the power of his bloodline. When the immortal bloodline awakened for the second time, Lin Feng awakened the power left in his bloodline by his ancestor. And the power left in his bloodline by his ancestor turned into a golden little man that occupied Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng basically didn't use the power of this golden little man. He used it once. It would take a long time for the golden little man to recover to his peak state. So, unless it was a last resort, Lin Feng wouldn't use the power of the golden little man, and using the power of the golden little man would consume a lot of his own body. His mana would be consumed extremely quickly. Only in a life and death crisis could he use the power of the golden little man. The immortal corpse was too powerful. Lin Feng had no choice but to use the power of the golden little man to deal with the immortal corpse. Corpse Devil Kingdom. At this moment, a low voice resounded between heaven and earth. The immortal corpse displayed a powerful magical power. A terrifying kingdom appeared in the endless corpse chi. In that kingdom, corpse devils danced wildly. Chapter 3664. That kid has been swallowed by that country. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that kid is dead for sure. Seeing Lin Feng being swallowed by the corpse devil country, the cultivators of the 10,000 races shouted excitedly. They hoped to see Lin Feng die without a grave. And now, they saw hope. Inside the corpse devil country, corpse chi rolled. An endless number of demon corpses were moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. Anyone who saw so many corpse demons charging at them would feel endless despair. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. Lin Feng's expression did not change. He put his palms together and began to recite Buddhist scriptures. Moha limitless, the great heaven is free, with Buddha in my heart, no evil can invade. As Lin Feng recited the scriptures, suddenly, endless Buddhist light gushed out from Lin Feng's body. Within each ray of Buddhist light, an ancient Buddha appeared. These ancient Buddhas sat cross-legged in the void and recited Buddhist scriptures together with Lin Feng. In the corpse devil country, Buddhist light shone brightly, illuminating the world. when the Buddhist light shone on the corpse devils. Sizzling sounds of burning were immediately heard. The bodies of the corpse devils were directly burned. Soon, the corpses of the corpse devils were burned to ashes. The immortal corpse appeared in the corpse devil country. He looked at Lin Feng with a sneer and said, "Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they are all useless. In here, your battle strength will be greatly weakened, and this immortal's battle strength will be greatly increase. If one side is weakened and the other side is strengthened, no matter how many tricks you have, only death will await you today." As his voice fell, the immortal corpse flew towards Lin Feng. A large number of corpse devils continued to condense and also pounced towards Lin Feng. Although the immortal corpse's battle strength had long fallen, the tricks he grasped still shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that he could not hold back, so he had to go all out. When the immortal corpse attacked, Lin Feng used Buddhism's supreme technique, the Great Karma technique. Loud rumbling sounds resounded throughout the world. A massive karma gate was summoned by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the tiny golden figure in Lin Feng's dantian opened its eyes. The golden dwarf's power instantly surged into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng's mana. He had reached the pinnacle level. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. Since you are already dead, you should fall into hell forever, Lin Feng said coldly as he looked at the immortal corpse. He sat cross-legged in front of the karma gate. Then, he tried his best to communicate with the gate of karma. The karma gate directly flew out under Lin Feng's control. Buddhist divine ability. It was the most effective against immortal corpses. As for the great karma art, it was one of the supreme divine abilities of Buddhism. It was the bane of immortal corpses. Naturally, it was also the most powerful. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? It was because the Red World Fairy had cultivated more than 3,000 great Taos. No matter what kind of divine ability her opponent used, the Red World Fairy could find a way to counter it. In addition, the Red World Fairy had some special reasons. She had already refined many powerful emperor laws a long time ago. That was why the Red World Fairy was invincible. She was almost invincible. In terms of mana and divine ability, Lin Feng knew that he was no match for the immortal corpse. Therefore, this was an almost impossible battle to reverse. In the end, he was killed by the immortal corpse. But Lin Feng had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. Moreover, Lin Feng still had a way to restrain the immortal corpse. Maybe he could turn defeat into victory? When the karma gate flew out, the power of karma shook the void. It swept out. The corpse demons exploded one after another. The karma gate quickly arrived in front of the immortal corpse. Then, it suppressed the immortal corpse. The karma gate condensed by the great karma technique. The immortal corpse's expression couldn't help but sink, but facing the attack of the karma gate, he didn't dodge. Instead, he directly punched the karma gate. Bang! Accompanied by the earth-shaking sound of a violent collision. The immortal corpse and the karma gate directly collided, and a deafening sound was heard. The immortal corpse was actually resisting the karma gate. On the surface of the immortal corpse's body, there was a large amount of corpse chi lingering. The corpse chi. It was trying its best to block the erosion of the power of karma. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. The immortal corpse actually resisted the attack of the karma gate. In the world, the divine ability that restrained the immortal corpse the most. It was actually unable to suppress the immortal corpse. Wasn't the immortal corpse too abnormal? The current immortal corpse might not even have 1,000th of its peak strength, or even 1,000th of its strength. But even so, the immortal corpse still displayed such shocking combat strength. He really didn't know how strong the immortal corpse was when it was alive. Lin Feng wasn't a person who would sit still and wait for death. He quickly charged towards the immortal corpse. He once again used the 1 Chi 3 Pure One's divine ability. 2 clones appeared. Next, Lin Feng used the 9 layers of domineering magnetic field and 3 layers of space shackles to envelop the immortal corpse. after being enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering magnetic field and 3 layers of space shackles. The immortal corpse's combat strength dropped by 30%. As for his speed, it was also suppressed. With a thought, the flowers bloomed, the sovereign descended. Demons worshipping the gods picture. The fall of the 3 realms. Life and death art. Black tortoise hunchback tablet painting. True dragon seal. Demon ancestor sacred fist. Ancestor dragon fist. Death 9 steps. Dominating the world. Dominating the trial. Lin Feng was multitasking, raising his combat strength to the peak. Lin Feng's attack was violent and overbearing. All kinds of powerful attacks gathered together. It instantly drowned the immortal corpse. Then, it fiercely bombarded the immortal corpse. However, what made Lin Feng turn pale was that such a powerful attack. It bombarded the immortal corpse's body. It was all blocked by the immortal talismans emitted by the immortal corpse. Those were immortal Dao talismans, and they were exceptionally terrifying. Lin Feng's divine ability couldn't even break through the immortal corpse's defense. The gap between the 2 sides was too great. They weren't even on the same level. Perhaps even an Emperor Lord level expert wasn't a match for the immortal corpse. Too weak. The immortal corpse laughed sinisterly, and his figure swayed. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Feng, and his sharp claws pierced towards Lin Feng. Fart. The sound of claws piercing through flesh rang out. The immortal corpse's claws pierced through Lin Feng's chest. He felt an intense pain that he had never felt before. It swept through his entire body. That feeling made Lin Feng feel as if his body had become numb. When the immortal corpse caused serious damage to Lin Feng's original body, Lin Feng's 2 clones also disappeared into thin air because they couldn't obtain the support of mana. Pain. Unparalleled pain. A pain that was worse than death. Die. Chapter 3665. Life and death were right in front of him. Lin Feng knew. He only had one last chance to counterattack. Either severely injure the immortal corpse, or die at the hands of the immortal corpse. Lu Ya star-gazing map. Lin Feng attacked with all his might, and his powerful soul force condensed into a Lu Ya star-gazing map. This was Lin Feng's last resort. It was also one of Lin Feng's trump cards. The immortal corpse was originally dead, but it had used some strange method to revive. However, Lin Feng could confirm that the current immortal corpse was still an existence similar to a dead spirit. Although this existence was still very powerful, it was not without any weaknesses. The greatest weakness of the dead spirit was its weak soul. This was because the dead spirit itself did not have a soul. Most dead spirits did not have any consciousness. They only knew how to kill. Why did these dead spirits only know how to kill? The reason was that they did not have a soul. Only a few dead spirits were able to condense a soul again. However, the condensed soul was only a remnant soul. Compared to when he was at his peak, the difference was 100,000 miles. Since the immortal corpse was a dead spirit that was resurrected after death, he naturally matched the characteristics of a dead spirit. The only difference between the immortal corpse and the other dead spirits was that the immortal corpse had refined a portion of his sealed memories. So, the immortal corpse still remembered many of the sacred arts. This was also the reason why the immortal corpse was so powerful. But even so, it could not hide the fact that the immortal corpse's soul was weak. Previously, Lin Feng did not use Lu Ya star-gazing map because Lin Feng was worried that the distance was too far. The immortal corpse was on guard. Lu Ya star-gazing map could not enter the immortal corpse's mind. But now, Lin Feng was about to be killed by the immortal corpse. The immortal corpse was not on guard at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was so close to the immortal corpse. At this moment, it was the best opportunity for Lin Feng to counterattack. Lu Ya star-gazing map quickly flew into the immortal corpse's mind. In the next moment, the immortal corpse let out an incomparably mournful scream. The claw that was originally slapping towards Lin Feng was quickly retracted and changed to slapping his own head. Good chance. A sinister grin appeared on Lin Feng's pale face. He struck out with all his might towards the immortal corpse's neck. Lin Feng's palm swirled with the power of karma. This palm of his. It was like an indestructible and terrifying blade. Puff. A tearing sound suddenly rang out. The terrifying palm directly chopped off the head of the immortal corpse. Bang! The immortal corpse sent Lin Feng flying with a palm strike. Then, he grabbed the head that Lin Feng had beheaded. Little bastard. Just you wait. This time, this immortal was careless and you took advantage of this opportunity. When this immortal recovers, I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. The immortal corpse roared with resentment. Then, he withdrew the corpse devil kingdom and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng did not chase after the immortal corpse. He was doing his best to recover. The immortal corpse was too powerful. Killing him was as easy as flipping one's hand. But in the end, Lin Feng still found a flaw in the immortal corpse. Only then did Lin Feng defeat the immortal corpse. However, there was an even more terrifying lightning tribulation coming up. Oh my god, the head of the immortal corpse was chopped off by Lin Feng. How did he do it? The powerhouses above the emperor level saw the situation in the distance and couldn't help but exclaim. Their faces were full of disbelief. The cultivators below the emperor level couldn't see the situation in the distance clearly. But after they heard the description of the situation by those powerhouses, their expressions suddenly changed. The head of the immortal corpse was chopped off by Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable. Who dared to believe all of this? But all of this was true. It happened right in front of their eyes, even if they didn't want to admit it. However, they had to admit all of this. This kid is not to be eliminated. He will make our Sacred War Alliance unable to sleep and eat in peace. If he dies in the tribulation, then so be it. If he succeeds in passing the tribulation, we will join forces to kill him. The Emperor-level powerhouses of the Sacred War Alliance communicated with each other. They had already decided to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. This battle. It seemed inevitable. Above the ninth heaven, the endless sea of lightning quieted down after the third last lightning tribulation ended. Swish. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the endless sea of lightning and shone down. This is the second last lightning tribulation? Lin Feng was puzzled. Suddenly, in the beam of light that shone down, an ancient world appeared. That world was boundless and boundless. That world was filled with a kind of desolate aura. That world was like a paradise of death. But that world wasn't the underworld. Wasteland. Some powerhouses of the myriad clans cried out in alarm. They recognized the origin of that world. The mysterious wasteland. The terrifying wasteland. Lin Feng's second last lightning tribulation actually condensed the shadow of the wasteland. The shadow of the wasteland descended from the sky and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the 9 layers of domineering aura and the 3 layers of space imprisonment. He used all of them to resist the suppression of the wasteland world. Bang! A loud sound shook the sky. Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura magnetic field and 3 layers of space imprisonment. They were actually shattered by the wasteland world in an instant. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically, wanting to avoid the suppression of the wasteland world. However, the wasteland world. It blotted out the sky. Lin Feng couldn't avoid it at all. Bang! 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 In the distance, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. One by one, the cultivators who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation directly exploded. The pressure emitted from the wasteland world was too terrifying. Even though those who were watching Lin Feng's tribulation were extremely far away from Lin Feng. However, the terrifying pressure from the wasteland world still killed a large number of cultivators. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! Many people roared in shock and quickly retreated in an extremely sorry state. After retreating dozens of miles, the suffocating pressure dissipated. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Many cultivators still had lingering fears. He's dead, Lin Feng is dead. Then, many cultivators of the myriad clans had fierce expressions on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Terrifying pressure. It filled the air. It enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng was locked down by the wasteland world and couldn't escape the suppression of the wasteland world. Crack, crack. Even a body as strong as his was actually starting to crack. His body was like a piece of porcelain. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface. Blood. It flowed out from the dense cracks. For Lin Feng. The current situation. It was extremely bad. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Death Substitution technique, but it had lost its effect at this moment and couldn't get rid of the wasteland world at all. Lin Feng tried to use the Great Fate technique. The wasteland world technique sensed something. It directly imprisoned Lin Feng's magic power. The penultimate lightning tribulation was simply despairing. Rumble. Rumble. The wasteland world crushed the void and quickly suppressed Lin Feng. Chapter 3666. The situation. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was facing a life and death situation. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng is definitely going to die. He's finally going to die. He's finally going to die. This is great. Lin Feng's death is equivalent to getting rid of a big problem for our Sacred War Alliance. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance were all excited. In their view, Lin Feng was bound to die this time. And now, Lin Feng was indeed in huge trouble. The attack from the wasteland world could be described as devastating. Facing the wasteland world, Lin Feng really had no power to resist. A feeling of despair enveloped his whole body. Lin Feng felt that death was so close. Just as the wasteland world was about to suppress Lin Feng. At this time, an illusory figure appeared behind Lin Feng. Immeasurable deity. The illusory figure held a horsetail whisk. He chanted a Daoist name. Suddenly, endless holy light surged out from the illusory figure. Lin Feng turned his head and found that it was a Daoist priest. His figure was very blurry, but as he stood between heaven and earth, his slightly plump body appeared very imposing and extraordinary. This guy, Lin Feng looked at the Daoist priest in surprise. He was very surprised. He didn't understand why the illusory figure of a Daoist priest appeared. And why did this Daoist priest look a little familiar? The main thing was that Lin Feng couldn't see the Daoist priest's appearance clearly. Because the Daoist priest's appearance was covered by an invisible force. Lin Feng could only see his silhouette, which was blurry. This Daoist priest's body looked very similar to the immeasurable Daoist's body. The holy light surged out of the Daoist priest's body and rushed to the 9 heavens, illuminating the world. The wasteland world that was originally suppressing Lin Feng stopped in mid-air at this moment. And the wasteland world was trembling violently. Crack, crack. The wasteland world began to crack. Just like an ant. He had seen the Almighty Sovereign. Lin Feng looked at what was happening in front of him in shock. Who was this Daoist? Only an illusory figure appeared. The wasteland world was already unable to bear it and was about to collapse. This was simply too inconceivable. Anyone who saw the situation in front of them would be shocked. They would find it hard to believe. Everything in the world has a cause and effect. Suddenly, the Daoist priest spoke. Crack, crack. As soon as the Daoist priest finished speaking, the wasteland world could no longer hold on. The wasteland world directly collapsed. At the same time, the Daoist's shadow started to become more and more illusory. It seemed like the Daoist was about to dissipate. Lin Feng still didn't know who this Daoist was. Saying that he was the immeasurable Daoist. Their physiques were indeed similar. However, the immeasurable Daoist's strength seemed to be inferior to his. This guy could shatter the wasteland world. Wasn't this a joke? Furthermore, it was obvious that this Daoist's shadow was not created with the help of outsiders. Instead, it manifested itself when he was in danger. This was what Lin Feng was most puzzled about. The Daoist priest said, "Everything in the world has a cause and effect." Of course, this sentence was easy to understand. However, there seemed to be another profound meaning behind it. Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there was some karma between him and this Daoist priest? Therefore, this Daoist priest. He had exerted some kind of power on his body, and this power appeared at the critical moment and repelled the wasteland world. However, the key point was, Lin Feng didn't remember knowing such a Daoist master. In fact, he had seen very few Taoists. Other than being more familiar with the immeasurable Daoist, he basically didn't have much interaction with other Taoists. Lin Feng couldn't figure out these reasons in his heart. At this moment, the Daoist priest's shadow completely dissipated. What's going on? The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were all dumbfounded. They originally thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. This kid is too lucky. I wonder if the next Thunder Tribulation will be able to destroy him. I'm not surprised that the Thunder Tribulation can't destroy him. In fact, I hope that he can survive. This kid's luck is monstrous. If we kill him, we can obtain his luck. Moreover, we can obtain his magical powers, magic treasures, and other treasures. If this kid is destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain these things. Yes, I think so too. Some venerable sovereigns were whispering to each other. Of course, only a small number of venerable sovereigns had this idea. Most of the venerable sovereigns still hoped that Lin Feng would be destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation, because they felt that Lin Feng's means were too powerful. If the Thunder Tribulation couldn't destroy Lin Feng, then, would they be able to kill Lin Feng if they besieged Lin Feng? Although this group of people was full of confidence. However, there was no guarantee that Lin Feng had some special means to break out of the encirclement. If Lin Feng escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, most of the venerable sovereigns hoped that Lin Feng would be destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation directly, saving them the trouble of attacking. Lin Feng stood in the void. He was waiting for the last Thunder Tribulation. Keik. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard gloomy laughter coming from afar. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound, but found nothing. However, that gloomy and cold aura was quickly approaching him. In the distance, a cultivator suddenly turned into human skin. Oh my god, human skin, he was talking to me just now, and now he's turned into human skin. A cultivator next to the human skin cried out in horror. Many people's gazes were attracted. When they saw the human skin, their expressions changed. The next moment, that cultivator also turned into human skin. What's going on? Many people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Two cultivators silently turned into human skin one after another. This was too terrifying. And the most important thing was that this happened in front of everyone, but they didn't even know how the other party turned into human skin. Many cultivators quickly retreated, not daring to get close to that area. Meanwhile, in another region, the flowers and trees were quickly withering, as if the power of death was stripping away the lives of all living things. And the dozens of cultivators in that area were aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. Those cultivators screamed in horror. They didn't even know what was happening, but their lifespan was almost completely stripped away. They didn't even have the ability to struggle. Because, in the next moment after they shouted no. Chapter 3667. Look over there, what's going on? Flowers, plants, and trees are withering. Cultivators are dying of old age and turning into skeletons. The Grim Reaper is here. It must be the Grim Reaper. The surrounding cultivators were about to go crazy from the torture. First, some people turned into human skin. Then, many people turned into skeletons. This world seemed to be filled with invisible and unknown existences. Those existences were too powerful and terrifying. At this moment, in another area, a chilly wind swept through the world. Then, blood rain fell from the sky. In the rain of blood, the cultivators seemed to have gone crazy, crazily hurting their own bodies. Some people dug out their eyeballs. Some people threw their chests open. Then, they dug out their hearts. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but show a horrified expression. What the hell happened? No one knew. Why did so many terrifying things happen in this world? The cultivators let out cries of agony. Inside their bodies, They actually grew red hair. It was as if they had been subjected to some terrifying curse. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to stay in that area at all. They were all retreating quickly. A few thousand meters away, another terrifying thing happened. A chilly wind swept through the world. In the sound of the wind, the sound of countless ghosts crying could be vaguely heard. Then, many cultivators' eyes turned blood-red. Those cultivators emitted a cold and terrifying aura of death, just like the aura of the underworld. Those terrifying existences seemed to have transformed into terrifying yin spirits. They didn't seem to be living people. They seemed to be yin spirits that walked out of the undead world. Rumble. Outer space. An ancient ship crushed through the void as it flew over. Wherever it passed, the void would crumble. A large number of cultivators died tragically with the collapsed void. That ancient ship, who knew where it came from, was so terrifying. The ship of curse. Lin Feng stood in the void and saw the ship of curse flying over from afar. He also saw the human skin. It was as if the cultivators had turned into yin spirits. Monsters covered in red hair. And those cultivators who were instantly stripped of all their lifespan and turned into skeletons. All the scenes. Lin Feng saw everything. Lin Feng finally knew what his final lightning tribulation was. It was actually a curse. The human skin curse. The curse of the celestial master Taoist. Death curse. The boat of curses cursed. As well as the curse of turning into a red-furred monster. 5 types of curses appeared at once. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the 5th curse. Originally, these 5 curses had formed a kind of balance with each other. For a very long time. These 5 curses never appeared again. But now, these were the 5 curses. However, they appeared at the same time. Any kind of curse was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, 5 curses had appeared at the same time. Lin Feng knew that the situation was troublesome. With 5 types of curses appearing at the same time, how was he supposed to defend himself? Lin Feng was it was unimaginable. It was a way to resist the 5 curses. Little bastard. Let's see how you die. Master Martin stood on the boat of curses and looked at Lin Feng with resentment. In the past, he had schemed against Lin Feng, but in the end, he died tragically. As a result, he became a cursed undead on the boat of curses. Master Martin's heart was completely twisted. Towards Lin Feng. It was filled with endless hatred. Master Martin wanted to kill Lin Feng more or less. He wished he could cut Lin Feng into pieces. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. He had suggested several times to let the captain of the boat of curses deal with Lin Feng. However, the captain of the boat of curses was afraid, so he had not attacked Lin Feng. This made Master Martin extremely depressed. However, Master Martin had already become an undead on the boat of curses, so he naturally did not dare to disobey the captain's orders. Therefore, Master Martin had been waiting. Now, Master Martin finally had this opportunity. Lin Feng looked at Master Martin with a gloomy expression. He did not take Master Martin seriously. Although this guy had lived for a long time. But cultivation. It was too weak. It could not withstand a single blow. The one who really made him feel afraid was the captain of the boat of curses. Back then, the mysterious woman in black put the Chu-Shi ancient coin on him. Therefore, even the curse of the Chu-Shi ancient coin was transferred to him. That damn woman finally got rid of the curse. Since then, she had never appeared again. Back then, he was chased by the captain of the boat of curses several times. It was extremely difficult to avoid the pursuit of the captain of the boat of curses every time. Now, it was definitely impossible to avoid the pursuit of the captain of the boat of curses. The curse of the boat of curses was terrifying. The other curses were also extremely terrifying. Whether it was the curse of the human skin, the curse of the celestial master Taoist, the curse of death, or the curse of turning into a red-haired monster. Which one? Wouldn't it make people tremble in fear? The 5 curses came. Lin Feng felt that his body was enveloped by the powerful curse power. The 5 curses were afraid of each other before. Therefore, the 5 curses did not make a move. But now, Perhaps the 5 curses felt that once Lin Feng broke through, it would be much more difficult to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, the 5 curses would appear at the same time. Kill Lin Feng. The aura of death enveloped his entire body, making Lin Feng almost despair. But Lin Feng was unwilling to die like this. He crazily operated the immortal divine body and the sovereign emperor body. He hoped that a miracle would happen. Under Lin Feng's crazy operation, suddenly, a violent fluctuation was transmitted from Lin Feng's body. In Lin Feng's blood, runes actually appeared. Those runes seemed to be sealing runes. Bloodline sealing runes. They had never appeared before. This was the first time. Now, a powerful force was attacking those runes. Runes of fate. Lin Feng was shocked. It must be the runes of fate. Previously, Lin Feng's fate bloodline had once emitted a powerful power of fate to help Lin Feng summon the river of fate. However, Lin Feng's fate bloodline was not able to break Lin Baitian's seal. Back then, Lin Baitian used the runes of fate to seal Lin Feng's fate bloodline. Because the runes of fate and fate bloodline came from the same source, Lin Feng's fate bloodline had never resisted the seal of the runes of fate. Until Lin Feng became stronger and stronger, the fate bloodline was finally unwilling to continue being sealed. Therefore, the fate bloodline began to resist. And at this moment, the runes of fate was under the full impact of Lin Feng's fate bloodline. It finally began to crack. Cracking sounds could be heard. Chapter 3668. After sensing the specific situation of the destiny bloodline, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. There was always a way out. When despair came, don't give up. Fight back with all your might and you might be able to create a miracle. Just like Lin Feng now. He saw hope. The power of the sovereign bloodline and immortal bloodline bombarded the destiny runes in the bloodline. The destiny bloodline attacked the destiny runes inside. The power of the sovereign bloodline and immortal bloodline attacked the destiny runes outside. Under the impact of the 3 powers, the destiny runes finally couldn't withstand it. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of explosions, the destiny runes exploded one after another. Those destiny runes were all destroyed. And Lin Feng's destiny bloodline. It finally woke up. Destiny bloodline. In the entire era, there were only 2 people who had it. Other than Lin Feng, it was Lin Feng's father, Lin Baitian. It was rumored that the destiny bloodline was a bloodline that could only be born from those who inherited the fate of heaven and earth. Those who had the destiny bloodline were destined to become the hope of an era. They would become the true leader of this era. Lin Baitian did have such a sign in the past. At a young age, he dominated the world and was almost invincible. If he hadn't been plotted against, he wouldn't have ended up like before. Now, Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had finally awakened. Lin Feng fully activated his destiny bloodline. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have sensed the location of his father, Lin Baitian. It was an endless desert world. Wind and sand filled the sky. In the desert world, there were originally many trees that were taller than mountains. But now, those towering trees had all withered and died. A black sandstorm swept across the world. A man with disheveled hair was walking alone in the black desert. When the storm blew over, it didn't affect the man at all. He was just like that. Step by step. Step by step. Alone. Walking in the boundless black desert, there seemed to be no end to it. Father, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Where was that black desert? How was his father now? Everything. It was like a mystery. It was full of mystery. Perhaps it was because of the blood connection between father and son. As Lin Feng's destiny bloodline broke the seal and awakened bit by bit, Lin Baitian lifted his head and looked into the sky. Boundless holy light surged out from Lin Feng's body. The dazzling holy light dyed heaven and earth in a dazzling color. Whoosh! Lin Feng's destiny bloodline radiated the power of destiny. As for the power of destiny, it was as if it was connected to a powerful force of destiny in a certain space-time. Blood-red light surged out. Amidst the bloody light, a blurry shadow appeared. He was tall and had shoulder-length black hair. He stood between heaven and earth. At this moment, It was as if he had become the only ruler between heaven and earth. This man. He was too powerful. It was too terrifying. In front of him, everyone was like an ant or a dog. Father. Lin Feng's voice trembled. Lin Beitian looked at Lin Feng. His gaze was earnest. Between father and son. Their eyes met. Lin Feng saw the encouragement from his father. He was alive. There had to be hope. If he gave up hope, perhaps he was close to death. He was not far away. Something is wrong. Let's go. The captain of the boat of curse screamed in horror when he saw Lin Beitian. Without thinking, he immediately ordered the boat of curse to change its course. The boat of curse. It had already given birth to its own boat spirit. So when he heard the order from the boat of curse, without thinking, he immediately changed his course and flew into the distance. Sir, don't go. We are about to kill that little bastard. We can't fail. Grandpa Martin roared loudly. Grandpa Martin only wanted to kill Lin Feng. He didn't want to do anything else. His dream was about to come true. However, in the blink of an eye, his dream was shattered again. This contrast almost drove Grandpa Martin crazy. Get lost. The captain of the boat of curse looked at Grandpa Martin coldly and then slapped Grandpa Martin away. Previously, he could use Grandpa Martin, so he treated Grandpa Martin as a distinguished guest. But now he didn't need Grandpa Martin at all. Naturally, he didn't want to hear Grandpa Martin talking nonsense. Grandpa Martin was angry. However, he was only a dead spirit of the boat of curse. He couldn't even compare to the other people on the boat of curse. Grandpa Martin naturally didn't dare to say anything. After the boat of curse escaped, then, the human skin curse, the death curse, the celestial master Taoist curse, and the curse that turned people into red-haired monsters. They also left quickly. Lin Beitian. It really scared them. Hold on. Never give up. Evil can't defeat justice. Lin Beitian looked at Lin Feng and said, I will. I will. Lin Feng nodded heavily. He had 1,000 words to say to his father. However, Lin Feng knew. He didn't have much time. Now. He could only ask the most important thing. Father. Where are you now? Lin Feng asked. He looked at Lin Beitian with an urgent gaze. He wanted to know where his father was. He wanted to find his father. Then, he would help his father resolve the demonic seed technique. Together with his father, he would go and rescue his mother. Cultivate well. Live well. Lin Beitian didn't answer Lin Feng. His figure became more and more illusory, until it disappeared. Boom. Endless energy poured down from the sea of thunder in the 9th heaven. All of it surged into Lin Feng's body. In Lin Feng's dantian. He was condensing an emperor law. An emperor law was condensing and forming. The first heaven of the emperor realm would condense an emperor law. Usually, an emperor law was about as thick as a chopstick. However, the emperor law that Lin Feng condensed was as thick as a tree that needed 5 or 6 people to wrap around. His emperor laws were simply too thick and overbearing. It was simply unbelievable. After the first emperor law was successfully condensed, it was followed by the second, third, and fourth emperor law. The densely packed emperor law continued to condense in his body. Lin Feng's cultivation didn't stop after breaking through to the emperor realm. Instead, it continued to break through. First heaven of the emperor god realm. Second heaven of the emperor god realm. Third heaven of the emperor god realm. Fourth heaven of the emperor god realm. Fifth heaven of the emperor god realm. Sixth heaven of the emperor god realm. Seventh heaven of the emperor god realm. Lin Feng's realm. He broke through to the 7th heaven of the emperor god realm before stopping. The magic power in Lin Feng's body flowed quickly like a surging river. Brat, it's time for you to die. Right at this moment. More than 10 Emperor Realm experts soared into the sky and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Chapter 3669. Seeing the dozen or so Emperor Realm great emperors surrounding him, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With this breakthrough, his battle prowess had increased by many times. Now, even if he didn't use the ruler's armor, It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill an emperor-level master. The great emperors are going to surround and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng just broke through and consumed a lot of energy. Now is the best time to kill him. If we don't kill him now, it will be even more difficult to kill him in the future. More than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters will definitely be able to kill him. When the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance saw more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters besieging Lin Feng, their faces suddenly revealed a sinister smile. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. The Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and some other foreign forces also stood in the distance to watch the show. Naturally, they wouldn't participate in this dispute. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters and sneered. "Ignorant fools, I'll give you a chance to live now. All of you kneel on the ground and swear to be my slaves, then I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you all today." After Lin Feng said this, the world fell silent. Everybody was stupefied and staring at Lin Feng. Many people even thought that they had misheard. Lin Feng, a cultivator who just broke through to the Emperor Realm. He actually dared to make more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters kneel on the ground and swear to be his slaves. Did this guy know what he was saying? At this moment, many people thought that Lin Feng was crazy, otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Otherwise, how could he say what he just said? Saying what he said. He was simply courting death. However, when everyone looked at Lin Feng, they found that Lin Feng was still arrogant. How was he crazy? He was doing it on purpose. Courting death. Courting death. This brat was simply courting death. Just wait and see. The great emperors will not let this brat die so easily. They will definitely think of ways to torture him. That's right. This brat's words completely belittled the great emperors. How could the great emperors let this brat off? This brat is definitely going to be miserable. He definitely won't have a good ending. Many cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't help but discuss. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the eyes of the dozen or so Emperor Masters flashed with murderous intent. A junior. He actually dared to humiliate them like this. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Brat, I've seen arrogant people before, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare you act so arrogantly when you've just broken through to Emperor Realm? Who gave you the guts? An Emperor Master looked coldly at Lin Feng. I can't let this little bastard die too easily. I'm going to slice off his flesh piece by piece. Another Emperor Master said with a hideous smile. The killing intent of the dozen or so Emperor Masters towards Lin Feng was getting stronger and stronger. Attack! The third Emperor Master said. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the bodies of these Emperor Masters. These venerable sovereigns attacked together. They launched an attack on Lin Feng. These people were very cautious. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng with the least cost. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen Emperor Masters, Lin Feng's face was indifferent. He directly used one chi into 3 pure ones. 2 clones appeared. At the same time, powerful divine abilities were displayed one after another. 9 layers of domineering aura. 3 layers of space imprisonment. Flowers bloom with a thought, sovereign descends. Demons worshipping God painting. Fall of the 3 realms. Life and death art. Black tortoise hunchback tablet painting. True dragon seal. Demon ancestor sacred fist. Ancestor dragon fist. 9 steps of death. Dominating the world. Dominating the judgment. Lin Feng was multitasking, and all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed at the peak of their power. Lin Feng had used the ability of multitasking when dealing with the immortal corpse. However, dealing with immortal corpses and now were 2 completely different concepts. When dealing with the immortal corpse, Lin Feng was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. And now, he was at the 7th level of the Emperor God realm. Other than that, Lin Feng's body. He had successfully broken through to the Emperor God realm. His soul had also reached the Emperor God realm. The current Lin Feng. He was no longer the same as before. The divine ability attack by multitasking. Its power had long been multiplied by countless times. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent collisions was heard. Lin Feng collided with more than a dozen great emperors. Then, everyone saw the shocking scene. More than a dozen great emperors surrounded Lin Feng. Shouldn't this be a crushing move, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, to be able to get rid of Lin Feng? But the reality was not so. Lin Feng was safe and sound. Instead, more than a dozen great emperors were sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? Many cultivators cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. A young cultivator who had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. One person. He repelled more than a dozen Emperor realm experts. This was too inconceivable. It sounded like. It was like a story that would only be recorded in myths and legends. However, all of this was real. After repelling more than a dozen great emperors, Lin Feng's body directly leaped up. In mid-air, his body turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram. That yin-yang Dao diagram instantly arrived in front of a great emperor. Then, it charged towards that great emperor. The great emperor who was locked onto by Lin Feng suddenly had a change of expression. He felt danger. However, after all, he was an Emperor realm expert. So his reaction was still extremely fast. This Emperor realm expert waved his hand. Suddenly, a Milky Way world appeared in front of him. That Milky Way world. It seemed to be very close. But in reality, it was as if it was billions of miles away. This Emperor realm expert wanted to use the near Milky Way world magic to resolve Lin Feng's attack. However, this Emperor realm expert was unable to do it. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. Especially after he became an emperor. The power of this yin-yang Dao diagram had greatly increased. Puff! When the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng slashed on that Milky Way world. That Milky Way world was torn apart by the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng. The yin-yang Dao diagram immediately arrived in front of that Emperor realm expert. My life is over. That Emperor realm expert cried out in horror. Puff! In the next moment, a tearing sound was heard. Chapter 3670. A venerable emperor was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Between heaven and earth. Everything was silent. He was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the Emperor realm. He actually killed a venerable emperor. Wasn't it too incredible? Was this a fantasy? Was this a myth? Was this a dream? No. All of this was real. Many people felt that they had seen something incredible in their lifetime. But it didn't seem to be as much as today. He really deserves to die. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the bone. Such a person. But the enemy of the Sacred War Alliance couldn't be allowed to live. Or else. Who knew what kind of trouble would happen in the future? But such a great battle wasn't something that anyone could participate in. The cultivators below the Venerable Emperor level could only pray for the Venerable Emperor level cultivators to show some strength. And then kill Lin Feng. Other than that. Indeed, they couldn't do much. The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the foreign forces were also stunned. Shocking. It was really too shocking. The battle strength that Lin Feng showed didn't seem like the battle strength that an Emperor God level cultivator should have. He fought against more than a dozen venerable emperors alone and killed one of them in an instant. How did this guy do it? Did he cultivate in his mother's womb? Could he be so powerful? The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance were very happy to see the battle between the two sides. They even prayed. Lin Feng could directly kill the venerable emperor-level cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. In this way, it would greatly weaken the power of the Sacred War Alliance. Because even in the Sacred War Alliance, the venerable emperor-level cultivators, there were very few of them. The venerable emperor-level cultivators were all high-level people of the Sacred War Alliance. One less to kill. You actually have such battle strength. The rest of the venerable emperor-level cultivators looked extremely gloomy. The battle strength that Lin Feng showed was really too strong. and they could clearly feel that their strength was suppressed by Lin Feng. Furthermore, their movements had become extremely difficult. In the void. It was still the original void. However, there seemed to be an additional power that could confine space. It was precisely this kind of spatial confinement power. This greatly reduced their speed. Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram returned to its original form. His expression was indifferent as he attacked for the second time. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the group of Emperor Realm Masters. Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. An Emperor Realm Master shouted in a deep voice. The rest of the venerable sovereigns also began to frantically circulate their magic power. Then, he used a powerful divine ability to attack Lin Feng. The divine abilities of these people gathered together to form a long river of divine abilities. The fluctuations from the winding river were simply too powerful. Everyone turned pale with fright. As expected of the combined attack of more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters. When their attacks were spread out, perhaps it wouldn't reach the level of heaven-defying. When their divine abilities converged together. That was truly too powerful. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance who were watching from afar couldn't help but become excited. Such a powerful winding river. This should be able to kill Lin Feng, right? Even if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, at the very least, they could severely injure Lin Feng. The ideal was beautiful. The reality was cruel. When the opponent's attack was about to hit him, Lin Feng attacked. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Then, he threw a punch. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was thrown out, the 3,000 divine ability arrays in Lin Feng's Dantian, all of them were operating. In addition to the divine ability arrays formed by these great divine abilities. The rest of the divine ability arrays formed by various divine abilities were also operating. All the divine abilities were increasing the power of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's body emitted an invincible supreme aura. Between heaven and earth. All the worlds in the universe. Endless time and space. Lin Feng was the absolute supreme. Who dared to disobey? Bang! When Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist landed on the divine ability winding river made by more than a dozen Emperor-level experts, a thunderous sound was heard. Tyrannical energy. Like a flash flood, it was recklessly unleashed. Surging. Shattering the void. Collapsing the sky. The divine ability winding river, which was like a giant dragon and contained endless violent power, was broken by Lin Feng's punch just like that. Oh my God! At this moment, everyone was exclaiming in surprise. Are you sure you're not daydreaming? Come, give me a punch and try. Someone said to his companions that he was right. Bang! His companion threw a punch over without hesitation. And it hit the other party's nose. The hit rate was really high. The nose was broken. Blood flowed out. Damn it. You're so ruthless. Did you do it on purpose? I'll kill you. The cultivator who was beaten was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage and directly pounced forward. There were more than one cases of friends being killed with one punch. Impossible. More than a dozen Emperor-level experts couldn't accept it and roared. They had been famous for a long time. Their realms were profound. Unexpectedly, losing to a young cultivator like Lin Feng was a huge blow to their morale. No matter how strong their psychological endurance was, they couldn't bear such a blow. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He quickly rushed to the second Emperor-level expert and arrived in front of him in an instant. Then, he performed the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. I'll fight you to the death. The second Emperor-level expert roared. His face was ferocious, and he wanted to fight back before he died. Bang! The two sides collided. The Emperor-level expert's body directly exploded. He was no match for Lin Feng at all. He was directly killed by Lin Feng. Strong. Too strong. The remaining Emperor-level experts were scared out of their wits. Run. There was only one thought left in everyone's mind. In their opinion, Lin Feng was like a devil. It was really too scary. Their hearts trembled. They didn't dare to continue to fight with Lin Feng. That was because it was a dead end. They didn't want to die. So, they chose to run away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. More than a dozen Emperor-level experts were scared into fleeing by a young cultivator who had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm. It was really embarrassing. Who knew how many people would criticize them in the future? However, it was better than dying, right? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly chased after them. Puff, puff, puff. A tearing sound was heard. One Emperor-level expert after another was killed by Lin Feng. However, it was a pity that Lin Feng couldn't kill all the Emperor-level experts. After all, these Emperor-level experts fled in different directions. It was really difficult for Lin Feng to kill them all by himself. In the end, 4 or 5 of them escaped. The rest of the Emperor-level experts were all killed by Lin Feng. That's too cruel. Is he really a cultivator who had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm? He's just like the Grim Reaper from hell. Every cultivator had a look of disbelief on their faces. Lin Feng's combat strength deeply shocked everyone's heart. Lin Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. After feeling Lin Feng's gaze, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Lin Feng. This was a kind of mental oppression. In front of Lin Feng, they felt like ants. Chapter 3671. After Lin Feng left, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion. He needed to consolidate his realm. And he had just obtained some emperor origin. It was just right to refine it. To increase his cultivation. Lin Feng did not leave the withered forest. He directly found a cave in the withered forest. Then, he sealed the cave. Then, Lin Feng entered the time and space. Time passed. In the time and space. 5 years. It was fleeting. And in the outside world. A year had passed. This time, he went into seclusion. It showed that he had completely consolidated his cultivation. At the same time, this time, he went into seclusion. After Lin Feng refined the Emperor law, his cultivation increased to the 8th heaven of the Emperor God realm. His accumulation was really too powerful. So, it was really too difficult to increase one level now. The results of this seclusion. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. Lin Feng planned to go directly to the Undying Realm after coming out of seclusion. Now that his cultivation had increased, Lin Feng wanted to enter the Undying Realm. He was already looking forward to it. He needed to enter the Undying Realm to explore the place where his mother was suppressed. He also needed to go to the Undying Realm to find the Lin clansmen. Coming out of the cave, Lin Feng flew into the distance. Suddenly, an immortal crane flew over and circled above. The immortal crane let out a cry from time to time. Lin Feng was surprised. The immortal crane seemed to have come for him. Lin Feng stopped. The immortal crane swooped down. Only then did Lin Feng see that there was a jade tube tied to the immortal crane's neck. Lin Feng took off the jade tube. The immortal crane's body immediately turned into a paper crane and then spontaneously combusted. The female giant god had used this method of communication a few times in the past. But later, the female giant god never sent another message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was once very worried about the safety of the female giant god. Lin Feng guessed. The jade tube should have been sent by the giant goddess as well. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the jade tube. Immediately, light flickered. Lin Feng's divine will saw a person. The Empress. It was actually the Empress. It wasn't the female giant goddess. Lin Feng hadn't seen the Empress for a long time. Ever since the Empress left. Lin Feng even lost contact with the Empress. The Empress. He had not made any contact with Lin Feng either. Some time ago, she saw the Empress's clansman, Granny Ghost. Lin Feng told Granny Ghost about the Empress. Presumably, Granny Ghost had gone to look for the Empress. However, did he manage to find the Empress? I have already entered the Undying Realm. Before I entered the Undying Realm, I saw the Undying Realm's army sealing off several entrances to the Undying Realm. Moreover, they have joined forces with many powerful forces in the universe to search for young master's whereabouts. Among them, there are experts of the Emperor realm. Young master, you must remember, before you have the ability to protect yourself, don't come to the Undying Realm and take risk. Immediately after, the Empress's figure dissipated. The jade tube shattered. The experts of the Undying Realm sealed off the void to search for me. Could it be someone from the Heavenly Court? Di Wudao's men? Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. When he was transcending the tribulation, Di Wudao's phantom appeared. Di Wudao was too powerful. He had become someone else's lightning tribulation. Perhaps Di Wudao could sense this. If Di Wudao sensed it, Di Wudao would indeed set up an inescapable net and wait for him to enter. Di Wudao controlled 9 stone swords. He was also someone with heaven-defying luck. He was also a cultivator of the celestial race with an extremely powerful bloodline. And he was the son of the celestial emperor. The resources that he could obtain. It was also unimaginable. In the past, Di Wudao could even fight with his father for dozens of rounds without being defeated. From this, one could see how terrifying Di Wudao was. And an existence like Di Wudao. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. So many years had passed. What level of existence had he become? Lin Feng could roughly guess Di Wudao's current combat strength. Therefore, facing an expert like Di Wudao, Lin Feng still needed to continue accumulating his cultivation. Perhaps break through to the emperor level. Or even cultivate to an even more powerful level. Only then could he challenge Di Wudao. Undying world. Undying world. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Di Wudao had set up an inescapable net, waiting for him to enter. From the looks of it, the plan to head to the Undying World should be put on hold for now. I have to quickly increase my strength. Although I'm already a God Emperor level cultivator, however, compared to those behemoths in the Undying World, I'm still too far away. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng knew that the current him was no longer the same as before. In the starry sky world, he was also an overlord-level existence. However, Lin Feng was also clear. He couldn't be complacent. Not to mention fighting against those top forces in the Undying World. Even the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng knew that with his current combat strength, he couldn't contend against them. On the surface, the royal family of the Sacred War Alliance might not have any emperor-level experts. However, those royal families' foundation was extremely powerful. Who knew? What was their foundation? Heavenly Sage Great World. It was a place to hone his cultivation. And Lin Feng felt that. The grudge between him and the Heavenly Sage Great World. It wasn't over yet. Withered Silence City. Withered Silence State's main city. It was the territory of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. Lin Feng arrived at Withered Silence City. Withered Silence City was very lively, with people coming and going. In the city, there were many experts. Roar. A low roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a group of flaming dragon tiger beasts galloped in the void. On the back of the leading flaming dragon tiger beast, a young female cultivator sat cross-legged. Lian Yunshang, the #1 genius of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. After seeing that woman, many cultivators immediately exclaimed. Lian Yunshang was definitely a peerless genius that was hard to come by even in several great eras. It was rumored that when Lian Yunshang was born, she was accompanied by 7 immortal lights. She was simply stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. 3,000 years ago, Lian Yunshang was lucky enough to enter the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace to cultivate. Now that 3,000 years have passed, she has walked out of the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. A cultivator said. After hearing the words Myriad Tribe's sacred palace, many cultivators of the Myriad Tribes revealed expressions of fascination. Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. Where is this place? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. You don't even know about the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace? Immediately, the surrounding people looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. That was a place that countless people of the Myriad Tribes dreamed of entering. There was actually someone who did not know about the myriad tribes' sacred palace. How ignorant and ill-informed. I'm from the outer realm, so I don't know much about it. Please enlighten me, Lin Feng said. The myriad tribes' sacred palace is one of the sacred grounds of the myriad tribes. It was forged by the 3 saints of the myriad tribes in the past. Who are the 3 saints of the myriad tribes? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Damn. You don't even know about the 3 saints of the myriad tribes. Even alien cultivators should know about the 3 sages of the myriad races, right? Chapter 3672. Brat, which corner of the starry sky world did you come from? Immediately, a myriad race cultivator mocked him. Lin Feng was a human. These myriad race cultivators looked down on humans to begin with. Therefore, they looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with those small fries. His gaze. He was still looking at the myriad race cultivator beside him. That myriad race cultivator cleared his throat. He decided to show off in front of everyone. He liked the feeling of pointing at the world. Because he felt that this was really cool. In the immortal era, the order of cultivation was rebuilt. That was an era when the world of cultivators went from being weak to being prosperous again, and the myriad races had 3 peerless powerhouses who rose up. They were the 3 saints of the myriad races. These 3 peerless powerhouses were unparalleled and invincible. They dominated the myriad worlds and were invincible. This myriad race cultivator reached an exciting part and was in high spirits. Lin Feng said. Wasn't the only sovereign of the immortal era the Lord of Gods? Countless forces, countless races, they are all nothing more than the subjects of the Master of Gods. This myriad race cultivator coughed dryly twice, then glared at Lin Feng and said, What Lord of Gods? This is just a character in myths and legends. If there really is a character like the Lord of Gods, then he should have a very powerful family, right? He should have descendants, right? But does he have any? He doesn't. That's why. The Lord of Gods is simply a fiction. That's right, the Lord of Gods is just a character in myths and legends. Brat, don't take myths and legends for real. Many people were talking at once. Lin Feng was silent. After the collapse of the pre-celestial era, the order of the cultivator's world was reconstructed. The Lord of Gods who reconstructed the cultivation system. He had actually become a fleeting figure. It really made people sigh with emotion. Lin Feng really wanted to say, he had descendants. The descendants of the Lord of Gods were standing in front of you bastards. But Lin Feng. In the end, he held back. He did not say these words. Because there was no need to argue with these people. What is the current responsibility of the myriad races' divine temple? Lin Feng asked. Legacy, the myriad races cultivator said with a fascinated expression. What kind of legacy? Lin Feng asked. It said. That place. Not only did he possess all kinds of 3,000 great Taos, most importantly, that place has many heaven-defying abilities that have been lost. The myriad races cultivator said. A lost heaven-defying divine ability. Lin Feng was surprised. 3,000 great Taos. It was the foundation of achieving the Tao. The 3,000 great Taos were naturally extremely important to cultivators. However, to be honest, among the 3,000 great Taos, apart from the great Taos that were ranked at the top, the offensive power of those great Taos was stronger. The other 3,000 great Tao had average attack power. A true offensive divine ability. Furthermore, it was a top-notch inheritance like a thought flower blooms, sovereign descends to the world. Once a cultivator became an immortal emperor, their great Tao foundation would be set. At that time, there would not be much need for the 3,000 great Taos. And at this moment, he needed to cultivate more offensive divine arts. To increase his combat strength. After hearing Lin Feng's question, the myriad races cultivator said, it's the legacy of some top experts of the innate life form era. In the past, the 3 sacred ancestors went to many places and collected those top inheritances. The immortal technique level attack techniques are only the most ordinary. Lin Feng was shocked. The myriad races' divine temple. It was actually so heaven-defying. What a good place. Now, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to ransack the myriad races' divine temple. Of course. Lin Feng knew. This was not an easy task. The myriad races' divine temple was one of the sacred grounds of the myriad races. There must be many terrifying existences guarding it. The myriad races' cultivator continued. The myriad races' divine temple appeared 3,000 years ago. The Sacred War Alliance, the Immortal Alliance, and the Demon Alliance discussed and let the young experts hold a competition. The top 100 geniuses are qualified to enter the myriad races' divine temple to cultivate for a maximum of 3,000 years. If they withdraw midway, they will not be able to enter again. Every cultivator of the myriad races only has one chance to enter the myriad races' divine temple in their lives. But it's really too difficult to seize this opportunity, because the cultivators who participate in the battle are all top young experts of the major forces with a lifespan of less than 30,000 years. It's easier said than done to stand out among so many experts. So, once qualified to enter, basically no one will come out early. Who would give up the opportunity to cultivate inside? Moreover, every time you cultivate a powerful divine ability, your combat strength will increase by a large margin. Now that 3,000 years have passed, it seems that a new round of competition will begin soon. Stop talking, I'm so depressed. The surrounding myriad races cultivators said gloomily. They didn't even have the chance to participate in this competition. Because the cultivators who could participate in the competition were all powerful. Moreover, they needed to bring a recommendation token. Only then could they register. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. This myriad races' divine temple was really tempting. Could he go in and get a few powerful divine abilities to cultivate? Now that Lin Feng had cultivated all 3,000 great Daos, his great Dao foundation was extremely strong. However, Lin Feng felt that he had cultivated too few top-tier divine abilities. Many of the divine abilities that he had cultivated in the past were no longer useful. It was time. He should cultivate a few more top-tier divine abilities. But that was the myriad races' divine temple. He didn't seem to be able to enter. Perhaps he could go to the Immortal Gods Alliance to take a look. Because there were 3 human experts in the Immortal Gods Alliance. They were the big shots in the Immortal Gods Alliance. With their help, he might be able to participate in that competition. At this moment, a group of people riding on flaming dragon lions passed by where Lin Feng and the others were standing. Lian Yunshang, this woman. She was wearing a fiery red dress that wrapped around her sexy and voluptuous body. This woman had flaming red lips. She was really a stunner. She had a powerful cultivation and was born in the myriad races' divine temple. She had even entered the myriad races' divine temple to cultivate. This woman was probably a goddess in the hearts of countless people in the myriad races. However, this woman did indeed have the aura of a goddess. Lin Feng quickly left. He planned to find a place to stay first. In the crowd, a pair of venomous eyes stared at the departing Lin Feng. Little bastard. Just you wait. Very soon, you'll die a horrible death. Hee hee. The owner of the pair of venomous eyes laughed eerily, like the laughter of a malicious spirit. That person was very scary. He had been following Lin Feng. However, Chapter 3673. Lin Feng found a place to stay for the time being. Then, he planned to inquire about the various things that happened during this period of time. Lin Feng came to the Bai Xiao Pavilion to inquire about the news. First, it was about the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. It was said that the 2 alliances were planning to deal with the Sacred War Alliance together. This made the higher-ups of the Sacred War Alliance very anxious. In addition to the alliance between the 2 alliances, there was also the arrest warrant issued by the Sacred War Alliance. There were 2 arrest warrants. The first arrest warrant was for Immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist's bounty was 300 million immortal stones. Immortal stones here referred to ordinary immortal stones that could be exchanged for high-grade immortal stones. The second arrest warrant was for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's bounty was a shocking 700 million immortal stones. This was also the highest bounty in the history of the Sacred War Alliance. Obviously, the people of the Sacred War Alliance were very afraid of Lin Feng. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. Lin Feng's existence made many forces of the Sacred War Alliance very afraid. However, after searching for Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist for a period of time, no one was able to find their whereabouts. In addition, the news of the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance spread. Therefore, now, everyone's attention was on the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance. The number of cultivators paying attention to Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist also decreased by a lot. The alliance army of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance constantly had conflicts with the Sacred War Alliance. The two sides had already fought several times. Many people were paying attention to the tense situation in the Heavenly Sage Great World. There were rumors. It was the 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance who led this alliance. The 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance hated the 10,000 races of the Sacred War Alliance. They had always been the pro-war faction. And the 3 of them were high scepters. They had a strong right to speak. There was news. It was said that the Sacred War Alliance sent experts to assassinate the 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance. As long as they could kill the 3 human experts of the Immortal God Alliance, then the alliance between the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance would collapse. At that time, the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance would no longer pose such a big threat to the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng found out a lot of information. He was still in the area ruled by the Holy War Alliance. Lin Feng planned to head to the region ruled by the Immortal God Alliance. Of course, he could also observe the situation for a while before making a decision. Lin Feng wanted to go to the Celestial Gods Alliance because of the 3 strong cultivators from the Celestial Gods Alliance. Lin Feng wanted to borrow the other party's power to enter the myriad races' sacred grounds to learn top-notch offensive divine abilities. But the key point was that Lin Feng didn't know much about those 3 human experts. Although they were all humans. But he was a cultivator of 9 regions. And the other party was not a cultivator of 9 regions. There was no knowing what was in a person's heart. When he was outside, he had to be on guard. What should he do next? Lin Feng planned to think about it over the next few days. After Lin Feng came out of the all-seeing pavilion, he walked towards the black market. After arriving at the Withered City, Lin Feng had heard that the black market in Withered Silent City was one of the most famous black markets in the Heavenly Sage Great World. On this trip, naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything he needed in the black market. Now, Lin Feng was in a hurry to obtain some precious insect materials. First of all, he had to nurture the Emperor Archaic. The insect materials of the primordial ancestral insect were almost used up. It was time to replenish. Secondly, Lin Feng needed to buy insect materials to nurture the primordial demon refining insect queen. The primordial demon refining insects that Lin Feng had nurtured were all killed by the immortal corpse. Now, he needed to nurture them again. Finally, Lin Feng needed to find insect materials to nurture the celestial devouring insect queen. He hoped that the celestial devouring insect queen could also lay eggs soon. But these insect materials were extremely precious. The most important thing was that these insect materials were extremely rare. As for the little dragon, Lin Feng was rather relieved. Ever since this little guy was born, it got along well with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. Moreover, this little guy also ate all kinds of spirit essences with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit to satisfy its hunger. The 3 little guys had extremely crafty appetites. They didn't even smell spirit essences that were less than 500,000 years old. Many of Lin Feng's million-year-old spirit herbs, and spirit fruits were ruined by the 3 little guys. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. These things would be of great use to the growth of the 3 little guys. Since they wanted to eat, he couldn't stop them from eating, right? The Black Street of Withered Silent City was very lively. There were many stalls on both sides of the street. There were also shops at the back. Most of the things on those stalls were worthless. But there was no lack of good things. This required a cultivator's eyesight. There was a huge commotion in front. Many people were alarmed and surrounded it. Lin Feng also walked over and found that more than a dozen cultivators had surrounded a Daoist priest's stall. They directly smashed all the things on the Daoist priest's stall into pieces. "What are you doing?" The Daoist priest was quite old, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. But now, the morale of this group of cultivators was not low. This was because he had just set up his stall. His stall was smashed by someone else. Who would have encountered such a terrible thing? They would be in a bad mood. "If it wasn't for your age, I would have slapped you. I hate immoral Taoists like you the most," the leader of the cultivators said fiercely. This was an expert of the three-eyed ox demon. He had a typical temper. He was quite fiery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something like smashing someone's stall. "You're going too far." The old Daoist priest was so angry that his face turned ashen. "Damn it! Why didn't Daoist Wu Liang say that when he dug up my ancestor's grave? You're all Taoists. I think you're in cahoots," the three-eyed ox demon said fiercely. Lin Feng couldn't help but slap his head. It seemed that this old Daoist priest was implicated by Daoist Wu Liang. The three-eyed ox demon immediately thought that this old Daoist priest was in cahoots with Daoist Wu Liang. He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. "What Daoist Wu Liang? I don't know this person at all." The old Daoist priest was speechless. "Hurry up and get out of Witherness City. Otherwise, this Lord Ox will beat you until half your body is paralyzed. Do you believe me?" The three-eyed ox demon waved his fist and threatened. The old Daoist priest said, "Everything is about reason. You think I'm afraid of you when you're making trouble without reason? You have to compensate me for my losses." Damn, this old Daoist priest is really lost. His life is more important at this time. Why does he want compensation? Lin Feng was speechless. "You still dare to ask for compensation? I'll beat you until your peach blossoms bloom." The three-eyed ox demon heard that the old Daoist wanted compensation. His temper immediately flared up. Chapter 3674. The huge fist was about to hit the old Daoist. At this moment, crack, a palm reached out. He grabbed the fist. The person who attacked. It was Lin Feng. Although this old Daoist looked rather pedantic. However, the old Daoist was innocent. He was implicated by Immeasurable Daoist. Lin Feng naturally had to help Immeasurable Daoist take care of these matters. After all, he was Immeasurable Daoist's good friend. "Kid, did you eat a bear's heart and leopard's gall? You even dare to interfere in my matters?" The three-eyed bull demon looked at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes were the size of copper bells. His eyes were wide open as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng. Who is this kid? He actually dares to meddle in other people's business. Is he tired of living? He seems to be a human cultivator. Is he from the outer realm? Or is he a human cultivator from the Immortal God Alliance? Who cares where he's from? This is the territory ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Here, even if the 3 human supremes of the Immortal God Alliance came, they would have to tuck their tails between their legs. Many cultivators of the myriad races immediately began to discuss. They were very arrogant. They didn't take a young human cultivator like Lin Feng seriously at all. These people didn't recognize Lin Feng's true identity. This was because, when Lin Feng was transcending the tribulation, he was transcending the tribulation in the lonely ancient forest. That place. Ordinary people didn't dare to go there. The cultivators of the lonely ancient state who went to watch Lin Feng transcend the tribulation. They were too far away from Lin Feng and couldn't see what Lin Feng looked like. As for Lin Feng's portrait, it couldn't be spread. This was because Lin Feng's providence was monstrous. In the unseen world, a powerful providence was protecting Lin Feng. If someone wanted to spread Lin Feng's portrait, those portraits would quickly combust. Actually, it wasn't just Lin Feng. This kind of thing would happen to many cultivators with powerful providence. For example, Gong Nai. Powerful providence. If others wanted to spread Gong Zinai's portrait, it would be detrimental to Gong Zinai. Those portraits would also spontaneously combust. This was also the reason why it was not easy for experts to be wanted in the world of cultivators. It was impossible to draw a portrait. Comparatively speaking, it was much more difficult. Therefore, if one wanted to find the whereabouts of these people, they would often need some supreme treasures. For example, a treasure like the heavenly cycle mirror could explore the heavenly cycle. When Lin Feng appeared within a certain range, he could sense Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, such a treasure was not something that an ordinary power could possess. Lin Feng looked at the three-eyed ox demon cultivator and said, "Since you've destroyed someone else's belongings, you should pay up. Take out 1,000 immortal stones as compensation and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll cripple your arm." "Go to hell," the three-eyed demonic ox roared furiously. The other fist also smashed towards Lin Feng. However, he had just punched out. Lin Feng suddenly tightened his grip on the three-eyed ox demon's fist. A heart-wrenching pain immediately engulfed his entire body. "Ah!" The three-eyed ox demon couldn't help but cry out miserably. He even thought that his bones would be instantly broken by Lin Feng. The fist that was originally smashing towards Lin Feng was also quickly pulled back. "It hurts. It hurts. Hurry up and let go of me," the three-eyed ox demon shouted loudly. "Take out the immortal stones," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Take out your sister. All of you, attack. Cripple this little bastard," the three-eyed ox demon roared in exasperation. Several cultivators beside the three-eyed ox demon ferociously pounced towards Lin Feng. Scram! Lin Feng coldly looked at them. When his eyes met Lin Feng's expression changed. Those cultivators. Their faces became as pale as paper. Thump! Thump! One by one, they actually knelt on the ground. Lin Feng didn't release any pressure on them. However, an expert like Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of pressure. It was enough to make these ordinary cultivators unbearable. So, these cultivators. They directly collapsed. What's going on? The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. The fight hadn't even started yet. Kneeling to the other party first. Could this be a new duel ritual? But obviously, not at all. Although this human cultivator is young, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. A cultivator from the myriad races said. Many people agreed with what the cultivator from the myriad races said. They also felt that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although Lin Feng looked really harmless. He looked like a big brother next door. But what kind of person was Lin Feng in reality? One couldn't just look at his appearance. The three-eyed ox demon also felt that things weren't going well. His heart couldn't help but sink slightly. He said, "All right, I'll give it to you. But you have to let me go first." Lin Feng let go of the three-eyed ox demon cultivator. He wasn't afraid that he would play any tricks. If he dared to play any tricks, when the time came, he would break all four of his legs. Shua. The three-eyed ox demon cultivator took out 1,000 immortal stones and handed them to Lin Feng. Looking at these immortal stones, the corner of his mouth twitched violently a few times. Immortal stones were precious. After so many years, he had only saved up a little more than 3,000. Now, he spat out 1,000 immortal stones at once. 1/3 of his wealth. He was about to vomit blood. "Let's go." The three-eyed ox demon cultivator left with his subordinates in a hurry. "Continue to stay here. It was too embarrassing. Retreat first. Find an opportunity to take revenge and wash away his previous shame. Wasn't there a saying that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? If he was a man, he had to be able to pick up and let go. Moreover, he didn't need 10 years to take revenge." The three-eyed ox demon cultivator comforted himself like this. His heart finally felt a little better. "Daoist priest. The immortal stones are all compensation for you." Lin Feng handed all the immortal stones to the old Daoist priest. The old Daoist priest said, "There's no need for so many. 10 is enough." Lin Feng didn't care about these immortal stones. He felt that the old Daoist priest was implicated by immeasurable Daoist. The extra immortal stones. Just take it as compensation. Lin Feng said, when you go out, with immortal stones, you will have more confidence. Before those three-eyed ox demons come to find trouble, Daoist priest, quickly leave. Thank you, benefactor. Good people will be rewarded. The old Daoist priest said and kept the immortal stones. After hesitating for a while, the old Daoist priest wanted to say something but stopped. Daoist priest, do you have anything else to say? Lin Feng asked. To thank you for your great kindness, I have divined for you. If you are in danger in the future, you can open this brocade pouch. The old Daoist priest took out a brocade pouch and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This old Daoist priest's cultivation was so weak. How good could his divination skills be? He actually divined for him and even left behind such a brocade pouch. Perhaps this old Daoist priest's divination skills were inferior to his. Although he couldn't be considered particularly proficient in divination skills. Fortunately, he had obtained the inheritance of Fuxi's Carnate 8 trigrams. Chapter 3675. Lin Feng did not refuse the old Taoist. He accepted the brocade pouch. It was not because he trusted the old Taoist's ability, but because he hoped that the old Taoist would leave as soon as possible. If he did not accept it, it was inevitable that they would be entangled again. Take care, benefactor. See you again if we are fated, the old Taoist said. Then he left. Lin Feng put the pouch into the mountain and river ring. Then he continued to walk into the black market. Lin Feng would sometimes stop at some small stalls. Then he would see if there was anything good. Maybe there was a treasure covered in dust. But if he wanted to find a dusty treasure from these small stalls, it was really not an easy task. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a shop. The name of this shop was There is a Shop. This name was really strange. There was also a couplet in the shop. The left couplet read, "The past is billions of years old." The right couplet read, "All the treasures in the world belong to me." The horizontal scroll read, "Everything you need." After seeing this couplet and the horizontal scroll, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The content of this couplet was too good at bragging. Lin Feng walked towards the shop. In the shop, it was quite lively. People came and went. There were few people buying things and many people watching the show. After all, anyone who saw such a bragging couplet and horizontal scroll, they could not help but come in to see if the shop was really like what the couplet and horizontal scroll said. All the treasures in the world were here. This was a 3-story shop. The first floor was divided into counters. The counters were made of crystal and transparent. There were all kinds of items inside. Behind the counters were shelves of items. There was also a dazzling lineup of goods on them. The things here were more complicated. There were all kinds of secret manuals on arrays, cultivation manuals, and so on. There were also all kinds of formation materials. There were also forging materials. All kinds of items. It was simply everything. But these items, it couldn't attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng noticed that a group of people were heading to the second floor. He walked up to the second floor as well. The entrance to the second floor was guarded by 2 guards. It seemed that not everyone was qualified to enter. "Young master, please wait. The second floor is only for VIPs," a guard said. Lin Feng slightly released his aura. The 2 guards immediately sensed something. They were as weak as ants. And this young master in front of him, he was like a high and mighty god. "Please forgive us, young master," the 2 guards hurriedly said. Who would dare to offend someone like Lin Feng? "Are you qualified to go up now?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "Please," the 2 guards hurriedly said. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng went up the stairs. They went up to the second floor. The second floor was similar to the first floor. There were many things placed there. However, there were far fewer people on the second floor. Of course, there was one difference between the second floor and the first floor. That was, there were many young girls on the second floor. They were all wearing the same clothes. They should be the salespeople here. They were fat and thin. They were all different. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat, eat, eat. Just as they arrived at the second floor, Xiaolong sent out a telepathic message. This little guy seemed to be extremely excited. It was as if, on the second floor, there was something. It seemed to be attracting the little guy. Did you find something? Lin Feng sent a telepathic message to Xiaolong. Dragon core. Dragon core. It's on the third floor. Xiaolong shouted excitedly, wanting to rush out of the time and space. Lin Feng was shocked. It was a treasure like the dragon core that attracted Xiaolong. This shocked him greatly. Xiaolong was too extraordinary. Once it rushed out, Lin Feng was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble. So he comforted Xiaolong. He asked him to wait for a while. Very soon, he would buy the dragon core for him. Only then did the little guy quiet down. Lin Feng walked straight to the third floor. There were also guards on the third floor. Seeing Lin Feng walking over, the guard said, "Young master, anyone who wants to go up to the third floor needs a token." Token? I don't have one, but I do have immortal stones. Lin Feng flicked his finger. 2 balls of light flew out. The 2 cultivators hurriedly kept them. They sensed it. They found that there were 100 immortal stones inside. They were instantly ecstatic. They looked around, worried that others would notice them. They found that no one had noticed them. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. "Young master, please," the 2 guards said respectfully. Lin Feng was a little emotional. Money really made the world go round. These races usually thought highly of themselves. But in front of immortal stones, weren't they all like grandchildren? Lin Feng walked towards the third floor. When he arrived at the third floor, Lin Feng found that there weren't many people here. There were more than a dozen salespeople. There were only 5 or 6 customers. There were more salespeople than customers. It seemed that they wanted to come up. It was indeed not easy. Eat, eat, eat. Xiaolong cried out excitedly, jumping and jumping in time and space. He danced with joy and excitement. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit looked at Xiaolong as if they were looking at a fool. Looking at their disdainful gazes. It was as if they were saying that this guy was too ignorant. It was just an item. Was there a need to be so excited? "Where is it?" Lin Feng asked. "There's a black stone in the third counter on the left. The dragon core is wrapped in the black stone," Xiaolong said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he walked towards the counter. He came to the counter. Sure enough, he saw a black stone. Purgatory demon stone, a demon stone from hell, worth 80,000 immortal stones. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. The price of this purgatory demon stone was really high. It was just a fist-sized demon stone. It was actually worth 80,000 immortal stones. One had to know. Before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Lin Feng used a lot of immortal stones. After absorbing the energy in the immortal stones, Lin Feng only had a little more than 1,000,000 immortal stones left. Even for an Emperor realm expert, it was extremely difficult to accumulate more than 100,000 immortal stones. "Young master, how may I help you?" A sweet-looking saleswoman walked over. "I want this purgatory demon stone," Lin Feng said. "Okay. Please wait a moment, young master, I'll take it out for you," the saleswoman said. She took out the purgatory demon stone. Then, she placed it in a crystal container for Lin Feng to examine carefully. If there were no problems, both sides could make a deal. Xiaolong was flying around in time and space, and he couldn't wait to break the purgatory demon stone. Then, he took out the dragon core in the purgatory demon stone and refined it. Lin Feng only took a few glances. Because his goal wasn't the purgatory demon stone, but the dragon core inside. Lin Feng was about to take out the immortal stones to make the deal. At this moment, a voice sounded. Chapter 3676. Lin Feng turned his head to look. He noticed. It was a beautiful woman who spoke. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She was voluptuous and sexy. She had flaming red lips. She was a stunner. How charming. Why does she look familiar? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Soon, Lin Feng remembered who the woman was. Wasn't she Lian Yunshang? The #1 genius of the Crimson Demonic Snake Clan. Usually, there were very few women who could become the #1 genius of the Myriad Clan's royal clan. Lian Yunshang was an exception. This woman. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but she was also terrifying. She wasn't someone ordinary people could provoke. In addition to Lian Yunshang, there were more than a dozen young masters following her. Although Lian Yunshang had just returned to the Crimson Demonic Snake Clan, it had already caused a sensation. Before Lian Yunshang returned, the news that she was about to come out of seclusion in the Myriad Clan's divine palace and return to her clan had already spread. Therefore, many Sky Prides came to Withiness City to meet Lian Yunshang. Some wanted to ask Lian Yunshang about the Myriad Clan's divine palace. After all, only the first batch of people from the Myriad Clan's divine palace, a mere 100 people had entered. And it had happened 3,000 years ago. Everyone was curious about the situation in the Myriad Clan's divine palace. In addition, a goddess like Lian Yunshang had countless suitors. She was like a beautiful flower. Even if she stood there motionless, she could attract many butterflies and bees. Once the news of Lian Yunshang coming out of seclusion spread, many cultivators came one after another. Most of them had improper thoughts about Lian Yunshang. This woman was indeed beautiful. Of course, there were many beautiful women. But there were too few women like Lian Yunshang, who was beautiful, came from a good family, and had a powerful cultivation. Scarce resources. Naturally, they would be hunted. Women were no exception. Those who could follow Lian Yunshang at this moment. Their identities were definitely extraordinary. Maybe they were young masters from the Sacred War Alliance's royal family. Lin Feng guessed. Those young masters from the royal family might not be qualified to follow Lian Yunshang. You want it? Lin Feng glanced at Lian Yunshang indifferently. Lian Yunshang frowned slightly. She believed that Lin Feng must know her. Who saw her? His eyes were not shining. His imagination ran wild. However, Lin Feng's gaze was extremely indifferent. Pretentious. This guy must be putting on an act. Maybe he wants to use this method to attract my attention. Lian Yunshang could not help but think. There were too many people pursuing Lian Yunshang. What kind of method was this? Lian Yunshang had seen them before. Therefore, when she saw Lin Feng's performance in front of her, she was shocked. Lian Yunshang felt that Lin Feng was being pretentious. He looked down on Lin Feng. Yes. Lian Yunshang said coldly. She believed it. If he said yes, Lin Feng would definitely take this opportunity to get close to him. This kind of trick. Lian Yunshang had seen it before. No. Lin Feng said indifferently and then took out 80,000 immortal stones. He sealed the immortal stones in a space porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. The salesperson naturally did not dare to take it. Because Lian Yunshang also took a fancy to this item. If she took Lin Feng's immortal stones, the deal would be done. Wouldn't he offend Lian Yunshang? Offend Lian Yunshang in Withered Silence City? Did he want to go to hell to massage Yama's back and legs? How dare you trick me? Lian Yunshang's gaze turned cold. Although she looked hot and seductive on the outside. In fact, Lian Yunshang was able to win the first competition among the geniuses under 30,000 years old. She stood out and made it to the top 100. One could tell how powerful this woman was. It's not a trick. I'm just asking you. Can't I? Lin Feng said. The corner of Lian Yunshang's mouth twitched violently. After asking, she knew the answer. She gave herself hope. Then she rejected him. She dashed her hope. This was not a trick. What was it? Lian Yunshang suddenly felt that Lin Feng was despicable no matter how she looked at him. She really wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Do you know the consequences of fooling me? Lian Yunshang looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said, I said I'm not fooling. But since you think I'm fooling you, then I'm fooling you. I forgot to tell you. Don't be too self-righteous. How rude of you to interfere with someone else's purchase. You don't sound like someone from a big family. You sound more like a street thug. Lian Yunshang was furious. Wasn't Lin Feng implying that she was a street thug? Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he mock her in withered Silence City? Was he tired of living? Brat. Are you courting death? Brat. How dare you? Now. Immediately. Apologize to Fairy Yunshang immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure you walk out of here alive. When the group of young masters saw that Lin Feng dared to offend Lian Yunshang, they perked up. Because their chance to perform had arrived. All of them released their domineering auras. They criticized and threatened Lin Feng in all sorts of ways. It was clear that if Lin Feng dared to disobey them, they would immediately take action to suppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Lian Yunshang and said, "These flower protectors are making a ruckus like a bunch of rascals. Fairy, don't you think it's beneath you to let them follow you around?" When the group of young masters heard Lin Feng's words, they nearly coughed up blood. Lin Feng's mouth was simply too sarcastic. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. Lian Yunshang glared at Lin Feng, ignoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the Purgatory Magic Stone into the space-time continuum. Xiaolong impatiently opened the Purgatory Magic Stone. Sure enough, a dragon core was sealed inside. Xiaolong opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon core. Lin Feng used the Great Restoration Art. The Purgatory Magic Stone that Xiaolong had opened was glued back together. Of course. After all, it was glued back together using a divine ability. Naturally, it wouldn't be as good as before. However, from the outside, the difference wasn't too big. Lin Feng took out the Purgatory Magic Stone again. He fiddled with it in his hand. He smiled and looked at the group of young masters, who were glaring at him. Then, he said, "Everyone, do you like Fairy Yunshang? Come to think of it, she's a top-notch beauty. She comes from a good background, possesses great talent, and is strong. Her future is limitless. She's the perfect woman. Who wouldn't like a woman like her? Now, I'll give you a chance to show her who likes her more." "How?" Someone frowned. Chapter 3677. After hearing Lin Feng's words. How could Lian Yunshang not know what Lin Feng wanted to do? This guy obviously wanted to use her to trick this group of childs. How could this guy be so shameless? Lian Yunshang had the urge to stomp Lin Feng to death. However, Lian Yunshang didn't say anything. Because this group of childs had been following her all the time. It made Lian Yunshang feel as if she had lost her freedom. She was very disgusted with these people. It was just that these childs were from the royal family of WN clan. She couldn't just drive them away. After all, this was likely to make the forces behind both sides hostile. Now Lin Feng was using this method. Even though they were using her name to deceive a group of young masters, it was still a big deal. However, it could help her to get rid of these annoying guys. If these people didn't compete, would they still have the face to stay? If these people competed, would those who failed in the competition still have the face to stay? As for those who succeeded in the competition, she would accept his things and tell him that he was a good person, but they weren't suitable for each other. In this case, Lian Yunshang wouldn't be embarrassed to say it. She had always been an extrovert. She would do things swiftly and decisively. She had rejected people countless times since she was young. It was a walk in the park. Thinking of this, Lian Yunshang couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was because she could use this opportunity to get rid of these people. So, Lian Yunshang's gaze towards Lin Feng seemed to be gentler than before. Of course, it was just a little gentler. Now Lin Feng was still a very hateful bastard in Lian Yunshang's heart. Damn. This bastard wants to kill us. This group of childs wasn't stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Everyone knew Lin Feng's big plan. It was because they knew Lin Feng's plan that these childs were unusually angry. Lin Feng was obviously tricking them. However, they had to bite the bullet. If they didn't, then he would lose the right to pursue Lian Yunshang. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The base price is 80,000, and each increment cannot be less than 10,000. Because if it is less than 10,000, it will damage your status as a young master of the Wan clan's royal family. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. Lian Yunshang couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. However, he felt that it was inappropriate to laugh like this. He could only stifle his laughter. But holding it in like this was really uncomfortable. Lian Yunshang glared at Lin Feng again. Will all of this? It was all Lin Feng's fault. If it wasn't for this guy, how could he laugh? See how this fairy will deal with you later. 80,000 immortal stones was naturally not a small number. Venerable sovereigns usually only had a few 100,000 immortal stones in their savings. Of course, there might be millions or millions of immortal stones, but they must have obtained a heaven-defying fortune to be able to possess so many immortal stones. Such people were not common. Therefore, even if these young masters were direct descendants of the myriad race's royal family, they would still be able to take out a large amount of immortal stones. It wasn't an immortal stone either. More than half of them could not even take out 80,000 immortal stones. Not to mention participating in the competition. The faces of these young masters were gloomier and uglier than the last. They really wanted to smash Lin Feng to death with their spiked clubs. Said Lin Feng. Celestial being. You have to look at these people clearly. Don't misjudge them. Before you started dating, they were unwilling to spend money on you. After you started dating, or even after you got married, don't expect these guys to spend money on you. It doesn't matter what a man looks like. What matters is whether he is willing to spend money on you. Lian Yunshang rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng was really good at stabbing people's hearts with his words. This was because Lian Yunshang saw that several young masters' faces had turned the color of pig liver. 90,000. I'll take it. One of the young masters said. TSK. Generous. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. 100,000. I'll take it. Another young master said. Good man. Lin Feng gave him another thumbs up. 150,000. I'll take it. A third cultivator said. He increased the price by 50,000. He wanted to scare off the others. These young masters' faces were extremely ugly. More than 100,000 immortal stones. This was not a small number. These young masters had so many immortal stones on them. Some of them had obtained great fortuitous opportunities. That was why they had so many immortal stones. Some of them were about to break through. Their families had provided them with a lot of immortal stones to break through. In addition, they had accumulated immortal stones over the years. Therefore, they had a lot of immortal stones on them. However, in order to compete for the Inferno Hell Fiend stones, these young masters did not even think about breaking through. They would think about breaking through after they got the beauty. 200,000. Another young master made a new bid. The surroundings quieted down. A price of 200,000. That was extremely high. It exceeded the limits of many people. 300,000. Someone was in a frenzy and continued to make a bid. 300,000. True love. True love is invincible. Is there a higher bid? If not, it proves that you don't love Fairy Lian Yunshang as much as this young master, Lin Feng said. The group of young masters glared at Lin Feng. They really wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lian Yunshang could not help but gnash her teeth. Could they not talk when they were auctioning things? However, it was obvious that Lin Feng ignored everyone's gaze. Is there a young master who loves her even more than true love? Come out quickly and show Fairy Lian Yunshang where you are. Lin Feng continued. 400,000. One of the young masters gritted his teeth and offered a new price. What a heartache. It seemed that he was going to go bankrupt. Damn. This young master is really rich and overbearing. It's as if he's going to love her even if she's dead. Is there anyone else who wants to make a higher bid? Lin Feng said with a smile. The young master who made a bid of 400,000 was suppressing the anger in his heart. That was a sky-high price. His heart was aching. He was even ridiculed by Lin Feng. It was really depressing. This time, it seemed that no one was bidding. No matter how Lin Feng encouraged them to continue bidding, no one made a new bid. It seems that no one loves Fairy Lian Yunshang as much as this young master. Lin Feng sighed. The group of young masters remained silent with gloomy expressions. 400,000 going once, 400,000 going twice, 400,000 going thrice. Just as Lin Feng was about to shout sold, that young master was about to let out a sigh of relief. A voice came from the stairs, 1 million, I'll take it. This voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look. They saw 5 or 6 young masters coming to the 3rd floor. The person who made the bid. Chapter 3678. This young master was from the Sky Fiend race. This person was very handsome, but his slightly long and narrow eyes gave him a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The Sky Fiend race was one of the top 10 races among the royal families. Of course, there were many branches of the Sky Fiend race. There were extraterrestrial demons and heavenly sage great world demons. But in the end, their ancestors might have been from the same family, but they were not as close as before. Tycoon bro, true love is eternal, Lin Feng grinned. 1 million immortal stones. How could this guy be so rich? Lin Feng knew some of the top elites of the myriad races. For example, Sky Fiend races Gongzi Nai, Sacred God races Divine Firmament King, Ancient God races Divine Path Xie, and others. This young master from the Sky Fiend race was so rich. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. This person. Could he also be a young elite who entered the myriad races temple to cultivate? It was possible. Gongzi Huang. After seeing this young master from the Sky Fiend race, many of the geniuses from the myriad races royal families turned solemn. They looked at the young master from the Sky Fiend race with wary eyes. Gongzi Huang, the #1 genius of the heavenly sage great world's Sky Fiend race. This person was Gongzi Nai's cousin. In the past, Gongzi Huang was also sealed. Time stopped flowing. He broke the seal more than 3,000 years ago. Not long after, the myriad races temple's arena battle began. The geniuses of the myriad races competed. Gongzi Huang was practically invincible as he slaughtered his way into the hundreds and thousands. He was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. And now, he had cultivated in the myriad races temple for 3,000 years. How powerful was Gongzi Huang now? No one knew. These young masters from the royal families were in a terrible mood. Because of the competition of wealth, they could not compete with Gongzi Huang, and the competition of family background, talent, cultivation, etc., seemed to be at a disadvantage. What qualifications did they have to compete with Gongzi Huang for a woman? Tycoon Bro's love for Fairy Lian Yunshang can be seen by the sun and moon. Is there anyone who loves Fairy Lian Yunshang more than Tycoon Bro? If there is, quickly step out and let Fairy Lian Yunshang see. Lin Feng said. Many people looked at Lin Feng from the corner of their eyes. They really wanted to beat him up. 1 million immortal stones. Was this a price that ordinary people could afford? And he wanted to trick them into bidding? Said Lin Feng. If you don't have enough celestial stones, you can take out your ancestral treasures, such as great imperial weapons, celestial medicines, and other precious treasures. Of course, you can also use them as collateral. When you have enough celestial stones, you can exchange them for them. That was Lin Feng's last sentence. Everyone pretended they did not hear it. Everyone could tell. The guy in front of him was truly shameless. If the treasure really ended up in his hands, was there any possibility of switching it back? Wasn't that just daydreaming? Fairy Yunshang. Wei Lian Yunshang. Gongzi Huang walked over with a faint smile. Lian Yunshang also saluted Gongzi Huang. How many immortal stones can this treasure be exchanged for? At this moment, a young master gritted his teeth and took out a treasure. This young master had bid 300,000 immortal stones before. Now, he took out a supreme treasure. It seemed like he really loved Lian Yunshang. Otherwise, he would not take out his own Dharma treasure to sell. Lin Feng found that the treasure the young master took out was a green lamp. The surface of the lamp was densely covered with runes. It was simple and elegant. It was obviously a powerful treasure. Moreover, Lin Feng felt the power of Buddhism from the lamp. Lin Feng liked this treasure very much. He held it in his hand and played with it. He could not put it down. "What's the price?" the young master asked. "A shabby copper lamp." Lin Feng began to bid. After hearing the first half of Lin Feng's words, many people's mouths twitched. This green lamp was obviously a treasure. In Lin Feng's hands, it had turned into a tattered copper lamp. Fraud. How could he be so fraudulent? Many people looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. The cultivator who took out the bronze lamp turned green. He was cursing Lin Feng in his heart. This guy is really shameless. Even Lian Yunshang could not stand it anymore. She began to slander Lin Feng in her heart. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would quote a very low price. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would quote a high price? Lin Feng quoted a price of 1 million immortal stones for the copper lamp that Lin Feng called a shabby copper lamp. Many people were stunned. Didn't he say that it was a shabby copper lamp? Why was he quoting such a high price? Soon, everyone figured it out. Lin Feng was killing two birds with one stone. First of all, this copper lamp was indeed a supreme treasure. It was also a Buddhist supreme treasure. Buddhist supreme treasures were different from other treasures. They could restrain evil spirits and ghosts. Therefore, they often had miraculous effects. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the specific price of Buddhist supreme treasures. Lin Feng quoted a price. Naturally, it was acceptable. Secondly, if Lin Feng quoted a low price, if the total price did not exceed 1 million. In the end, Gongzi Huang quoted a price of 1 million immortal stones. If he quoted a high price and succeeded in exceeding 1 million, would Gongzi Huang still follow? No. Lin Feng got the copper lamp and the 300,000 immortal stones from the cultivator from before. If he followed, Gongzi Huang had to quote a higher price. This time, Lin Feng was obviously here to cheat Gongzi Huang. Brother True Love has offered a total price of 1,300,000 immortal stones. Are you still following? Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang with a faint smile. The corner of Gongzi Huang's mouth twitched slightly. 1 million to him. It was not a small amount. It was half of all his immortal stones. But now it seemed, even if he bid 1 million, he could not get the Purgatory Fiend stone. Gongzi Huang was a person who would never admit defeat. He said coldly, 1,500,000. The brother True Love in Lin Feng's mouth sighed. He was powerless to continue and could only choose to withdraw. Is there anyone with a higher price than Brother Tycoon? Lin Feng looked around. No one spoke. You keep saying how much you like Fairy Lian Yunshang. It seems that you are just talking. Lin Feng pursed his lips. The group of young masters clenched their fists together, making creaking sounds. One by one, they glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted as if he did not see their expressions. 1,500,000 going once. 1,500,000 going twice. 1,500,000 going thrice. Deal. This Purgatory Fiend stone, it belongs to this Brother Tycoon. 1 hand for the immortal stone, 1 hand for the goods. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Gongzi Huang. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Then, he waved his hand. Chapter 3679. It was quite shocking to see 1.5 million immortal stones being taken out. That was a huge sum of money. Now, this river of immortal stones was made up of 1.5 million immortal stones. Many people's eyes were wide open. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this transaction. He got the most precious dragon core in the Inferno Hell Magic Stone. He sold the Inferno Hell Magic Stone that he bought with 80,000 immortal stones for a sky-high price of 1.5 million immortal stones. This business was absolutely amazing. Such a business could not be done at any time. Lin Feng received 1.5 million immortal stones. Then, he handed the Inferno Hell Magic Stone to Gongzi Huang. After receiving the Inferno Hell Magic Stone, Gongzi Huang smiled at Lian Yunshang. He said, Fairy Yunshang, this Inferno Hell magic stone is a gift from me. I hope you like it. Thank you, Gongzi. Lian Yunshang bowed to Gongzi Huang. She did not feel embarrassed at all. She directly took the Inferno Hell magic stone from Gongzi Huang. What are you all still doing here? It's time to leave. Gongzi Huang glanced indifferently at the other young masters who were pursuing Lian Yunshang. This group of young masters was now disgraced. They did not have the face to continue staying here. Many people walked out with a sullen face. Brother, please wait. Lin Feng looked at the owner of the green lamp. This person was a cultivator of the Sacred Soul race. The Sacred War Alliance launched a war to invade the 9 states back then. But in fact, not all the forces in the Sacred War Alliance participated in this war. For example, the Sacred Soul race was one of them. What's the matter? The cultivator of the Sacred Soul race looked at Lin Feng angrily. His tone was also cold. I want that green lamp. How about we make a deal? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator of the Sacred Soul race and said, since this person dared to take out the green lamp to make a deal. Lin Feng knew that green lamp should not be this person's ancestral treasure. If it was passed down from his ancestors, lend him 3 times the courage. He wouldn't sell his ancestors' magic treasure just because he wanted to please a woman. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the green lamp was a treasure that the Sacred Soul race cultivator had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, since this person had taken out the green lamp to trade, it must be a supreme treasure. To him, it was not so important that he could not give it up. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to make a deal with him. It's impossible for you to make a deal with me, not in this lifetime, the Sacred Soul tribe cultivator said coldly. Then, he walked outside. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face, Lin Feng said with the tone of an experienced person lecturing a junior. The cultivators of the Sacred Spirit race were furious. This guy was too shameless. However, he really didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Especially, he thought that he had lost all hope of pursuing Lian Yunshang in the future. His mood was terrible. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lin Feng. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng before quickly leaving. Why aren't you leaving? Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, I still have something to discuss with little Shangshang. Little Shangshang? Everyone was stunned. Gongzi Huang was also stunned. Wasn't little Shangshang referring to Lian Yunshang? Gongzi Huang's expression was as ugly as it could get. Did this guy eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he call Lian Yunshang that? Gongzi Huang knew that Lian Yunshang was definitely not to be trifled with. Lian Yunshang was also very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to call her that. Was she familiar with this guy? It seemed that the two of them didn't know each other. Lian Yunshang had always thought that Lin Feng was a shameless person. Now, she suddenly felt that calling Lin Feng a shameless person, that was not enough to describe Lin Feng's shamelessness. Little Shangshang, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a place where no one is around. Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunshang with a smile. Lian Yunshang's eyes darted around before she looked at Gongzi Huang and said, Brother Huang, I have some other matters to attend to today. I can't accompany you any longer. I hope Brother Huang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Gongzi Huang thought that Lian Yunshang would fly into a rage. However, Lian Yunshang did not. Gongzi Huang was extremely depressed. However, he still had to put on a gentlemanly look. He said, Fairy, please don't say that. You should attend to your important matters first. Let's meet again another day. I'll take my leave then. Lian Yunshang bowed slightly to Gongzi Huang. Then, she walked out with Lin Feng. Brother Huang, could Lian Yunshang and that guy be putting on an act to extort money? A cultivator next to Gongzi Huang said. I think that's possible. A second person said. The rest of the cultivators also expressed their opinions. They all felt that it was possible. However, Gongzi Huang shook his head and said, Lian Yunshang wouldn't offend a group of imperial family disciples for a sum of immortal stones. That guy must be using Lian Yunshang's name to make a fortune. Lian Yunshang, on the other hand, doesn't like being followed by so many people, so she's going with the flow. Since Brother Huang has seen through this, why are you still bidding? Someone asked in confusion. Gongzi Huang said, because I don't like to see so many flies flying around Lian Yunshang. Then, Gongzi Huang's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, no one has ever taken immortal stones from me. That guy won't be able to do it either. At this point, Gongzi Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang walked out of the shop. He used my name to extort so many immortal stones. We'll split it half. Lian Yunshang said. Lin Feng said nonchalantly, didn't I help you drive away those annoying fellows? I also helped you get rid of Gongzi Huang. You also got the Inferno Hell Fiend stone. You should be content. You can't be too greedy. You're the greedy one. You got one. 5 million immortal stones. I've never seen so many immortal stones in my life. Lian Yunshang glared at Lin Feng as she spoke. Lin Feng said, hey. Gongzi Huang came down to look for you. Lian Yunshang turned to look at the shop. Gongzi Huang was nowhere to be seen. Lian Yunshang immediately knew that she had been tricked by Lin Feng. She turned to look at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Bastard, bastard. How dare you trick me? I think you're tired of living. As long as you stay in Forsaken City, I have many ways to find you. Lian Yunshang said fiercely. One had to admit that Lian Yunshang was a supreme beauty. She became angry. They were both so beautiful. Chapter 3680. Lian Yunshang did not stay for long. Instead, she quickly left the black market. Lin Feng went to the biggest shop in the black market. This shop. It was called the Divine Wind Restaurant. It was said that the owner was very mysterious, was very capable. No one dared to provoke him. Therefore, the business of the Divine Wind Restaurant was doing well. The Divine Wind Restaurant had a total of 7 floors. It was very big. There were many customers here. People came and went. There was an endless stream. It was said that the Divine Wind Restaurant would hold a huge auction every once in a while. At the auction, usually, there would be some good items. Lin Feng entered the Divine Wind Restaurant. A servant girl on the first floor saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura and knew that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. She walked up to him. This maidservant was quite tall, and she was also quite beautiful. She was very pleasing to the eye. Is there anything I can do for you, young master? The servant girl bowed to Lin Feng and asked. I need to buy a large amount of precious insect materials. Can you help me contact the elders who can make the decisions here? Lin Feng said. The maidservant said, young master, please follow me to the VIP room to rest for a while. I will inform the elders soon. Lin Feng nodded. He followed the servant girl to the VIP room on the first floor. The servant girl poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Then, she left. Not long after, a series of footsteps came from outside. Then, a beautiful woman walked into the main hall. This beautiful woman should be the person in charge. Lin Feng was very surprised. Because he had been to many places like the Divine Wind Restaurant. The person in charge. Usually, they were men. This was the first time the woman saw them. Of course. Lin Feng did not show his surprise on his face. I am Yarrow Yu. Greetings, young master. May I know how to address you? The woman smiled and bowed to Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng and asked about his identity. The surname is Lin, Lin Feng said. He only said his surname, not his first name. Many cultivators were actually like this. In order to avoid trouble, they would only reveal their surnames and not their names. There were even a lot of people. He directly changed the name. He used a fake name to hide his true identity. This kind of thing was commonplace in the world of cultivators. So it's Lin Gongzi. I heard from my subordinates that Lin Gongzi needs some insect materials. I wonder what kind of materials Lin Gongzi needs. The beautiful woman asked with a smile. Nurture the primordial ancestral insect. Emperor archaic. Prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The materials of the celestial devouring bug queen. I want as many as you have. Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman was shocked because the spirit insects that Lin Feng mentioned were too shocking. And now, Lin Feng collected these insect materials. Could it be that Lin Feng was cultivating these spirit insects? The beautiful woman asked calmly. These insect materials are not easy to find. Moreover, they are very expensive. No problem. Just bring them over, Lin Feng said. Young master, please wait for a while. This servant will go to the warehouse to check how many insect materials are left. When I'm done, I'll bring them all to young master, the beautiful woman said. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The beautiful woman chuckled and said, we should be thanking young master for patronizing our divine wind sect's business. When the beautiful woman laughed, she looked as if she was trembling. She was really beautiful. Lin Feng could not help but take a few more glances at her. The beautiful woman was very pleased with herself. She had always been attracted to him. She was very confident. The beautiful woman left to sort out the various insect materials. An hour later, the beautiful woman returned. She brought over 200 types of insect materials. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This divine wind sect's ability was really big. They actually had so many insect materials in stock. There are a total of 84 types of insect materials to cultivate the immemorial ancestral insect, 56 types of insect materials to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, 6 to 7 types of insect materials to cultivate the Desolate Era Demon Refining Insect Queen, 60 types of insect materials to cultivate the Immortal Devouring Insect Queen. As the beautiful woman spoke, she took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. She said, the quantity and price of each insect material are all recorded inside. Young master can take a look. Lin Feng took the jade tube. His divine sense sensed it. Sure enough, he found it. It recorded the introduction, quantity, price and other contents of various insect materials. It was very complete. The Divine Wind sect was very meticulous in doing things. This point, Lin Feng admired it very much. No problem. Lin Feng's divine sense withdrew from the jade tube and said, the price of these things added together is 830,000 immortal stones. But today, our Divine Wind sect will form a good relationship with young master and only take 800,000 immortal stones from young master, the beautiful woman said with a smile. 800,000 immortal stones was actually an astronomical figure. World of cultivators. Many people did not raise pets, spirit beasts and so on. These pets, spirit beasts and other living creatures could play an important role at critical moments. They could even reverse the situation of a battle. But why were there still so few people who raised these pets and spirit beasts as rare as phoenix feathers and chelene horns? It was not that those cultivators did not want to raise them. It was that they really could not afford to raise them. Only a rich cultivator like Lin Feng could do that. Could afford to raise them. Thank you, fairy, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he took out 800,000 immortal stones. He sealed the 800,000 immortal stones in a spatial porcelain bottle and handed it to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman did not check if the number of immortal stones inside was enough. She kept the porcelain bottle. She did this as if she was telling Lin Feng. She trusted Lin Feng 100%. She had a 100% trusting attitude towards her customers. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Lin Feng continued, I still need some things, but I don't know if the Divine Wind sect has them here. What things? The beautiful woman asked curiously. Dragon cores, dragon crystals, and the like. It's a treasure that can help the dragon race grow quickly, Lin Feng said. In fact, the dragon core and the dragon crystal were the same thing. It was just that they had different names at different stages. There was a huge difference in the purity of the energy contained within. These things are not easy to find. However, I heard that a fellow Daoist has a bottle of dragon marrow. It is said that it is the marrow of a true dragon. Priceless. True dragon marrow? Good fellow. Lin Feng heard the words true dragon bone marrow. He was shocked. This item was even more valuable than a dragon core or a dragon crystal. It would definitely play a huge role in promoting Xiaolong's growth. Eat, eat, eat. When Xiaolong heard the words true dragon bone marrow, he was shocked. He shouted excitedly. Is that fellow Daoist in Withered City? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 3681. Said Lin Feng. Thank you very much, Celestial. The beautiful woman chuckled. You're too polite, young master. Lin Feng chatted with the beautiful woman for a while before leaving. He had gained a lot from this trip to the black market. As for this trip, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Lin Feng walked outside. A group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Among the crowd, Lin Feng saw the three-eyed bull demon that he had defeated. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Was this guy here for revenge? The three-eyed bull demon had never invaded the 9 prefectures before. So, Lin Feng didn't like this race. He didn't hate them. But if this guy didn't have eyes and came to find trouble with him, Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful. Big brother, it's him. The three-eyed bull demon pointed at Lin Feng. This guy had brought over an expert who was somewhat similar to him, but his aura was much stronger. Eat this old bull's fist. The reinforcements brought over by the three-eyed bull demon couldn't help but roar. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He casually sent out a palm strike. Bang! This reinforcements was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm strike. Crack, crack. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The bones in his body, it was unknown how many were broken by Lin Feng. Ah, so strong, so strong. The three-eyed bull demon that was sent flying by Lin Feng once again rushed towards Lin Feng. The three-eyed bull demon from before also rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought that the two of them wanted to gang up on him. Just as Lin Feng was about to make his move, who would have thought? The two of them directly flopped on the ground. Flop. They knelt in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The surrounding cultivators were also dumbfounded. Weren't these guys here for revenge? The fight had only just begun. Kneeling on the ground, what was the meaning of this? Even if he couldn't win, he could still leave. There was no need to kneel on the ground, right? Lin Feng didn't know what to do with those two guys. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked speechlessly. Young master, you're too strong. We brothers are willing to follow young master. We hope that young master can bestow upon us the method to become stronger. The three-eyed ox demonic cultivator who was sent flying by Lin Feng hurriedly said. Young master, please accept us. We are willing to become young master's followers. We can help young master with a lot of things. Another three-eyed bull demon said. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. These two guys actually did such a thing and caught Lin Feng off guard. Get up, this is not the place to talk, Lin Feng said. Naturally, he had no interest in accepting these two followers. If young master doesn't accept us brothers, we brothers will kneel for a long time, the two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators said in unison. Once a bull's temper flared up, it was completely one-track minded. If you want to kneel, then kneel. I'll take my leave first. Lin Feng directly walked outside. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators hurriedly got up. There were still some other cultivators following them. They were all followers they had taken in. Now, the two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators had driven away their followers. They then chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned to his residence. The two three-eyed ox demonic cultivators followed Lin Feng back to his residence in the Bee Garden district. They didn't knock on his door. Instead, they sat on the branches of a tree not far away and rested. When the innkeeper found out about this, he came to Lin Feng's residence. He asked Lin Feng if he needed to drive the two away. The innkeeper had a great background. It was said that it was related to the city lord's mansion. Perhaps the city lord's mansion was the force behind it. Lin Feng asked, what's the background of these two? The older one is called Niu Meng, and the younger one is called Niu Yang. Speaking of which, These two brothers are quite pitiful. Their parents were killed when they were still very young. Originally, their father was the eldest son of the three-eyed ox demon clan's patriarch. Moreover, the old patriarch's soul was about to return to the 9 heavens due to an old illness. The brother's father was about to inherit the patriarch's position, but he suddenly died tragically, and the position of patriarch fell to the second brother. The situation of the two brothers, Niu Meng and Niu Yang, is getting worse and worse. Although their bloodline is powerful, they have no one to rely on in the clan after their parents died. Therefore, they missed the best period of cultivation when they were young. Therefore, their powerful talents have not been fully displayed. All these years, they have been thinking of avenging their parents, so they want to become stronger, the innkeeper said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect these two stubborn brothers to have such a tragic background. Lin Feng's sharp senses told him that. Was the death of the Niu Meng and Niu Yang's father related to this second uncle of theirs? Of course. This was only Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng didn't have any evidence. Let them stay there. They will leave soon if I don't go out, Lin Feng said. Young master's kindness is admirable. The innkeeper cupped his fists. Then he left. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the Niu Meng and Niu Yang brothers. Perhaps everyone in this world had their own story behind them. And Lin Feng. He didn't want to be too involved in other people's affairs. Afternoon. A maid came to Lin Feng's place. This maid was from the Divine Wind Pavilion. She received Yarrow Yu's order and came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter. A light flashed. On the letter, a graceful figure appeared. It was Yarrow Yu. Yarrow Yu said, "Young master, I have already visited that fellow Daoist. Tomorrow, that fellow Daoist will go to the Divine Wind Pavilion and take out the true dragon bone marrow. However, that fellow Daoist seems to have informed many people to go, so young master must be mentally prepared." Her voice faded. That illusory figure of Yarrow Yu disappeared. On the blank letter, there was a dense row of small words. Those small words, including the specific time, guesses of what the other party might need, and so on. Yarrow Yu was quite meticulous. She was very thoughtful. I have received the letter. Go and reply to manager Yarrow Yu. Say that I will be there on time tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at the maid who delivered the letter and said, "Yes. This servant will go back and report to master," the maid said. Then she left. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Divine Wind Pavilion. Seeing Lin Feng come out, the Niu Meng and Niu Yang brothers hurriedly jumped down from the tree. Then they followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want the Niu brothers to follow him. Because there were too many people from the Sacred War Alliance who wanted to kill him. Once Lin Feng's identity was exposed, there would definitely be experts to deal with him. This was also the reason why Lin Feng didn't want the Niu brothers to follow him. Because once the war broke out, the Niu brothers. Chapter 3682. I'll pass on 3 divine abilities to you 2 brothers. These 3 divine abilities, one is called Green Ox Heaven Trampling Steps, one is called Divine Ox Dragon Kill, and one is called Divine Ox Demon Art. Come find me after you've successfully cultivated these 3 divine abilities. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and 2 light beams flew out. Each beam of light recorded 3 divine abilities. These 3 divine abilities were obtained from the immortal corpse's soul. They were very powerful. The 2 light beams that recorded the divine abilities entered the minds of the Niu brothers. Thank you, young master. The 2 of us brothers will definitely cultivate well. We won't disappoint young master's expectations, the Niu Meng and Niu Yang said excitedly. They thanked him repeatedly. Then they left. After seeing the 2 brothers leave, Lin Feng continued to walk towards the Divine Wind Tower. Arriving at the Divine Wind Tower, the beautiful woman Yarrow Yu received Lin Feng. "Is he here?" Lin Feng asked. "He's already here. He's currently drinking tea and chatting with the deputy head. There's still an hour before the trade fair begins. Young master should also go to the VIP lounge to rest," Yarrow Yu said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Yarrow Yu brought Lin Feng to a separate VIP lounge on the 5th floor. A maidservant brought in tea. As the manager of the Divine Wind Tower, Yarrow Yu had a lot of things to do. So after chatting with Lin Feng for a while, she went out to deal with the affairs of the Divine Wind Tower. An hour later, a maid came to the VIP lounge where Lin Feng was. The maid said, "Lin Gongzi, the trade fair is about to begin. Let's go now." Lin Feng nodded. He got up and followed behind the maid. The trade fair was also on the 5th floor. It was only a dozen meters away from the VIP lounge where Lin Feng was resting. When they entered the trade fair, there were already 7 or 8 cultivators gathered here. There were elderly cultivators, middle-aged cultivators, and also relatively young cultivators. After seeing Lin Feng come in, these people all looked indifferent. They didn't pay too much attention to a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Soon after, a group of people arrived. The 2 people in the lead. They were 2 young masters, and Lin Feng actually recognized one of them. It was none other than Gongzi Huang. The young master beside Gongzi Huang was extremely handsome. It was just that his eyebrows were raised, making him look rather frivolous. Gongzi Huang. That person also came out of the Holy Palace. In the past, Gongzi Huang was the most powerful existence among the younger generation. Now that he has cultivated in the sacred palace for such a long time, it is simply unimaginable just how powerful his combat strength has become. That's right. Perhaps he can catch up to the older generation of experts. I heard that Gongzi Huang came for Lian Yunshang. I've heard about this as well. The one with Gongzi Huang is Lian Yunshang's younger brother, right? This fellow is a spoiled brat with exceptional talent. However, he does not want to improve himself and has always been a fool when it comes to cultivation. After obtaining so many precious resources over the years, he has only just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. What a waste of resources. The cultivators in the VIP lounge began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng could hear the ants fighting. Naturally, he could hear the mutterings of some cultivators. He rather admired Lian Yunshang's younger brother. This fellow had probably heard the others' evaluation of him. However, he did not seem to care at all. Perhaps, a dead pig does not fear boiling water. This was how this fellow was acting now. Anyway, it was already like this. You can say whatever you want. When Gongzi Huang saw Lin Feng sitting down, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. "Brother Huang, do you know this fellow?" Lian Limo asked in surprise. "Yes. This is the fellow I told you about before. He is the one who used your sister's reputation to auction the Purgatory Demon Stone," Gongzi Huang said. Moreover, he did not lower his voice when speaking. Obviously, he did not mind being overheard by Lin Feng. This fellow was fanning the flames of trouble. He did it so blatantly. When the others heard this, they were all surprised. They all looked at Lin Feng. They wondered who this fellow was. He actually dared to use Lian Yunshang's reputation to make a fortune. Lian Yunshang was beautiful. However, she was not a good-tempered person. Was this fellow not playing with fire? However, this fellow was actually sitting there calmly. It seemed that Lian Yunshang did not take revenge on him. Could it be that he had some kind of ambiguous relationship with Lian Yunshang? Or else, why did Lian Yunshang not teach this fellow a lesson? Many people began to make guesses. Lian Limo walked toward Lin Feng. Many people muttered. It seemed that Lian Limo was going to deal with this fellow. Soon, Lian Limo came to Lin Feng's side. He looked at Lin Feng condescendingly and asked, "Is it true that you used my sister's name to make a fortune?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "You can think of it that way." Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Feng to answer so straightforwardly. "Do you know? Did you commit a heinous crime?" Lian Limo snorted coldly. "What heinous crime? Tell me about it." Lin Feng said calmly. "My sister has a fiery temper. She was furious that you used her name to make a fortune. She wanted to smash you into a pulp with her mace, but I tried my best to stop her. In order to save you, I was almost slapped to death by my sister." Lian Limo said. Lin Feng, Gongzi Huang, everyone, Lian Limo muttered to himself. "For you. I offended my own sister. Now, I don't dare to return home. So, you should know what to do now, right? Everyone was speechless. It was rumored that Lian Limo was not only a second-generation heir, but also a dabbler. They did not believe it at first. Now, they believed it. This fellow was really a weirdo. He actually dared to make up stories about his own sister. Moreover, his intentions were clear. He had said so much. He wanted to take advantage of Lin Feng. Thank you, thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. After that, Lin Feng ignored Lian Limo, the idiot. Lian Limo said, thank you. That's it. Think about the sacrifices I made for you. Lian Limo said. He even stretched out his right hand and made a rubbing motion. Lin Feng said, what are you doing? Your hand is rubbing here and there. What exactly are you rubbing? Many people could not help but laugh. Lin Feng was obviously teasing Lian Limo. Lian Limo rolled his eyes, thinking, why is this fellow so stupid? He can't even understand what I'm trying to say. Lian Limo then remembered that Gongzi Huang had spent 1.5 million to buy a purgatory fiend stone from Lin Feng. Lian Limo could not help but despise Gongzi Huang's intelligence. Each one was stupider than the other. I'm still the smart one. Chapter 3683. Lian Limo originally wanted to ask for a portion of the immortal stones from Lin Feng. But at this moment, Yarrow Yu and another cultivator arrived. Everyone naturally knew Yarrow Yu. As for the other cultivator, very few people knew him. Someone seemed to recognize the cultivator's identity and was extremely shocked, but he didn't say much. That cultivator didn't look particularly old, around 30 years old. But cultivators all looked relatively young. That cultivator must have cultivated for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. After seeing Yarrow Yu arrive, Lian Limo shrunk his neck. He seemed to be quite afraid of Yarrow Yu. He didn't continue to pester Lin Feng, but quickly found a place to sit down. Everyone. This fellow Daoist Zhuge is the fellow Daoist who possesses the true dragon bone marrow, Yarrow Yu said. Everyone cupped their fists towards the cultivator surnamed Zhuge. I am Zhuge Ming. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The cultivator introduced himself. Of course, it was unknown whether it was his real name or not. When cultivators went out, there were very few who used their real names. Other than those who were confident in their own strength or those who came from large factions, who used their real names. The rest of the people liked to use aliases, because they were worried about being retaliated against. Therefore, it was more convenient to use an alias. Although this Zhuge Ming looked very amiable, he was not a person to be trifled with. But this person gave Lin Feng an unusually dangerous feeling. This existence. He was definitely a powerful character. He wasn't someone ordinary people could provoke. Yarrow Yu said, everyone is here for the true dragon bone marrow. As for how to obtain the true dragon bone marrow, it will depend on what fellow Daoist Zhuge's specific request is. I still have something to take care of, so I won't disturb everyone. Yarrow Yu bowed to everyone. Then she walked outside. Take care, everyone said. Watching Yarrow Yu leave. Seeing Yarrow Yu leave, Lian Limo's expression returned to normal. Lin Feng had been observing Lian Limo the entire time. He realized that this guy seemed to be very afraid of Yarrow Yu. Lian Limo was the son of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan's patriarch. Was there a need to be afraid of Yarrow Yu? Unless Yarrow Yu and the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan had a deep relationship. And her identity was different. That was why Lian Limo, the second generation, was so afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, I need an item. Who could take it out? The true dragon's bone marrow belongs to him, Zhuge Ming said. What is it? Everyone was curious. Immortal's inner core, Zhuge Ming said. Immortal's inner core? What the hell is that? Lian Li Mo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Zhuge Ming said, cultivators usually don't condense inner cores. They usually convert the energy in their bodies into qi. For example, magic power belonged to a type of qi, and qi was also the most primitive force that propelled a cultivator's life. Even the flow of blood needed to be carried by qi. However, there are some immortals who can condense an inner core within their bodies. This inner core is called the Great Golden Core, and is formed by the condensation of the immortal's energy source and their own qi. Many people frowned. What Zhuge Ming wanted was simply too rare. Lin Feng had prepared many treasures. However, these treasures were of no use. Immortal Niden. These things were condensed from the bodies of immortals, and only a very small portion of immortals could condense them. Where should I go to find them? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who couldn't produce such an item. Everyone present couldn't produce such an item either. Zhuge Ming took in the expressions of everyone present. He then said, "If you can't produce an immortal's inner core, it's fine. Everyone can name a price, and everyone will have one chance. If I'm satisfied with what you have, I'll give you the true dragon bone marrow." Good. This is a good suggestion. I'll go first. Lian Li Mo immediately shouted, then took out a jade tube and handed it to Zhuge Ming. What is this? Zhuge Ming didn't check the jade tube, but asked instead. Lian Li Mo wanted to go forward and whisper to him. However, he was rejected by Zhuge Ming. There's nothing that can't be said. Just say it. Zhuge Ming said. Lian Li Mo recited, "Guan Guan Ju Do in the river, a gentle and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. We men live in this world, aren't we born to enjoy ourselves? Women, on the other hand, are able to show off our men's status. I'm sure there's no man who doesn't like women, right? In this jade tube of mine, there's information on many of the top beauties in our great sage world. Even their interests and hobbies are recorded. Fellow Daoist, you can take a look. If you take a fancy to any of them, you can approach them according to their interests and hobbies, then launch a powerful attack. When the time comes, you'll definitely be able to win the heart of the beauty." After hearing Lian Li Mo's words, the corners of many people's mouths couldn't help but twitch. This Lian Li Mo. What a weirdo. As expected of someone like a spoiled brat. Did he think that everyone had the same thoughts as him? Apart from eating, drinking, and playing with women, there was nothing else to do? Next. Zhuge Ming ignored Lian Li Mo. "You really don't know anything about romance." Lian Li Mo rolled his eyes and said. An old man said, "I once obtained a Daoist scripture passed down from an ancient immortal in the Primordial era. It contains endless wonders, and I can copy it for you." Zhuge Ming didn't say anything directly. Instead, he wanted to see what other people had. He needed to weigh the pros and cons. After the old man finished speaking, a middle-aged cultivator said, "I have an unparalleled divine ability here, but it's incomplete. Even so, it's still heaven-defying. I plan to use this divine ability to exchange for true dragon bone marrow with you." After the middle-aged cultivator, the only female cultivator said, "I have an unrefined Chenkuan gourd here. It's said that it's a gourd formed from the most ancient immortal root. One of the three pure ones, Taishang Laro Jun, had a treasure that was refined from this Chenkuan gourd. It's said that it can absorb all living things in the world, and it only takes 49 days to refine anyone to death. Fellow Daoist, you can use the Chenkuan gourd to refine such a supreme treasure." The cultivators said one after another. Naturally, the items they took out were all extremely precious. There were only two people left. Gongzi Huang. Lin Feng. Gongzi Huang said, "I'm sure you've heard of the antediluvian secret realm." After hearing the words Eldritch Mystery Realm, many people's expressions changed abruptly. Gongzi Huang continued, "This is the most mysterious and ancient mystery realm in the Eldritch era. The inheritance and treasures inside are unimaginable. I have a token here, which is a token to enter the Eldritch Mystery Realm. The Eldritch Mystery Realm appears once every 10 million years. Calculating the time, it should appear somewhere in the starry sky world in a few years. When the time comes, the holder of the token will be able to sense it. At that time, you can find the Eldritch Mystery Realm and enter it. Once you enter the Eldritch Mystery Realm, you'll obtain unimaginable opportunities." After Gongzi Huang finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand. A token appeared in his hand. Chapter 3684. Gongzi Huang should have more than one token to enter the antediluvian secret realm. Or else, he wouldn't have taken out this token at this moment. The antediluvian secret realm. The biggest secret realm of the antediluvian era. The secret realm with the most opportunities. Since ancient times, countless people wanted to find the antediluvian secret realm. To explore the antediluvian secret realm. However, it was still difficult to find the antediluvian secret realm. Now, with this token, there was hope to enter the antediluvian secret realm. Therefore, this token, it was indeed too attractive. Compared to the antediluvian secret realm token that Gongzi Huang took out, although the other people took out various precious items, however, it was still incomparable to Gongzi Huang's token. Many people shook their heads. They felt that they had no hope. Everyone knew how to choose. Zhuge Ming looked at Lin Feng and said, "What are you going to use to persuade me?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. When Gongzi Huang took out the antediluvian secret realm token, Lin Feng knew that ordinary items, even emperor weapons, were not as attractive as the antediluvian secret realm token. As for the more precious treasures, for example, treasures like the Bell of Hell were too important to Lin Feng. He couldn't take them out. Therefore, Lin Feng knew, if he wanted to suppress Gongzi Huang to make a deal with Zhuge Ming, he couldn't use conventional methods. Conventional methods naturally referred to using items to make a deal with Zhuge Ming. At this moment, he needed to use some unconventional methods. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng indifferently and couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery. Gongzi Huang was ruthless. When Lin Feng had received 1,500,000 celestial stones, Lin Feng smiled. He already had the intention to kill Lin Feng. However, Withered Silent City was not a place to make a move. Therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity. A chance for me to do something for you. However, the prerequisite is that what you want me to do doesn't go against my conscience and it won't harm anyone, Lin Feng said. Everyone looked at each other. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. This kid, who did he think he was? With empty words, it was the true dragon's marrow that wanted to escape. Was he daydreaming? Zhuge Ming said, "One must know their own limits." Lin Feng said, "One must know how to seize opportunities." Everyone couldn't help but slander him incessantly. This brat seemed to think too highly of himself. This guy. Could it be that he really thought of himself as a powerful figure? In the eyes of everyone. Very soon, Lin Feng would be crushed by the cruel reality. Let him know. In this world, it wasn't as simple as he thought. Zhuge Ming took a deep look at Lin Feng. A light flashed in his hand. A space crystal appeared. Sealed within the space crystal was a ball of liquid. Groan. A loud dragon roar was heard. A true dragon was flying in the space crystal. Waves of dragon roars resounded throughout the world. That was a true dragon. It was not a true dragon. Instead, it was formed by the spiritual aura of the true dragon's bone marrow. True dragon marrow. Cries of surprise could be heard. Everyone looked at the true dragon bone marrow with burning gazes. This was definitely a supreme treasure. Refining pills had an obvious effect on one's cultivation. Zhuge Ming flicked his finger. Whoosh. The space crystal flew out and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected such a situation. Zhuge Ming. He actually chose to make a deal with Lin Feng. It was really shocking. Lin Feng was a young cultivator. He didn't take out any treasures. He only uttered a fleeting promise. Zhuge Ming actually chose Lin Feng. It was really unbelievable. Among everyone, the one with the ugliest expression was none other than Gongzi Huang. Originally, he was very confident. He believed that the true dragon bone marrow belonged to him. Who would have thought that the true dragon bone marrow would actually fall into Lin Feng's hands? Fellow cultivator, you have to consider carefully, Gongzi Huang said. You don't have to worry about that, Zhuge Ming said indifferently. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, I know who you are. We will meet again. After saying that, Zhuge Ming stood up. Then he left. Lin Feng frowned. Zhuge Ming actually knew his identity. This made Lin Feng very surprised. In his impression, he didn't seem to know Zhuge Ming. Of course. Maybe Zhuge Ming had seen him before. So, he recognized him. Eat, 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 I want to eat. Xiaolong, who was in the time-space, couldn't wait to shout. Lin Feng was astonished by the little guy's digestive abilities. After all, not long ago, this little guy had just eaten a dragon core. Logically speaking, he was so young. After eating the dragon core, he would need some time to digest before he could continue to eat other things. But this was obviously not the case for Xiaolong. After eating the dragon core, it didn't even fall asleep. It was estimated that the energy of the dragon core, it had already been digested by Xiaolong. The stronger the race, the stronger the digestive ability. Lin Feng still didn't know which race Xiaolong belonged to. He suspected that Xiaolong was a descendant of the ancestor dragon. But there wasn't much substantial evidence for this suspicion. You're awesome. You're still awesome. You actually used an empty sentence to cheat the true dragon's bone marrow away. If I had known earlier, I would have said the same thing, Lian Limo said. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, if you say that, Zhuge Ming will probably throw you out directly, out of sight, out of mind. Lian Limo still hadn't forgotten to ask Lin Feng for benefits. He said, hurry up and give me some immortal stones. At least half. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the next time my sister wants to deal with you, I'll be able to stop her. This guy obviously had a hidden meaning in his words, threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted Lian Limo's shoulder and said earnestly, your sister was also present at that time. She didn't get angry when she saw me using her name to make a fortune. Do you know why? Why? Lian Limo asked doubtfully. He really didn't understand this matter. His sister's temper. She actually didn't flip out. It was really unbelievable. I usually call your sister Little Shong Shong, Lin Feng said. You're my brother-in-law? Lian Limo's eyes widened. The sun really rose from the west. There was actually someone who could make his sister admire him. I'll go back to the clan and tell my father about this, Lian Limo said, then ran off in a flash. Who was this kid? How dare he take advantage of Lian Yunshang? Wasn't he courting death? And this idiot Lian Limo actually believed it just like that. This is too much. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang indifferently. This person was incomparably terrifying. He had entered the myriad tribe's sacred palace to cultivate for 3,000 years. But so what? Chapter 3685. Gongzi Huang was slightly taken aback. Then, his expression darkened completely. He had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to refute him. Gongzi Huang was a lofty existence. Who would dare to refute him? In the great sage world, no one dared to offend him. But Lin Feng dared. This made Gongzi Huang's desire to kill Lin Feng even more. Do you know that people like you usually don't even have the right to talk to me? But now, if you don't want face when I give you face, then I don't mind letting you know what a lowly wretch you are. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. The rest of the people stayed to watch the dispute with great interest. Everyone knew that Gongzi Huang was one of Lian Yunshang's suitors. It was just that Lian Yunshang did not agree. Lin Feng had made his relationship with Lian Yunshang sound so ambiguous. Perhaps Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang really did have a close relationship. It was no wonder that Gongzi Huang was so against this young cultivator. The others did not know that Gongzi Huang had spent 1,500,000 to buy the Purgatory Fiend Stone from Lin Feng. If they knew about this, they would know that Gongzi Huang wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was not just because of Lian Yunshang. Gongzi Huang had always been ruthless. The heavenly fiends had always been like that. How many of them had a good temper? You keep saying that others are lowly. Do you think the heavenly fiends are a noble race? Lin Feng looked at Gongzi Huang with a mocking gaze. Of course the heavenly fiends are noble. With your lowly bloodline, you are destined to look up to the heavenly fiend. Gongzi Huang looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. This was a kind of pride that was emitted from his bones. The heavenly fiends. They were indeed very powerful. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'm afraid you've forgotten that your ancestors were enslaved by the primitive demons. Back then, the heavenly fiend's ancestors were merely slaves of the primitive demons. What? Have you forgotten about this period of time? A bunch of descendants of slaves are actually discussing whose bloodline is noble and whose is lowly with me. Do you think there's a need to talk about this? You're courting death. Boundless killing intent burst out from Gongzi Huang's eyes. Being enslaved by the primitive demon race had always been viewed as a great humiliation by the heavenly demon race. Whoever dared to mention this matter would be viewed as an enemy by the heaven fiend race. Therefore, no one dared to mention that the heavenly devil race had been enslaved by the primitive devil race in front of the heavenly devil race cultivators. But Lin Feng. But today, he mentioned this matter. It was like plucking fur from a tiger. Breaking the ground on the Tai Sui's head. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was courting death. They didn't think that Lin Feng was a match for Gongzi Huang. One had to know. Even among the experts of the older generation. Perhaps. Only those who stood at the pinnacle would be able to do so. Only then could he suppress Gongzi Huang. Although Gongzi Huang was young. However, he had already become a supreme overlord of the starry skies. Who would dare to underestimate him? Boom. After Gongzi Huang's cold voice fell, an incomparably terrifying aura was emitted from his body. That aura. It directly oppressed Lin Feng. Gongzi Huang wanted to use his aura to suppress Lin Feng. Such a terrifying aura oppression, although it wasn't directed at anyone else. However, the other cultivators in the VIP lounge still felt as if there was an immemorial mountain pressing down on them. That feeling was really terrible. It made them feel as if they were about to suffocate. It was hard to imagine. How tyrannical was Gongzi Huang? The others felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to be miserable this time. However, at this time, they realized that Lin Feng was actually fine. What a bunch of clowns. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and look at Gongzi Huang with a mocking gaze. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Lin Feng could ignore Gongzi Huang's powerful aura. Secondly, Lin Feng was actually provoking Gongzi Huang again. Was this guy really not afraid of Gongzi Huang? Could it be that he was hiding some powerful trump card? Since you want to die, this young master can fulfill your wish. Gongzi Huang's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Lin Feng, wanting to take action against Lin Feng. At this moment, Yarrow Yu walked in and said, Gongzi Huang, this is the Divine Wind Tower. This is not a place for you to fight. Before you do anything, you should think twice before you act. You're protecting him? Gongzi Huang looked at Yarrow Yu with a gloomy expression. In this world, you can't do anything as you wish. You have to abide by some rules. Why? Didn't anyone teach you this? Yarrow Yu said coldly. Lin Feng was surprised. Normally, he only felt that Yarrow Yu was a very charming woman. Although Yarrow Yu's cultivation was also very tyrannical, she gave people the feeling that she was charming and seductive. Today, Yarrow Yu was actually so strong. To be able to become the chief manager of the Divine Wind Tower, Yarrow Yu was naturally not a simple person. He had underestimated this woman before. Now that Yarrow Yu had appeared, the first reason was to uphold the rules set by the Divine Wind Tower. The second reason was that Yarrow Yu had fallen out with Gongzi Huang was to support Lin Feng. This point was also quite thought-provoking. Good. Very good. Yarrow Yu. I'll remember you. Gongzi Huang looked at Yarrow Yu with an indifferent expression. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? A person like you doesn't even have the right to die in my hands. Don't worry. I won't kill you personally because that will dirty my hands. Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't mind stepping on you personally. After I step on you and dirty my shoes, I can change them for a new pair. Everyone was speechless. Gongzi Huang was speechless. Yarrow Yu was speechless. The corner of Gongzi Huang's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng's ability to talk was indeed impressive. Gongzi Huang did not say anything else. Arguing with Lin Feng would only infuriate him to death. Let's go. Gongzi Huang said in a deep voice. He took the lead and walked out. Gongzi Huang's followers followed closely behind him. The others did not stay and left one after another. "Thank you for helping me out just now." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Yarrow Yu charmingly smiled and said, "In any case, with young master's ability, you shouldn't be afraid of Gongzi Huang. Just now, I targeted Gongzi Huang because I wanted to tell young master that our Divine Wind Hall has always been young master's friend." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Yarrow Yu's personality had always been straightforward. This was one of the things that people liked about her. From Yarrow Yu's words, he could roughly guess. The Divine Wind Tower. They already knew his identity. The Divine Wind Tower was not simple. The power behind it was most likely the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion master was a member of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan. Therefore, the Divine Wind Tower had a close relationship with the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan. Chapter 3686. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I also like to be friends with celestial beings." Fairy's personality. It's very likable. Is it just my personality that is likable? Yarrow Yu asked with a charming smile. Of course, you look like a celestial being. You're so beautiful that anyone who sees you would be attracted to you, said Lin Feng while smiling. Yarrow Yu stared at Lin Feng and asked, "Then, is Lin Gongzi tempted by Yarrow Yu?" Lin Feng gently lifted Yarrow Yu's snow-white chin and looked at her delicate face up close. This woman. She was really beautiful. But unfortunately, Lin Feng was not tempted. Lin Feng had many women. All of them were peerless beauties. Now, there were only a few women who could make Lin Feng fall in love. There seemed to be fewer and fewer of them. "If you want to make me fall in love, you might need to work harder," Lin Feng said. Yarrow Yu bit her red lips and said, "How hard should I work? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I was just joking with you a moment ago. Fairy is such a peerless beauty, so I'm naturally tempted. Unfortunately, I'm now wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Otherwise, I'd definitely do everything I can to pursue Fairy." "Hey," Yarrow Yu laughed. She was so beautiful even when she laughed. She said, "Yarrow Yu is already very satisfied to be able to make you fall in love with me. I don't dare to hope that I can have a relationship with you." Lin Feng smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he said, "It's getting late. I will take my leave. I will send you off." Yarrow Yu said. Lin Feng nodded. Accompanied by Yarrow Yu, he walked out. On the other side, after Lian Limo left the black market, he went straight to the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan's territory. After returning to the clan, he quickly went to see his father. Lian Yunshang and Lian Limo's father was called Lian Shuxian. He had been in control of the Scarlet Demonic Snake clan for more than 100,000 years. Of course, Lian Yunshang and Lian Limo's grandfather was still alive, but he had chosen to live in seclusion to pursue the ultimate Tao. He didn't want to be disturbed by trivial matters. That was why he passed the authority of the family to Lian Shuxian. Among the experts of the Sacred War Alliance who were about to break through to the Emperor realm, one of them was Lian Yunshang and Lian Limo's grandfather. Lian Limo rushed into Lian Shuxian's study. "How dare you?" Lian Shuxian had always had an extremely strict personality. He had 7 sons. The most disappointing of all was Lian Limo. Lian Limo was also basking in his sister's limelight. Otherwise, with his temperament, not having his legs broken by Lian Shuxian was already not bad. In truth, Lian Limo was extremely afraid of his father. If not for his sister's matter, he would have been forced to flee. He wouldn't even look for his father. "Your son was blinded by an urgent matter just now. Please forgive me, father." Lian Limo quickly apologized. "What is it?" Lian Shuxian asked in a deep voice. Lian Limo was a spoiled brat, and he had an extremely amusing personality. He was always very interested in the gossip of others. Not to mention the gossip of his own sister. Lian Limo said, "Father, do you know that my sister has a lover?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lian Shuxian's expression suddenly sank. Lian Yunshang's talent. It was too heaven-defying. The only pity was that she was a girl. Therefore, Lian Shuxian or the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan would never allow Lian Yunshang to casually have emotional entanglements with other men. Lian Yunshang was destined to sacrifice a lot for the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan, including her feelings. Or rather, who Lian Yunshang would marry in the future was not up to her to decide. I'm not lying. There's a guy with the surname Lin. 2 days ago, he used my sister's name to make a fortune, and he even called my sister Little Shangchang. Father, if they're not lovers, who would dare to call my sister that? Lian Limo said. Lian Shuxian couldn't help but frown. He understood Lian Yunshang's temper quite well. Although Lian Yunshang was as beautiful as a goddess, she looked charming and flirtatious, gentle as water. But in reality, she didn't have a good temper. Lian Yunshang's prestige in the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan was extremely high because she had been teaching her peers a lesson since she was young. As she grew older, then she began to challenge the experts in the clan. The most important thing was, once they started fighting, she had no intention of stopping at all. Those who didn't know would think that it was a life and death battle. Several respected elders in the clan were seriously injured. But after the incident, Lian Yunshang kept apologizing. These elders couldn't be calculative with the juniors, right? So later, the people of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan all avoided Lian Yunshang when they saw her. They were afraid that Lian Yunshang would drag them to be her sparring partner. That would be a fate worse than death. So, with Lian Yunshang's personality, she was definitely someone who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. If she didn't have an intimate relationship with another man, if anyone dared to take advantage of her, it would be strange if they didn't get beaten half to death. What's the name of that guy with the surname Lin? Lian Shuxian asked in a deep voice. Lian Limo said, I don't know what that guy's name is, but I secretly used a precious crystal ball to imprint his appearance. After Lian Limo finished speaking, he handed a crystal ball to Lin Feng and Lian Shuxian. Okay. You can leave too. You don't have to worry about this matter, Lian Shuxian said. Then I'll take my leave. Lian Limo left the study. In the next few hours, Yi Zichen had already made his decision. The people of the Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan began to discuss this matter. Lian Limo was a blabbermouth. He didn't care if there was evidence or not. This guy said that his sister Lian Yunshang had affairs with a man. When Lian Yunshang went out, she found that many people were pointing at her and whispering about something in private. After asking around, she found out what was going on. Lian Yunshang was so angry that she went straight to Lian Limo. She didn't care if he was her biological brother. She went up and beat him up. Sister, I'm innocent. I'm really innocent. That guy with the surname Lin told me that he was my brother-in-law. I was deceived by him, shouted Lian Limo. He wanted to make Lin Feng the scapegoat. Previously, she had been played by Lin Feng outside the Divine Wind restaurant. Lian Yunshang hadn't vented her anger yet. Now, Lin Feng had spread rumors that she was his woman. Lian Yunshang was on the verge of exploding. Lian Yunshang had wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson before, so she had already found out where Lin Feng lived. Lian Yunshang grabbed Lian Limo's collar. Chapter 3687. When the little dragon swallowed the dragon core, it didn't fall into a deep sleep. But this time, the little dragon fell into a deep sleep after swallowing the true dragon bone marrow. The little guy's digestive ability was extremely strong. But, after all, it had swallowed 2 treasures containing pure energy in a very short period of time. It needed some time to completely digest the energy. For some young beasts, deep sleep was the best way. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng planned to have a good rest for a few days. Then he would head to the area where the Immortal Gods Alliance was located. When he arrived at the Immortal Gods Alliance, he didn't necessarily look for the 3 human experts immediately. Lin Feng decided to observe for a while and inquire about the specific situation of the 3 human experts. Then he would consider whether to show himself. People's hearts were unpredictable. Of course, Lin Feng was worried that the 3 strongest cultivators of the human clan were plotting against him. This kind of thing. It wasn't completely impossible. Lin Feng had just returned to his residence not long ago. There was a loud bang. Lin Feng sensed that the entire house was shaking violently. Someone was attacking the restriction of the house, so the restriction counterattacked. Therefore, under the impact of the powerful energy, only then would the house shake violently. Bastard! Bastard! Hurry up and come out for this fairy. At this time, there was a shout outside. After hearing the curses, Zhong Xian was stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wasn't that Lian Yunshang's voice? Was Lian Yunshang causing trouble for him? Such a big commotion naturally attracted a lot of people. Lian Yunshang was very famous. So many people couldn't help but point and whisper to each other. Sister, every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want to take revenge, you should look for that Lin guy, right? Can you put me down now? You see, so many people are pointing at me. I'm really embarrassed to be caught like this, Lian Limo said with a bitter smile, looking at Lian Yunshang with pleading eyes. He was lifted in the air by Lian Yunshang like a chicken. It was hard to struggle. It was really embarrassing. Lian Yunshang glared at Lian Limo coldly and said, "Shut up. You aren't a good person either." Lian Limo paled at the sight of the furious Lian Yunshang. Although they were siblings, Lian Yunshang was still angry. Lian Yunshang would not show mercy. Little Shong Shong, why was he so angry? Why don't you come down and have a cup of tea in peace? Drinking tea can reduce internal heat. Lin Feng walked out of the courtyard and smiled at Lian Yunshang. Who is that kid? How dare he call Lian Yunshang Little Shong? Wasn't this a term of endearment between lovers? Did that brat eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? I don't know her. He had never seen it before. Could he be Lian Yunshang's lover? Otherwise, why would he dare to call Lian Yunshang that? But Lian Yunshang came here in a rage. She looked like she wanted to eat someone. How do you explain that? Could it be that the kid is not satisfied with the food in the bowl and is looking at the food in the pot? Many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but start discussing. Many of them even felt that Lin Feng didn't only have Lian Yunshang as his lover. Moreover, he wasn't satisfied. How dare he flirt with other women outside? As a result, Lian Yunshang was completely infuriated. One had to admit that these people's thinking was very fast. Even this kind of thing, they actually thought of it. Brother-in-law, save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. Only you can save me from this abyss of suffering. Lian Limo wailed loudly when he saw Lin Feng. Damn, brother-in-law? Lian Limo actually called that guy brother-in-law? Is that guy really Lian Yunshang's man? Lian Yunshang, such a talented girl, is already taken. Oh heavens, oh earth, why is this happening? I was still thinking that I could get close to her one day, but it seems like there's no hope now. The most hateful thing is that that guy doesn't cherish a goddess like Lian Yunshang. He doesn't know how lucky he is. Support goddess Lian Yunshang and kick that guy out. The surrounding cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. They were envious of Lin Feng. All of them were cursing Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was their goddess's man. If you say another word, I'll cut off your tongue. Lian Yunshang glared at Lian Limo, who was being held in one hand. Lian Limo's face turned pale when he heard Lian Yunshang's words. He didn't dare to say another word. He quickly shut his mouth. He only looked at Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng looked at Lian Limo speechlessly. This guy was the kind of person who caused trouble for himself and implicated others. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to solve the problem. To put it simply, he was a person who liked to show off but didn't have the ability to do so. Fortunately, this guy had also called him brother-in-law a few times. Although he was just a cheap brother-in-law, he was still brother-in-law, wasn't he? Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunshang and said, Little Yunshang, did Lian Limo, that bastard, offend you? Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry over that bastard. Lian Yunshang rolled her eyes. She realized that Lin Feng was as shameless as ever. On the left was Little Yunshang. On the right was Little Yunshang. He made it seem like they were really close. You shut up too. Lian Yunshang threw Lian Limo out of her hand. Then, she quickly flew toward Lin Feng. Lian Yunshang descended from the sky. She slapped her palm toward Lin Feng. Endless immortal light surged out of Lian Yunshang's body. After feeling the terrifying power of Lian Yunshang's palm, many people turned pale with fright. I've long heard that Lian Yunshang has a fiery temper. It seems like it's true. That guy deserves it. Who told him not to cherish Lian Yunshang? It's best if he's beaten to death. If I can get the beauty back, why would Lian Yunshang be angry? He dotes on her in everything. Who isn't like that? That guy doesn't deserve Lian Yunshang at all. Seeing Lian Yunshang attack, the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show became excited. They were looking forward to Lin Feng being slapped to death by Lian Yunshang. Then, they would have a chance. She's murdering her husband. Lin Feng did not fight Lian Yunshang head-on. Instead, he quickly moved to the left. After dodging Lian Yunshang's attack, he shouted loudly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll break all your bones." Lian Yunshang's palm missed Lin Feng. Then, she glared at Lin Feng fiercely and threatened him through gritted teeth. Lin Feng said earnestly, "Little Yunshang, don't be angry. After all, you're not alone now. If you hurt your body, my heart will ache." Not alone? What does that mean? Could it be that Lian Yunshang is pregnant? Many people were dumbfounded. Chapter 3688. Lian Limo was indeed an idiot. After knowing that his sister was pregnant, not only did he not blame Lin Feng for not paying attention to his cheap brother-in-law, instead, he was complacent because he had become an uncle. When he saw Lian Yunshang carrying Lian Limo and charging over angrily, Lin Feng had already guessed what had happened. Although he had only seen Lian Limo once, Lin Feng believed that he had a good eye for people. Lian Limo had an unruly personality. Naturally, he could do anything. He probably wouldn't say anything good when he returned. Then, after being beaten up by Lian Yunshang, he would slander him. Then, Lian Yunshang came over with anger. Needless to say, Lin Feng's guess was extremely accurate. Everything. Lin Feng's guess was pretty close to the mark. But even though he had guessed all this, Lin Feng couldn't be angry at Lian Limo. "Bastard, bastard. I'll kill you." Lian Yunshang couldn't help but roar. She leaped out and charged toward Lin Feng. Her eyes were spitting fire. Boom. Lian Yunshang attacked. This time, 7 immortal lights rushed out of her body. The 7 immortal lights surrounded Lin Feng. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Something amazing happened. The 7 immortal lights turned into 7 fairies. Every single one of them was breathtakingly beautiful. Now, the 7 fairies were charging toward Lin Feng. They were fairies evolved from a divine ability. They weren't real fairies. This divine ability was abnormally terrifying. After feeling the power of this divine ability, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was definitely a divine ability that defied the natural order. It was very likely that Lian Yunshang had learned this divine ability from the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace. But Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Lin Feng's combat strength had increased to an unimaginably terrifying level. Lian Yunshang was indeed powerful. But Lin Feng thought, Lian Yunshang was still lacking compared to him. Technique of the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Facing the attacks of the 7 fairies, Lin Feng made his move. He had condensed this powerful divine ability. This was a supreme divine technique passed down from the previous era. Its power was terrifying enough. When this divine ability was unleashed within Lin Feng's body, he exuded an aura of supremacy and supremacy. At that moment, it was as if Lin Feng was about to become the ruler of the world. With Lin Feng as the center, the surrounding void began to distort. Dense golden runes appeared in the distorted void. When the attacks of the 7 fairies arrived, they were all blocked by the dense runes. Afterward, those runes immediately engulfed the 7 fairies. The bodies of the 7 fairies collapsed. Lian Yunshang was horrified. She could not believe her eyes. In the past, she was one of the top 100 geniuses of the heavenly sage great world. Although some people might not have participated in the Battle of Geniuses for various reasons, 90% of the top geniuses had participated in that battle. Lian Yunshang could make it to the top 100. It was enough to prove how powerful she was. Moreover, later, Lian Yunshang entered the Myriad Tribe Palace to cultivate. Not only did she learn some heaven-defying divine abilities, her cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds. But even so, today, she made her move. She had unleashed a powerful attack. It was actually broken by Lin Feng. Lian Yunshang could not accept this. "Brother-in-law, you are so powerful. I admire you so much." Lian Limo immediately shouted excitedly. He had been beaten by his sister since he was young. Every time, he was beaten up badly. But there was nothing he could do. Lian Yunshang was too powerful. He wanted to resist. But he could not resist. In the Crimson Demonic Snake Clan, even the highly respected elders did not dare to fight with Lian Yunshang. Because Lian Yunshang was too powerful. Now, Lian Limo finally saw someone who could subdue his sister. Lian Limo was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Himself. Could he finally find someone to rely on? Himself. Could he stop being beaten in the future? The cultivators who were watching the show were extremely shocked at this moment. Lian Yunshang was powerful. They knew it very well. But Lian Yunshang attacked. She was actually suppressed by the young human cultivator. It was unbelievable. No wonder that guy could win the beauty's heart. He was indeed too powerful. Not bad. Not bad. The power of that divine ability is not bad. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lian Yunshang's face darkened. Because she heard Lin Feng's tone. The divine ability that she had just used was only at the level of not bad. Was this guy looking down on her? Thinking of this, Lian Yunshang became even angrier. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Don't be so smug. Soon, you will be beaten to the point where you can't even recognize yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, Lian Yunshang leaped out. Her body turned into a dazzling immortal light. She was like a flying immortal. She quickly attacked. This divine ability was called the Nine Heavens Flying Immortal Technique. It was also a heaven-defying divine ability. Lian Yunshang seemed to have turned into an omnipotent fairy from the Nine Heavens. When she was flying over quickly, Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying aura from Lian Yunshang's body. Lian Yunshang's divine ability. It was enough to threaten him. What a powerful divine ability. Is this also a divine ability passed down in the Myriad Tribe Sacred Palace? The Myriad Tribe Sacred Palace is becoming more and more attractive to me. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lian Yunshang quickly attacked. This time, facing Lian Yunshang's attack, Lin Feng directly used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Lian Yunshang. Bang! Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang exchanged blows. Lian Yunshang was originally very confident in her Nine Heavens Flying Immortal technique. But when she received Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Punch, she was astonished. Her expression abruptly changed. Because she realized that Lin Feng's punch was destroying her divine ability. Lian Yunshang wanted to retreat quickly, but it was too late. Lin Feng waved his hand. He used the 8 divine seals. A dense array of runes shrouded Lian Yunshang. They wrapped around Lian Yunshang's body. Those runes. They directly sealed Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang's shoulders. Lin Feng carried Lian Yunshang on his shoulders. "Put me down, you bastard. Put me down." Lian Yunshang began to struggle violently after her dharmic powers were sealed. But she couldn't break free at all. "Kid, didn't you hear? Fairy Yunshang asked you to put her down. Why aren't you letting her go?" Many cultivators said coldly. Lin Feng said, "We're just flirting. What does it have to do with trash like you? Get lost, or I'll make your heads explode." Chapter 3689. I'm arrogant. I'm happy. Lin Feng was still as arrogant as ever. His attitude was so arrogant that it made people want to hammer him to death. However, when they thought about how Lian Yunshang was suppressed by Lin Feng despite her powerful cultivation level, they did not dare to make a move. Moreover, The matter between Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang had nothing to do with them. Brother-in-law, my sister is pregnant. Don't carry her like this. You'll crush her belly. Lian Limo reminded him. Lian Limo, you bastard. I don't have a brother like you. Lian Yunshang could not break free, so she could only vent her anger on Lian Limo. Lian Limo said, Sister, you can't forget about your brother just because you have a baby. Our blood is thicker than water. Let go of me. I'm going to hammer that idiot Lian Limo to death. Lian Yunshang's eyes were spitting fire. Lian Limo said, Sister, you used to praise me for being smart, but now you're calling me an idiot. People say that pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing you like this, I really believe it. However, I won't blame you since you're pregnant. Sister, you have to stop saying such silly things in the future. After all, it'll damage your reputation if word gets out. Damn it. This guy is really. Many cultivators who were watching the show rolled their eyes. Lin Feng was speechless as well. Lian Limo, he was really the weirdo in Withered City. I don't have a brother like you. Lian Yunshang turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Feng carried Lian Yunshang in his arms and walked toward his courtyard. Quick, get someone to save me, Lian Yunshang shouted. Sister, don't say such things out of anger. Enjoy your time with my brother-in-law. I'll go back and think of a cool name for my future nephew. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Limo fled. Nephew my ass, Lian Yunshang could not help but curse. She was about to cry because of her idiot brother. Bang! Lin Feng carried Lian Yunshang into the courtyard. Then, he closed the door. This is Withering Silent City, the headquarters of our Scarlet Demonic Snake Clan. You better put me down quickly. If you dare to touch me, you better think about the consequences. Lian Yunshang began to threaten Lin Feng. Do you really want to come down? Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunshang with a faint smile. Nonsense. Lian Yunshang glared at Lin Feng. When this hot and sexy beauty got angry, she was also quite beautiful. Lin Feng loosened his grip. Bang! Lian Yunshang fell to the ground. He landed on his bottom. Tears were about to fall out. You bastard! How dare you treat me like this? You don't even know how to show mercy to a woman. You're worse than a beast. Lian Yunshang cursed. Said Lin Feng. You were the one who told me to put you down. I just did what you told me to do. Lian Yunshang said angrily, I did ask you to put me down, but I didn't ask you to put me down like this. Lin Feng said, but you didn't say that I couldn't put you down like this. Lian Yunshang was so angry at Lin Feng that she gritted her teeth. Ever since this bastard appeared in her world, she was angry at him. She seemed to be more angry than all the other living beings before her. She was at a disadvantage. She seemed to be at a disadvantage more than all the other living beings before her. This made Lian Yunshang extremely depressed. Lian Yunshang got up from the ground. Her dharmic powers were sealed. Therefore, she did not dare to run away from Lin Feng. Because, she knew that she could not run away at all. If she ran away, she would anger Lin Feng. What if this guy went berserk? Who are you? Lian Yunshang looked at Lin Feng and asked. She was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. With her strength, it was very difficult for anyone in the younger generation of Heavenly Sage Great World to defeat her. However, Lin Feng did it. And Lin Feng was just a human cultivator, nothing more. Furthermore, he was a very young human cultivator. Therefore, Lian Yunshang was so curious about Lin Feng's identity. She wanted to know who Lin Feng was. I'm your husband. Lin Feng winked at Lian Yunshang and said. This otherworldly woman had such a fiery temper. Lin Feng liked to tease Lian Yunshang. T. Lian Yunshang glared at Lin Feng fiercely. If you want to know who I am, come over and massage my legs and shoulders. Lin Feng sat on a rocking chair outside and smiled at Lian Yunshang. Why don't you die? Lian Yunshang said hatefully. However, the woman walked straight toward Lin Feng. Then, she began to massage Lin Feng's legs and shoulders. Although she didn't want to do it, however, she was curious about Lin Feng. Her curiosity overcame her insistence. It feels so good. Lin Feng was enjoying it. I'll pinch you to death, pinch you to death, pinch you to death. Lian Yunshang began to increase her strength. However, Lin Feng still looked like he was enjoying it. Lian Yunshang had the urge to punch Lin Feng in the face. However, she restrained herself in the end. An hour later, Lian Yunshang stopped and asked, "Can you tell me who you are now?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm loved by everyone. Flowers bloom when they see me. People call me the little white dragon of the river. I have the most handsome face in the world, the #1 genius of the human race, Lin Feng." Lian Yunshang was shocked when she heard the name Lin Feng. Lin Feng. You're that Lin Feng from the 9 states? Lian Yunshang looked at Lin Feng in shock. Although she had never seen Lin Feng before, however, when Lian Yunshang walked out of the Myriad Tribe's sacred palace, she had heard too many legends about Lin Feng. Moreover, more than a year ago, Lin Feng even underwent his tribulation in the withered forest. After his tribulation, he even killed 7 or 8 sovereigns. This incident, it caused a huge uproar in the heavenly sage great world. Currently, the Sacred War Alliance was looking for Lin Feng everywhere. However, there had been no clues. Many people thought that Lin Feng had escaped from the heavenly sage great world. Therefore, the various factions looking for Lin Feng could not find his whereabouts. Lin Feng's whereabouts were unknown. However, who would have thought? Lin Feng did not leave the Withered Silence Prefecture at all. Moreover, he swaggered into the Withered Silence City. Are you shocked? Are you surprised? As your husband, I should give you some face, right? How about this? Let's have our wedding night tonight. What do you think? Lin Feng looked at Lian Yunshang with a smile and said. Lian Yunshang's pretty face immediately turned red. After learning about Lin Feng's true identity, Lian Yunshang realized that Lin Feng was much more pleasing to the eye than before. In your dreams? Lian Yunshang snorted. This woman's every move, frown, and smile. Chapter 3690. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a blood-red color. In the courtyard, Lin Feng started a bonfire. He had some free time. Lin Feng planned to cook some delicious dishes himself. When he had nothing to do, he could do this to relax his tense mind. She saw Lin Feng cutting the flood dragon meat. Lian Yunshang rolled her eyes and said, "You're still eating these nonsensical things?" Lian Yunshang usually paid attention to her diet. This was because cultivators didn't need much food. Eating was also to replenish their strength. Powerful cultivators like her would often choose spirit fruits to satisfy their hunger. This was because there were fewer impurities in spirit fruits. Moreover, spirit fruits contained pure energy that was beneficial to cultivation. If they ate other food, they would accumulate a lot of impurities. These impurities were far more than the impurities accumulated in the body from eating spirit fruits. These impurities needed a certain amount of time to be refined. This was also the reason why so many cultivators didn't like to eat other food to satisfy their hunger. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Life is not the only thing we need to focus on. Cultivation isn't the only thing we need to do. We should also enjoy life." Lian Yunshang couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't agree with Lin Feng's statement. But she didn't refute it. Because everyone had their own way of life. There was no need to impose one's way of life on others. Lian Yunshang was very smart and understood this. So, she wouldn't refute Lin Feng's point of view. Lin Feng ignored Lian Yunshang. He continued to enjoy this rare moment of peace and quiet. Lin Feng made a table full of delicious food. In addition to roasting meat, which he was best at, Lin Feng also made charcoal roasted matsutake, crispy fried matsutake, braised winter bamboo shoots, liuju sour bamboo shoots, pickled tofu fresh, all fish banquet, and many other delicacies. These delicacies were all recipes that Lin Feng had researched himself. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Bibi and the dragon rabbit flew out of the time and space after smelling the fragrance of the food. As for the dragon, it was still asleep. So it didn't come out with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Dragon rabbit, and an even more bizarre little beast, Lian Yunshang was shocked when she saw Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. She could only recognize the Dragon Rabbit. As for what race Bibi was, she didn't know. Before that, he had never seen a creature like Bibi. The two little fellows began to enjoy the delicious food with an intoxicated expression on their faces. Lin Feng took out some fine wine. He then looked at Lian Yunshang and said with a smile, "Barbecue, delicacies, and a pot of wine. It's a heavenly experience. Do you want to try it? This fairy doesn't eat junk food." Lian Yunshang raised her proud head. "Then you really don't know how to enjoy life." Lin Feng shook his head. Then, he began to enjoy these delicacies. Yeah. Bibi stared wide-eyed at the wine pot in front of Lin Feng. This little guy had drunk a few times. Every time, he was drunk to death. Bibi waved its paw. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. A pot of wine flew out from Lin Feng's mountain river ring. The Dragon Rabbit also began to squeak at the side. Bibi passed the pot of wine to the Dragon Rabbit. The Dragon Rabbit waved its paw again. A second pot of wine flew out. The two little fellows opened the pot of wine and started gulping it down. Little drunkards, Lian Yunshang stared at the scene with her mouth agape. She couldn't help but purse her lips. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "That snow-white little beast looks extraordinary. What race is it?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not too sure, but I believe it has an extraordinary background." Yeah, Bibi. The little guy mumbled to Lian Yunshang in a charmingly naive manner. Lian Yunshang's heart melted. Anyone who saw an adorable little beast like Bibi, they would probably fall in love with Bibi. The little guy was obviously more attractive to females. Lian Yunshang wanted to hug Bibi. Bibi immediately shook its head like a rattle. Eat. Bibi wants to eat. The little guy chewed on the meat while shouting. Lian Yunshang couldn't help but laugh. Bibi was simply too adorable. Lian Yunshang really wanted to snatch Bibi away. However, she could only dream about it. She wanted to snatch Lin Feng's pet away from Lin Feng. That was impossible. Moreover, Bibi was psychic. It was still young. It was extremely intelligent. Even if she snatched it away, the little guy would still run back on his own. She watched as Lin Feng, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit enjoyed the food. Lian Yunshang couldn't help but gulp. Gurgle. Sounds came from her stomach. It was the sound of hunger. Lian Yunshang looked eagerly at Lin Feng, Bibi, and the Dragon Rabbit, who were enjoying the food. In the end, she couldn't hold it in. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "I thought about it carefully. Since you invited me to eat, it would be disrespectful if I didn't eat at all. I'll give you face and eat a few bites." Lin Feng laughed inwardly. Lian Yunshang was obviously suffering because of her pride. She wanted to eat. However, she was worried about this and that. It wasn't easy for her to make up her mind to eat. She had to find some reasons. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't expose Lian Yunshang at this time. He smiled and said, "Thank you, fairy, for giving me face. It seems that it's good to be handsome. Wherever I go, people have to give me some face because of my handsome face. Shameless." Lian Yunshang muttered. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of flood dragon meat. She ate it in small bites. Her eyes lit up instantly. She said, "I didn't expect your culinary skills to be SOSO. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not easy to get such a comment from you. Fairy, try my barbecue." Lian Yunshang cut a small piece of barbecue meat. When she took the first bite, Lian Yunshang's eyes suddenly widened. "How is it?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not too bad," Lian Yunshang said. Although she said it was not too bad. However, Lian Yunshang's actions clearly told Lin Feng. Lin Feng's barbecue was not as simple as not too bad. Because Lian Yunshang was wolfing it down. She didn't care about her ladylike image at all. While Lin Feng and Lian Yunshang were enjoying the food. Thousands of miles away from withered Silent City, a middle-aged cultivator shrouded in holy light walked toward withered Silent City step by step. The space around the cultivator began to distort. With every step he took, he was already 1,000 meters away when he appeared again. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Feng, you brat. I'll be here soon. Are you ready to die?